Good morning. This is November 22nd. It is, I don't know what time.
9:15.
9:15. We're going to start a work session. And it is by Executive Order 9/15/21. And I'm going to call this meeting to order. Let's do a roll call. Kathy Toasty. Here. Elizabeth Martinez.
Here.
Carla Torres de Luna.
Here.
Jan Gris present, and Lisa Marks is on her way. Now, do I have an approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Second. Second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so this is a governance team workshop. And,
Here.
yes, flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So, Erica, I guess you get to, the board, well, I can do this. The board is going to review our roles and responsibilities, our district mission and vision, board protocols, governance, calendar, and superintendent goals and success indicators. Is this now goes to Jackie, okay. Jackie Horch is going to lead us into this discussion workshop day, and it will be, she will be guiding us throughout the day as we make procedural changes and discussions.
Thank you. And do I need that?
I don't know, yes.
The council.
Do I need
I
that?
think we're okay without it.
Oh, okay. Can I turn it off?
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me to help facilitate your board governance workshop. It's an absolute pleasure to be here, to see some familiar faces, and to work with you all today. So we're going to get started, and if I can have my slideshow put on. Great, thank you. So I just want to start by going over the agenda with you. We're going to do welcome activity, and then I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Sanchez. She's going to lead us through a calendar review. Then we're going to be reviewing mission and vision statements and making the Hollister Elementary School District mission and vision for this coming year. The next thing we're going to be taking a look at are superintendent goals for the year, determining what it is that the superintendent really needs to focus on and to accomplish, and what does that look like. And then we're going to conclude the day by looking at what does CSBA tell us about effective governance practices, what are those, and then working towards getting our norms solidified. And thanks to Trustee Toasty, we're going to be doing a social contract based on the norms that we agreed to. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. And then the protocols, how do we operationalize what our business is in terms of governance? So that being said, let's move on to our activity. So I'm going to ask each of you by way of introduction to share out what past personal or professional experience influenced you to become a member of the Hollister Elementary School District Governing Board. So take about a minute to put your thoughts together, and then I'm probably going to want to start with our president, Jan.
Okay. Actually, many things. I guess I really wasn't ready to leave education when I retired. And having a special needs grandson, was definitely a reason that I wanted to join the board. At that time, our special education department was woefully inept. And also, I felt that I had been a teacher leader. I'd been heavily involved in HESTA. And I knew that our district could do better. It could do better for our children, especially. And I felt that if our district looked at its employees as colleagues and not as adversaries, and that if we looked together as a team, as a we, it would be incredible what we could do with our children, whether they're special ed or general ed. And that's my sole purpose. And that's why I joined the board.
Thank you. Carla?
I think similar to Jan, when I was thinking about running, things were not going well in the district. And specifically, I had also heard about, from other parents, because I'm a parent in the district, and I had heard from other people that, special education needs were being neglected, forms were not being translated, and then, different programs were being cut for the children, and specifically things, like band and ASB and activities that, that they need. It's not just about, reading and writing, but it's everything. And then more specifically was the impact on students who are English language learners and the migrant population. There was some things happening there that parents were talking about and some real concerns. And so I grew up here. I'm a product of Hollister School District. I'm very proud of that. But I know the good and the bad. And so, I thought, what an opportunity. And I'm a community advocate. So I've always been on the other side of the microphone, at the speaker, advocating for things. And I thought, this is a great opportunity to make a difference in a different way, to actually be decision maker, and so I decided to run, and luckily with Jan and Steve at the time, but and I'm really proud of the work that we've done together, and I think about reflect. The first year I was like, wow, the power that the individuals in these seats have, and the ability to make change, both negative and positive, is just overwhelming. So that's why.
Great, thank you. Elizabeth?
I guess for me, this is the beginning of my third term. So with each term, I think it's been different reasons. I initially got on the board because we were just coming out of the recession. And of course, this district had, I think, cut everything down to just keeping the lights on, and it was extremely difficult to see a lot of those things. My husband works for the Hollister School District, and so we live and breathe Hollister School District, and we have he's on his 33 year, 33rd year here. So we've basically grown up in the district. And so for me, and he was born and raised here, I was raised here, but as a migrant child, I worked for the migrant program. So I've also worked in education for 25 years now. And so for me, it's not about just the complaining. It's about, in a leadership role, because I also, like Jan, am heavily involved with the classified unit at the high school. So in knowing what that means in that leadership role and what you contribute to try to make your environment better for children, as far as when it comes from a classified point of view, I thought was important because we didn't have that on the board. And so for me, I always talked about, I want to keep the perspective of not just from the top down, from the bottom up. It's very important. And as now a grandparent of a child going to our school district with also with special needs, now it's a whole different perspective. And so for me, again, it's making that difference and always giving that voice to the people that would not necessarily have a voice.
Great, thank you. Kathy, our newest member?
Yes, newest member. I, like Jan, retired, and I don't think I was ready to leave, so I still wanted to be involved with the Hollister School District. And I worked as a library media specialist in a health group before that for 21 years, and I love Hollister School District. I was employed at the time where there were definitely hardships. Departments were closed, staff was laid off, and I was directly, impacted by that. The students were greatly impacted by that. And one of the reasons I decided to come to the board was, I don't want that to ever happen again. I want the district to be fiscally sound and for our staff and our students. I just feel very strongly about that. So that was my main goal.
Well, it's just heartwarming to hear the stories, and the universal threads that you have are so similar. You are all so heavily invested in this district, which means that you care so deeply about it, which is important. And the second thing that I heard from every single one of you is students. That you're here because of the students. And so as we do our work today, we need to always be looking at everything that we talk about through the lens of students and making sure that all of the things that we are doing in this district have a student-centered focus. Well, one of the things that I think you folks all know, and this is, why is it so hard being a board member, right? Managing the volume of information. There's so much information, so much of it is very, very, very detailed, and just wading through it. The tyranny of time, you all know, there's way too much to do, and there's just not enough time to do it. And the other thing is being constantly on call. We are going to be talking a little bit about that. What happens when people call you because this happened at their school or that teacher said something. You all know. So it isn't easy being a board member. But again, it's a labor of love. Because you care about the students, you're willing to take on all of these things that you really need to be doing. And the one that I like on the left, the balancing individual demands against the greater good. Always having to focus at the 35,000-foot level on what's best for all children in this district, not a special interest. So always making sure of that. Okay, I'm going to now, in the interest of time, hand it over to Erica because we wanted to start with a calendar update, sort of get the whole year, mapped out. And what I want to do is show you my little visual that it's a roadmap, and I truly believe that that's what the calendar should be for board members. Your roadmap of where you're going.
This is the PowerPoint that she's talking about shortly.
Okay.
So what we have is the governance calendar.
You want to pass everything out, Erica, this time?
I think just at this time,
Just these?
just these two. The
Okay.
big packet,
Yeah.
thank you, trustees Torres, the big packet is the presentation, just in case you wanted to follow along with it. The smaller packet is a copy.
We didn't get a one for Lisa, that
The
actual
governance
calendar.
Okay, so we'll get that. This was extra.
An extra one.
Here's the calendar. The governance calendar in draft form was presented to the board at the June board meeting. What this is a year snapshot at a glance of different items that the board is either involved in or will have to work on or is impacted by specific items. because this is a draft, what I'd like to do today, and we don't have to spend a lot of time on it, but if the board has recommendations for changes, I think right now would be a good time to review it. So as you can see, going from left to right, we have the months, from the fiscal year, from July to June. And then going from the top to the bottom, we have the different concepts that the board is involved in at the board level. So we have, for example, the board typically, or as recommended by CSBA, an evaluation would be complete by August. Right now, we do know that we will have to make edits because that's probably, not the case, or, maybe it is a timeline that we will be looking at. The board evaluation would depend on the superintendent having the goals and so on. Jan?
I want to, when do you want us to question, and do you want to do the full presentation and then we ask our questions, write them down? How would you like us to do that?
I think that the best route would be to have the questions come, organically as you think of them.
Okay,
Yes.
since this is not represented to a particular superintendent, this is going to be a calendar that represents how procedures are done.
Right.
I think doing a superintendent evaluation in August is really not a very good idea.
Okay.
Because how,
Wasn't it supposed to be before that?
It should
well,
be
yeah,
around
because
May.
what if we needed to find one?
Right.
What if we had a superintendent we weren't happy with?
And I thought it was, normally we were supposed to do it at like April, May.
May.
So that you're evaluating the year, and then if something isn't right,
Right.
that, then you could be like, and be prepared for the
Yes.
summer, and if you need to make changes, right?
Jackie, what is,
Well, I think the other thing is, in a, let's say a traditional calendar,
okay,
you would end the school year with a final evaluation, because by law you need to, at the end of the school year, you have to have a final evaluation in order for the superintendent to, go forward on whatever the salary parameters are. But generally speaking, you would have that goal setting sometime in the, in the summertime, and then you would do a mid-year review, probably right around January, very first, and then in January, when you're doing the mid-year, by that time you probably have a good concept of what are the areas that are not, going the way you want them to go. And then you would have, time if you did a late April, early May to determine. So, I think you need to think of it as a three-pronged cycle.
Okay. Thank you for that feedback. So I'd like to take the board's feedback today as to what changes we'd like to make. So it sounds like we would move complete the superintendent evaluation to April, May. And then if the board is agreeable to, there would be a mid-year review in January. And then the goal setting would happen in the summer. This year's a little bit different.
Right, yeah,
Right.
obviously,
So,
yeah.
For lots of reasons.
So we need to look at this as, we're trying to set a procedure.
Absolutely.
Right.
And so I don't want to get us lost in the weeds
Right.
about this is more, we're looking, so we have something to go with.
Sure.
Is
So you don't have to
everybody in
rebuild
agreement?
the wheel every year. Yeah, it's already
Right.
set, mid-January,
Right,
April, May.
but we're all in agreement that this is what we're focused on? Okay, so I don't want to, okay.
Okay, so what I can do is I'm taking notes on the board's recommendations, and then I can update that and send it to the board.
Okay,
Okay, so the next topic would be the superintendent, and I'll adjust the evaluation portions according to the notes from the previous section. The other item, which is now new, would be labor and public relations. That seems like that is just a monthly and everyday type of topic. So you see that that goes across the board. Mid-year update on progress towards goals does appear in January for the superintendent We'll just write it above for the board. So then the next topic is collective bargaining. We've made it a point to really be focused on that and be labor partners with our staff, and that's a year-long progress, a year-long goal. The next topic would be community relations. Listed here are items that the board has engaged in the past. We can add some or remove any of these that the board might feel should be taken out of this year. Yes.
On going back to collective bargaining,
Mhm.
isn't there, you guys have to help me, isn't there a point where you do the
The
whole
sunshine.
sunshiny?
Mhm.
It would be good, like, for someone who doesn't have that off the
Okay.
top of their head to be, you know, for any new board member to be like, oh, I should be aware that every July, there's a, I don't know what.
I think that there should be a time when the board has a discussion with the superintendent, especially at the end of a contract year, that we look at what does the management, meaning the superintendent, the district feel that is not working or we need to change, so that we have some idea about what they're thinking about in regards to sunshine. Because I don't think the board should be like, whoa, what's going on here? There should be discussion and to let us know what is on the administration's mind in regards to sunshining. And that's usually done in the fall. So I think there should be some back and forth discussion between the board and the administration about sunshining. And then in community relations, we want to do these two board members and talking with our,
I was thinking the same,
we need to do that. We need to get that scheduled in.
because we've lost, I was thinking the same.
Yeah, with the pandemic, Jackie, we did, and then we got stymied because of the pandemic, but we were going to schools and meeting with parents, two board members at a time, and now that we're in districts, so,
And we did do some through,
yeah, the
Remote.
Zoom.
It was
yeah.
very
It's
minimal.
different.
It's not the
It's
same
not the same.
participation.
It was
Yeah.
so not inclusive. I
Yeah.
mean, like, it was the
Yes.
best we could do, but.
Yeah.
It wasn't. And so that needs to be brought into our calendar for community relations.
Okay.
And then also in community relations, you have your parent
Ambassador.
trainings that we were doing. The administration was doing parent nights.
But are those, so this is like template for like. District, right? So are those are kind of like hit and miss, they're not every October.
But that's part of parent relations.
And these are topics that the board is involved in. So for example, every department will have their own calendar with specific,
Oh, I
special
see.
ed will
Okay,
have parent trainings throughout the year.
Okay.
This,
this is what we're doing.
yes. So I want to go back so that I capture the notes appropriately for the conversations and the check-in with the board in regards to negotiations. Fall was indicated. Is there a specific time in the fall so that we can be specific on that?
So Jen, can I interject on that one?
Sure.
Only because, and I think it's a great idea, because it gives our partners the ability to know, because many times the district gives the illusion that, you know, we kind of hold back on sunshining because we're trying to delay certain things, which isn't good
Mm-mm.
for relations
I
with
agree.
our union partners. So I think I'm in agreement with you, regardless whether it's an end of the year contract, which ends in June, and you normally, all contracts end in June, and then you start your new contract, so in July 1. And again, you want to, and there's always going to be a final end of contract or reopeners
Right.
to discuss.
But at least you
But
know,
at least we know
you need to
what
start looking
those
at.
conversations are about, right? And it's agency to have that ability to have it calendarized so that your partners already know, this is what, this is a pattern, this is how we're going to operate moving forward, so that they can also prepare.
Because our contracts do say we have 2 reopeners.
Correct. And every year it's the same thing.
Mhm.
So again, it's,
So
let's,
this is one thing that
create-
you know is gonna happen.
Yes.
We should have it on the calendar as, we've got it, we know it in July,
and
we've gotta
again,
start.
we're
looking at it.
having these discussions with the district as far as what are those reopeners going to be on? What have, in the last year, what have been the major concerns that we need to
Well,
address
pandemic.
within the contract,
Right.
within the legal
Right.
parameters of our collective bargaining. So again, we need to have that, I in complete agreements, but I just wanted to kind of give a little bit more background as to why.
Another perspective board would be, if we put the sun at, and, this is when we're gonna sunshine, it might, perception-wise, lock the district to a certain timeline.
I think wording is important. I don't
Right.
think you wanna say that that's when you're gonna do the sunshine. I think what we wanna say is, we need to start looking at the plan for sunshine, right? Which could-
Explore, sunshine.
Right, it could be August, September, October, but at least July, we're like, we need to start talking about what we're gonna do.
Okay, I like that clarity. Is there just, you want it generic, just fall? Or,
I think we should be generic. I don't think we want to set ourselves to
Okay.
a specific
Right.
month.
Right. Yeah, fall, that's a good
I
idea.
mean, I think that too.
Fall is all the way to.
great. And then in regards to the parent meetings, would that span the entire,
Well, we have
because it's so many
10, we have
schools?
10 schools
In school.
and only 9 months. So, yeah, it's gonna,
And we take time off, so we have to build around the time off too. If you go August to June,
yeah, we'll be okay.
you got your 10 months.
Yeah, so,
And I
yeah, we'll
think-
have to space it out August to June.
But June we're out pretty early
Yeah, and
and
it's-
it's consumed by graduation.
You're right.
and things like
Yeah,
that, so
yeah.
I
But
would
couldn't
make
you
May.
split up, 2 go to one school and 2 go to another
We could.
school on a given month?
Yeah.
We could split it up.
And we have calendared it like that.
Yeah.
So I really like that calendar because it
Mhm.
gave
Yes.
us the opportunity as a board
Yeah,
to put
to
that,
choose.
to put it and, for those of us that are working, we needed the time off, but we then collaborate with the superintendent and, because she's doing her site
Well, and
visits,
parents need it too.
as
Yes.
well. And I think it's important that it be
Mhm.
put on calendars and people know, board member, Chris is being, is gonna come visit RSS on this month or whatever, and I think it's important. I think it should be out there.
I mean, we could be strategic too, because we did it a couple different ways. We've done it a couple different
Yes,
ways,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
I mean, if we wanted to, if we were just gonna split it all up, we could even do that like mid-semester, right? Where we're like, let's all take turns,
Mhm.
do a day for those of us who, especially who work, take a day off and this is what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
Versus like every month.
Yeah,
An
we
hour or 2, because for us, the
It
ones
was
that
harder,
work,
yeah.
it's harder. Carla works out of town, and
Mhm.
so for us to take 2 hours here,
2 hours there, right?
and then miss half a day of work or more, so it's just trying to be very creative with the time for those of us that are working, so that if we can hit as many schools and visit as much as we can during that time frame that we are asking for the time off, I think would be very useful of our time.
So would it be beneficial to the board if in the December meeting, I bring a draft calendar based on what the previous one looked like?
Yeah.
And
Yes.
then,
No, we could.
before then, I could make a Google Doc or something where we can make edits.
Yeah,
So I'll do
Maybe
that.
plan A, plan B.
Yeah.
there you go.
Here's what we usually do, here's an alternative possibility.
And we also would look at, because remember how we would, and I hope we could bring this back, even if it's by Zoom, is we would have like a specific school of the month. And I know we have 10, but maybe we could do 2 schools of the month.
I love that.
I loved it too.
I-
Then you
I
got to
love
see the
that.
kids and the teachers and whoever. Even if by Zoom.
I agree.
But I don't think they have to decorate the.
No,
Let's not have them decorate the walls.
On the board.
Yeah,
maybe they
yeah.
could do, if they're by Zoom, they could do a background, right, with their like mascot and, you know,
Whatever
whatever
they're
they want.
comfortable with, but it is not
To represent
required.
themselves.
Yeah, represent
Yeah.
yourself however you want. This is creativity time.
Mhm.
But I don't wanna make it a dog and pony show.
No, me neither.
So then the next classification, or the next topic is assistant superintendent. These are some of the items, and typically it's labor relations. Right now, our assistant superintendent sits in negotiations for both bargaining groups. And then the Williams report, which comes to the board, or will be coming to the board. Those are the two items that we thought were the biggest ones that directly are connected to the board, and that's why they're on this column.
What about running the task force for the school to prison pipeline? Where are we gonna,
So if we think of the broad of what is directly tied to the board, that's what's on these columns.
So this is a month to month, this is, right? This
Right.
is something that's gonna happen,
Every year,
Every year.
yeah.
set in stuff every year, this is what's gonna
That
happen.
the board has direct contact with.
yes, but who, we are kind of getting slammed here, like who's taking charge?
Right. So for the
Maybe a
specific,
report out.
yeah,
Would there be a scheduled report out, maybe quarterly, to the board on what's going on with the school to prison pipeline?
well, I think that there's different things then. If we think about it, every department has different board reports that we can come up with, whether it's, its own list. But if we go into detail, this document's gonna get much more complicated.
Cumbersome.
Mhm,
Yes.
mhm.
And so it would be annual, what we're going to do every year.
Then I think then the clarification would be for the assistant superintendent to give their report of what they're working on
That's
at
what
that time. It could be today's school to prison pipeline, tomorrow it's gonna not, right? So I think, but I would like to hear too,
Oh.
right, like depending on the year, we don't know what's in front of
So
us.
like a report, what they're
What they're
focusing on,
doing
working
on, right, because we know what we're gonna be like doing for you, or for the superintendent, April, May. But when are we checking on our assistant superintendent?
Yeah.
In general,
Right. I think
I
that
think
that's
there is
something,
one.
for discussion. The superintendent is the sole employee of the board.
Right.
So that's
Got
one thing to remember,
You're right.
as a
Right.
assistant superintendent for years.
You're right.
I
That's
was,
yours.
right?
Yes, thank you.
True, that's a good point.
Thanks for clarifying, you're right, that's
Okay.
your,
Gotta go back up to 35,000.
So, is it possible, I know that we already get our weekly update, right?
Right.
At some point in the future, maybe that becomes more detailed not weekly, but, well, maybe even weekly if you get it running like a smooth, because the high school does this.
Yes.
The board gets a weekly update by department, because the department is reporting in weekly, and then the super just cuts and pastes what he or she thinks is important from those updates that are given to him or her, and then puts the relevant information with links and everything else into that weekly update, so it'll become more robust, what you're already doing. And that would, I think that's what we're talking about here.
And it was happening before, just prior to this board, other superintendents were doing that before.
Yeah,
And we could definitely make the current weekly report that I sent out more detailed, if that's what the board would like.
yeah, that's another thing, yeah, so I think that's what we're talking about
Yeah.
here, right, is a way to get that info. And then those official report outs, which we've been doing lately, by department, like an update, those can be scheduled into this governance calendar. So that they're aware, that department is aware that they're going to be doing a presentation to the board on this month, probably every year, that kind of
So,
thing.
have you ever limited the reports that come from as time limit? Coming
I
from
was
the
thinking that too.
department?
If you all remember, we had talked about this a
Yeah,
lot,
we have.
years ago, 2 years ago, that, exactly what you're saying, that, because some reports go, and then it's out of control, right? So how do we, how do we keep it to what we need to know as a board?
As a generic, maybe when you know, talk to those departments, can you keep it at 15 minutes or, you know, just as a generic?
Well, I have a couple suggestions here.
Okay.
The first, I think, goes a little bit to what Lisa was talking about. When we do our protocols today, we're going to be talking about future agenda items.
Mhm.
And so hopefully, what the superintendent is then going to be able to do is, she's going to be, putting together basically the board calendar. So it'll be a year at a glance of all the different presentations that have to happen. She's going to know when LCAP has to be presented, she's going to know when, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so then in this weekly that you're talking about, probably the first week of every month, on that weekly, she just attaches, future agenda items for December, future agenda items for January. And so then you also know what is going to be. So maybe that would be, putting a couple things together or not.
No, I think I think you're talking about a monthly.
Yeah,
So that monthly agenda item can be a part of the weekly, but we've been receiving a weekly update that is just focused on the LCAP. And then also,
Yes.
right, odds and ends as appropriate. And maybe in that, there's a little portion at the bottom to help us stay focused on what's still on our agenda, or like a future agenda item thing. But weekly, just kind of getting an idea of what's going on at the DO and every
It
Oh,
doesn't
so
department.
have to be
it's not by
long.
department, you don't have each one of your
No.
folks, okay, so.
Not yet.
Not yet, yeah.
Okay, so that might
That was
be
my
what you're
ask,
looking
I think,
for.
and I think it was
So having
from this.
each one of the assistant soups or directors, whoever, they would each have a section in the weekly, and, they would send it to you, you would, of course.
And it's mainly just what did they work on that
Yeah,
week?
exactly, yeah.
Because I know, as far as migrant is concerned, we meet every week, but what's the goal for the week? And I think it's important because, again, it's holding your accountability to what it is that we're all focusing on.
Right.
And I think it's just for the board to really understand the little things, whether it's in EL, whether it's in migrant, whether it's in special education, because there's not going to be like a ton that if you're doing a week by week, you're just kind of capturing what you were focused on for that week.
Oh, and I think also it would be helpful for the superintendent to have that by department, week by week,
Right.
And I will tell you that getting them to turn it in on time will take a little bit of calf herding, but.
Yeah. But
Okay, I have a couple things I want to address on this issue. One is, I don't want to see every Monday that that's what she's doing, is making a report for us. I don't think that's where I want her to be at this point in time in our district when we have so many, we've got a pandemic and we've got all these other issues that we have to deal with.
I would tend to agree with Jan.
But that's why you want the other people, you're delegating to them,
Okay, yeah, right, but
to do it.
yes, but so in that same regard, I like the idea what Liz just said, is that the department heads are saying, okay, what is our goal for the week? I like that idea very much, the idea that we are focusing our departments on, okay, what is it, what is our goal for this week? What do we have to tackle? What is it, what is our big push? Because, we made a joke about backward planning, and that's what a teacher does to, get to that we need to know what we're gonna test, and so how are we gonna get there? Well, our departments should also work that way. What is our goal? What do we need to do for the school side to get to this point? What do we need to get there to do that for that school side? Or to do that, to get that classroom ready? Or to get these portables done? Or, you know, I mean, this whole idea. And that is not happening in our school district. There is not this idea of forward planning. We're always seem to be reacting and not, you know, we're trying to be proactive, and that's something that has been, we are trying to do, but we're still woefully not there.
How about a combination of that? Because I think also the accountability piece lies on the department heads of their department. So I hear what you're saying about like, oh, we have to chase them down. I don't think Erica needs to be chasing anyone down.
Right.
If everyone knows that the expectation is, and I'm thinking not every week, because I'm just thinking about at my work, and every week just goes like this, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I would think 2-week period is a nice to get a task or something done, realistically. Like, let's be realistic.
I agree.
A 2-week period is a good,
Yeah.
for me, every 2 weeks, as I'm on a deadline with some things that I'm doing, I've been finding every Monday I have to produce, and I'm like, we just met. It was like, you know, so I feel like, you know, I understand that, you know, from there.
Well, we
But I think,
cut
let me just
Kathy
finish.
off, let Kathy-
No, that's okay.
Oh, go ahead, Kathy,
Go ahead,
jump in.
no, I just think that's a good point. I think that the directors would just be coming up with, okay, a week? What, that's kind of, I feel that's
Impossible.
unrealistic.
Yeah.
You know, 1 week, they'll just be throwing something in there that's not really attainable or important.
I would think, I actually don't agree with that. I think if you set, I think if you set a weekly expectation, if they have nothing to report, they can say nothing to report this week. But if you set that weekly expectation, it keeps them focused too, because you can get real Groundhog Day in any department. Like, I'm just doing the same stuff every week. But it forces at least the head of that department to be thinking about what is our big ticket item coming up, and what can we say about that big ticket item to our board and our superintendent. And I think that accountability will make us more productive as a district. I just don't want to, like, I mean, I understand it's work, but, and I know it sucks sometimes, but like when I was in corporate, I had to do it every week on a Friday, give my manager what I was working on, or anything I got done. And it didn't have to be in the most minute detail, just at the level that he or she might expect to understand. And what the outcome became is that VP knew what was going on, where they can't actually get in the weeds with their employees on a weekly basis.
And I agree, and to go piggyback on that, on the evaluatory process, now you know what people are doing or not doing. And again, that is a big thing for me,
And red
because,
flags come up.
exactly. And so again, we don't, you know, they don't want us in the weeds, but yet we won't know, are these people measuring up to the expectation that is set within the scope of their position? And I don't want to have people that are not meeting those expectations to still be here, and it's hurting, you know, our district because it's going under the radar. And so again, there are levels of expectation that as a board, we're here in public talking about these things, and there's nothing that we can hide behind. We have to be public about everything. And so there's, I think, again, going back to the accountability, I work in a school district where this is happening. And it doesn't hinder our progress or limit us. If anything, we know, you know, and it's, you're doing your job. It's not to stop me from not doing what I need to do. It's
Right.
just, and I go about my business with or without that report because I know the expectation is there.
Well, if I could just chime in and maybe see if I can integrate some of this. What you're saying about being a tool for building awareness It is also a tool that builds awareness internally within the district office. So for example, I don't know, what day do you have your cabinet meetings?
Tuesday.
Tuesdays, okay. So every Tuesday on the cabinet meeting agenda, at least I had mine on Mondays, the very first thing we did was we went over calendar. So we went over the calendar. The second thing we did was what I call a Friday memo. Everyone told me what they were working on that week. I jotted it down, and they sent me a little, three sentence blurb that I put into my Friday memo. And it would just say, and services, human relations, and, I'll just give you an example that happens all the time is, special education. Special education, we're going to mediation. Okay, that's all it said. Going to mediation on Tuesday. It didn't have to be a lot, but it was two things. One, I knew what everybody was working on as a superintendent. And two, my board knew what the district as a whole was working
You've taken over, that you've done that with your team. And I think that they'll appreciate being able to share what they can, like, hey, this is what we're doing. Nobody's telling them to do more, just, hey, what's going on, what should we be aware of? What are you challenged with, right? And it has been difficult. So that's kind of like what I was.
If I can make a suggestion, like, one of the things that Erica and I talked about and it came about is and those are discussions that have to be had, but is it pinpointing any one department? No. And so when we bring up these, because I don't know what else to call, these cross-departmental cross-departmentalized issues, because ADA affects everyone. You know, those, you can't, I mean, this is reality. It has to be dealt with. And how are we gonna go about it? But you can't pin it on one. I mean, we need all departments working towards that. So that's how this year is so different than other years. You know, other years, ADA was student services. But this isn't student services. This isn't, you know, the nurses thing. This is everybody.
But I think, Jan, to that point, it goes back to what Carla was saying about one of the things that she sees that the superintendent's been able to do.
Is that,
It's collective responsibility.
Yes.
And to be perfectly honest, ADA was everybody's business. It was the principal's business.
yeah.
It wasn't just, I mean, so you need to have that interdependence in your, you know, in all
Framework.
aspects
Yeah,
of
you're right.
district leadership, from the board member all the way down to the classroom, you know. So I think instead of the word accountability, what I'd like to focus on is awareness. The reason that you're trying to share what's going on is because it's the same reason that Erica asks everybody at cabinet, what are you working on?
Right.
Because she wants to be aware of what could she do to support it. And I'll give you another example. So let's say that somebody in special ed is having just a terrible, terrible situation with mediation. You know, to just be able to share to the superintendent, I'm really having a tough time in mediation, you know, and then a part of that could just be, you know, special ed department is facing some challenges this week. It's not accountability, it's awareness. And so then people can kind of pull together and see what can we do together to help wherever help is needed.
Yes, I like that.
I like that too.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm getting the word just accountability, I'm sensing it's like a punitive thing.
Yes.
I think it
That's
could be
not how I view
perceived
it.
that way.
It can,
Well,
but
it does seem
Yeah.
like
Yes.
that's what I'm feeling, you know, and again, that isn't the message
It's not the
that we're
intent.
asking
Right,
about.
right,
And again, we
Because
just
it
came
brings
out
back
of,
the us and them.
we just came out of having someone here that didn't give us full insight into what was going on, and finding ourselves, you know, with a
Not aware.
lot of unfortunate things to then have to deal with that we shouldn't have been dealing with. And that's what scares me as a board member. The fact that we did not know is very disturbing.
So transparency builds trust.
Yes.
And so that's like a key focus, is we want to focus on transparency. It will make us all feel better, and we're representing the public at large. And it's our responsibility as board members to make sure that we're good stewards.
And we are aware.
transparency- Right,
The awareness
transparency
is at
will
all
build
levels.
that trust with us and with our constituents, so.
Awareness is a great word.
Yes, I
Yeah.
love it.
Again, I think that that's really the operative word moving forward.
I agree.
Is transparency in all interactions and all operations, and awareness of what is happening.
Well, yeah, it's not divisive.
So moving forward, how does that apply to the governance calendar? Sorry. Back to the answers that I- Good.
Those board reports, I'm
Yeah.
thinking is,
Yeah.
the weekly reports, right?
And the future items, so,
Yes.
you know, a year at a glance in terms of some of the board reports that are going to be on a regular basis.
Yeah.
So we nearly spent an hour on this one. I don't know if we want to move quickly through it or allow the board to take this home, you know, make edits to it and then come back, maybe in an email to me, so
So
that we can.
now that we have the word awareness, maybe it'll go faster. I'm always at the half full, you know, so if we're looking at it like for the business,
So the business department has the items that are directly tied to either board approval or board reports in regards to the different processes that happen on an annual basis with the budget.
So you can see those ongoing reports, right?
Student services has ongoing reports, special education has, or excuse me, the educational service has ongoing reports.
What a good segue.
I do have one question. So as a board, do you do any recognition at the board level of like employees of the year?
Employees of the year.
I didn't know what those
Yeah,
were.
we can put them in every month because
Yeah.
typically they should have.
Yeah.
And then also, do you do anything with your volunteers of the year from your school?
We do.
site?
Each
Usually the
school,
school
each
site
school
does that.
has a parent.
When,
yeah,
when they come in and print, do their little school report,
Mhm.
then it's all included in
Okay.
that, yeah.
Right.
And food service isn't in here, only because I know that the lunch applications and kind of where we are.
That
one
should be
too,
on
the big
that.
one.
Was
You know,
that
that's-
student services or?
That's the big is every 3 years.
The certification for it is years out. So,
And where are we though on
so
that?
we will have to do it
Next year.
Okay, but see, I wouldn't, I've been on the board and I don't know that.
Yeah. But then that's an ongoing thing where it can be set up that it can, be touched on, just be made aware of.
But isn't it good to do it every year? Like, does it count if you, and it doesn't put us parents into practice, right? Because I see it and I'm like, you don't have to do it.
Well-
Versus if we all knew the importance.
I think the importance of
funny.
it is
Funny.
for new students.
Okay, oh, really? Okay.
For new incoming students, that should be a form that is definitely
Okay.
included with all the others. And then it's on file, then Anna's department can
Okay.
enter that in there.
Okay.
I didn't know that. So that's not for ongoing.
it's not for ongoing students or students that have been here prior. Once the baseline is established,
Okay.
it won't go up unless the new students qualify.
Okay.
Okay, so just to kind of nail down where we're at, you are going to be looking at the calendar and then any other concerns or updates or ideas for the calendar, you're going to email to Erica. Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That being said, we're going to move right now.
Yeah.
Maybe. Thank you. Okay, so what I'd like for you to do is take a look at this packet that's labeled Sample, Vision, and Goal Statements.
Okay, that is up there, Jim. If you can grab that for me.
Let me get it, Jen.
Oh,
I
sorry,
got it, I
did
got
not
it,
know
I got it. Okay. This one,
No, it has the smaller,
the mission, vision?
yes.
Yeah,
Thank you.
oh, thank you.
I think we're
I got
short,
one.
we're short.
I have one.
You have one?
Do you need one?
I'm getting the one that's got the paper clip.
Oh, Tracy.
That's yours.
Oh, that's mine. Okay, so, you have a new superintendent and some, relatively new board members, and I think it's time school districts in the area. And the first thing that I want you to take away from this is there's no can always, of course, put the LCAP goals in. And then at another time that we're together, if you want to look at core values and, other things like that, we certainly can. But why don't you take just 5 minutes, and if there are any words in here that you really like, circle them, okay? Or any statements that you like, put a little star by it. And because we're going to break into teams, and we're going to work on mission and vision statements. Did we change that mission?
Yes, we did. We couldn't find it.
No, I think we changed it to this, because you weren't actually.
Oh, to the one that's here?
Yes, because I think the other one we had was bigger. more
Yeah.
big.
Yeah.
This, just eyeballing this, I'm like, wow, it's really, not even a full sentence.
This one was from 2017.
Yeah, it was only one of the last ones that we were able to find.
In January 2021, superintendent reported that stakeholder input would be used for mission and vision, and I didn't see that anything was adopted. So I went back to 2017, every board meeting.
Wow.
Okay.
We changed it with Seppi. I
We
remember
did change
doing
it with Seppi, but it was never adopted then?
I didn't see that it was. I know that January 2021 was the last presentation, just a stakeholder input together.
Interesting.
And this is very important. I feel this is very important.
Yes, well, this, if you look at everybody, right,
Yeah.
like if you're like,
Well, and I think the other thing to remember is that once you get this, this will be right there at the forefront of your,
Yes.
well, everything, yes. And again, this is something that should be in your boardroom as well.
mm-hmm,
I
right,
like that.
that's your mission.
Yeah, that's why we're here.
I like that.
Okay, here's what I'd like to do, just because I think in the interest of time, it'll help us. So I am going to ask the 3 of you and the 3 of you to divide up into 2 teams, and you can arm wrestle as to which one you want to do. But one of the groups is going to go over there to that table, and you're going to work on mission. And one of the groups is going to stay here, and the vision statement is right there. I'll get it out for you. And what I want you to do is wordsmith it, okay? Put together what you think would be a draft. And then we're going to take the 2 and present them, and then together we'll wordsmith and make whatever changes.
Okay,
So, right there.
go get
Go
coffee.
get your coffee.
We get vision. I really did.
I know.
That's funny.
If- You know, after you are around people, you start to.
Yeah, I know.
It's like, it's cycles of life.
Here's the,
Definitely.
if you want it on the
I'll
table.
have, I'll make it right. Okay.
All right, okay.
You good to get around?
Sure.
I'm gonna give you 10 minutes.
Okay.
All right?
Play teacher. This is my chance.
10 minutes. 10 minutes.
You're not playing. Okay, let's go.
I'm gonna play.
Right, let's see.
I like the,
Let me clear my desk here.
I like that.
That means,
Vision,
okay, vision.
and what's the one?
Hard stop at 10:30.
Okay.
Well, 10:30.
Oh, yes.
Vision.
Yes, you
Okay.
need, you need the toy for a
Lisa.
lifelong learner.
There's somebody up there.
Oh, yeah.
I'm waiting for someone.
She's not reading for us.
Mhm.
Okay, vision.
Vision. You would put background music?
Okay. Our district will be an extraordinary learning community where each of our students are prepared for future.
How about let's do words? Yeah, let's grab words. There's some words that you all really like I really like.
Success is a big one.
Okay, success. Oh, this is not a good marker.
Thank
Should've
you.
brought Should've brought my markers.
Sympathetic, there you go.
But no colors? Come on, I'm a social worker. I need colors. I like to inspire. I did too, I circled that, inspire. I like unique.
I like the fact
Unique?
that, you know, you have student focus,
Potential,
Yes. I circled highest potential.
okay, highest potential.
model.
Did we have empower?
Model.
No.
No?
There's a nurture,
Power,
respect,
prepared
compassion,
to,
personal
prepared to
responsibility,
achieve,
all those
prepared
things
to
is like
achieve,
from capturing kids' hearts. You
thrive,
know, I mean, it's been a lot of like that side of
Diverse.
what we're incorporating in the
Diverse.
social, emotional, the whole
inclusion,
You know, focusing, you know,
Mhm.
it's not just the end. result,
Partnership,
it's the whole
partnership, partnership. I circled also safe and respectful.
And critical thinker.
And building up for success, and then I went to that and
Critical thinkers.
role model.
I also liked, and this is from ours, extraordinary learning community.
Right.
We're talking about the
But that goes with community, or no, that's partnership, yeah.
whole.
Okay, you wanna try to start putting
Yeah,
something together?
let's start
Yeah,
there.
Okay.
they do.
What do we have?
Casual.
Educate's not in there. I know it should be like,
Nobody else does that.
right?
That's a
You
simple.
know,
Well, it should, but we might let it out.
she always asks how it's doing. She always
Okay.
All right,
talks
how do
about
I, so this is the vision.
So it's
Right.
not just.
So the vision, I really liked, was it San Benito's We Believe instead of a vision, you know what I mean? So like, we believe ... and then we create the vision. Do you know what I mean? Instead of just saying vision. Or do we want it to be just
Ensuring all students
one sentence?
are capable.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, they always say less is more on
You know,
these
because
things.
each,
They do.
you know, I don't.
It
Okay.
should be like a sentence.
Okay, well, so, okay, but like, look at Morgan Hills. It is- It could be bulleted easily, right? And that's, so sometimes bullets like create a
For our
focus.
mission.
I don't know.
Mhm.
So Morgan Hills, our vision,
Mission
it,
of the
it probably could be bulleted, right?
Is
Um,
to.
Prepared to achieve, you know what I'm saying? But, so it's just a style, but I don't care.
I definitely don't wanna do Oak Grove. This, like,
No, no,
I'm
no.
like, I don't even have
Well, those
time to read
Those
this.
are values, right, of course. Oh, and they did actually kind of a bullet too, their vision
Yeah.
elements, communication, student success, quality instruction.
That's too crazy.
No, that's too much work.
Too much work.
Let's try to put something.
Provide opportunities for
So,
children.
so we could incorporate both what you're saying, so, because I think here I wasn't clear that this is a vision.
Right.
But I get what you're saying, we believe it isn't. But maybe we do start our sentence with, we believe that,
I don't like,
or, let's see.
competency.
Here, the Salinas one is to inspire, so it starts already. That's vision, to do.
Yes, let's two.
Okay, to, we want to, how about educate first? It seems like a,
Well, how about we start with HSD?
And for their own unique,
okay, what's a sentence?
because everybody's different, you know, and
Okay, so let's look at successes. What would you say your first thing is we are gonna do,
Preparing
yeah?
them for that.
HSD,
you
want to create?
Yeah.
create what?
HSD
Postgraduate,
An environment?
will,
you know, for high
like that, will create an environment
TK.
I'm just gonna leave, if it's okay, create an environment
that inspires students
right. I like that.
You know, being, you know, now we're.
To their
trying
highest
to get into
potential.
the inclusion piece, you know,
Oh, good, you got the
again,
keyword here.
You know, and I see it as inclusion meaning almost the opposite, not,
Potential.
you know, our special ed being inclusive, but our
Think
general.
about like, in success is different for everyone, so could it be like individual success? I like that.
to their
Highest potential.
highest individual potential.
No, I think highest potential, in terms of their individual success, like,
You know, where they.
it's really like, my highest
they don't
potential is
know
different than your highest potential.
Right.
That's what we're getting at.
So like,
exactly.
Selena says that they can, okay, so ensure students recognize their talents to excel, become empowered learners, which I like empowered learners, and make valuable contributions to a dynamic global community. But I don't, at our level, we don't need to look community, let the high school look community, right? But I like the whole, their ability, so it's like,
Those experiences.
their highest
you know,
potential
had
to be empowered.
schools,
Or how about to empower them
so it's that community.
to achieve highest potential? Then you got three of them.
Yeah,
inspire and empower.
To inspire
For the child.
and empowered.
Yeah, keep those
and
together.
empower
And it doesn't
Building their success.
students to
Achieve.
achieve.
the mission, it
No,
doesn't have to be long.
So we got this, we got that, we got inspire, we got highest potential,
To achieve their, yeah, to achieve
their highest potential. Maybe something about keeping in mind their individual,
Highest potential.
Those in Morgan Hill.
maybe that's a period.
Yeah. It gets the, create an environment that inspires and empowers students to achieve.
like, oh, and I also, okay, so Gilroy's, I liked that one, this one too.
Like, high quality.
Reach their highest academic and intellectual competencies, but that's our potential thing, right? To be lifelong learners, responsible citizens, and productive members
I
of
want to
society.
make sure.
So I read that one and almost threw up, but yes, go
Why,
ahead.
why, because it's
Because I know who they are.
Oh, but
I also don't want to be hypocritical, right? Like, I want us to be
Yeah,
realistic.
But I think lifelong learners is a big deal for me. I want to create an environment where someone loves to learn. They learn to love to learn. You know what I mean?
Then
So-
that's what we say. Then we say that.
So
That we-
integrity.
We want our students to enjoy.
We're gonna put that in there.
HSD
Learning.
aspires
Model and respect.
to have students want to learn.
To create a community
To create an environment.
Or an environment.
Well, we just said
But we just said
environment.
environment.
To create, we also said create.
HSD aspires students
To be, this is where we include critical
to
thinkers.
be critical thinkers.
To be, and then include what he said, critical.
Can you finish in one more minute?
That
Or two?
enjoys
Learning.
Two? Okay, 2 more minutes.
enjoy learning.
Through to learning.
Integrity is kind of
That
like.
enjoy learning
Oh, I love this, okay.
and
HSD inspires to create an extraordinary learning community where students can become
No,
critical
that's why you're
thinkers.
there.
you just changed it up on me.
I know.
Aspires to be,
HSD aspires to create an extraordinary learning community, right? Where
extraordinary learning community where
they, where they learn, where
Where
they
they can
become,
be critical thinkers.
they become
critical thinkers and
Enjoy.
enjoy,
Oh, you're good, you're prepared. I'm like,
Enjoy.
and become lifelong
Yeah, and
learners.
become lifelong.
my laptop.
and become
Lifelong.
lifelong learners. And if we're just playing around, I would like to add in a safe
Right.
and respectful
Yes.
environment that offers, that something looks at their unique individual successes.
Correct. And actually could be safe, respectful,
Diverse,
and diverse, or diverse, safe, and respectful, or something.
Diverse.
Covered.
again, environment, maybe we
Correct.
wordsmith that, environment that values their, like that, their uniqueness matters, right? That
Yeah, that values individual,
individual success
yes.
and unique, I don't know.
Colors?
Oh, no, we didn't get color.
We didn't get color.
Aw, sorry.
You know what? I wanna rewrite mine, right?
Okay, mission team, who wants to share out?
I'll read.
Okay,
The Hollister School District's mission is to educate students and build them up for their own unique academic success. We model and nurture respect, compassion, curiosity, and integrity in an environment of diversity, equity, and service.
We were writing a mission. Well, yeah, let me see.
well, what do you guys think?
Oh, it's great. Educate students and build them for their unique academic success. That's what we wanted on there too. Model and nurture respect, compassion, curiosity. It's awesome.
Yeah, I like it.
So I'm just gonna ask a clarifying question. So is your mission to model it?
Oh, or is it a vision?
Our mission.
Our mission is to be that,
Oh.
to, you
Right.
know,
Well, our mission is to empower, our mission is to build the environment in which they can do
Right,
all of this. Our
right.
mission is to create that environment.
Right, you know, that's kind of what I'm getting at.
So we should
is-
change model.
Yeah, what is your mission? Your mission is either to create the conditions
Okay.
wherein students can blah, 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 or,
Mhm.
but that's your mission, that's what you're shooting for.
okay.
We create a space for that.
There you go, yeah. So how would you want to kind of
So
reframe
just
that?
change model.
And to create an environment
We will
where
create,
Create?
yeah, so it's something on that order.
Or is to we go straight to well, see, the
I gotta go
mission,
closer because I can't, oh, I could put my glasses on.
educate.
Why can't I see?
So the second sentence, we were thinking if we lead by example and nurture the students while they're, you know, moving along and progressing in their academic career here, following the model that we're giving them in regards to respect, compassion, curiosity, and integrity.
So, or maybe we provide.
Or you put every employee.
But your mission could be to model.
Yeah.
Our mission is to model.
But we want, is it that you want every employee? Because that is something that we have talked about in changing our culture. We want every employee.
We means we,
Everyone.
we,
Yeah, but a lot of people think we.
means
What do you mean?
teachers.
Yeah. So,
Or we means we?
in other words, you're not, you need to really spell out who is the we.
Yeah.
And I think that you need to spell out that it is we as, and I think it should include parents.
Or what if it is
Yeah, we're not doing it on
We're
our
not
own.
doing, yes.
Yeah, and I did see
our
that,
learning
you know,
community?
those partnerships with parents,
Instead
staff,
of we?
staff, parents, community members.
It really has to include everyone because
Yeah.
we can't do it on
Well,
our
and
own.
that's, the one from Gilroy, it does state that, you know, clear focus student needs. The student, parent, community members demonstrating high expectations for themselves and for every child served.
I like that.
So instead of we specified, the staff, the HSD staff, community, parents and community will model and nurture respect.
Yeah,
But
so
we
I,
have not asked them. If they're not putting input into this, we're speaking for them.
You're right.
and I think that's where when I think he said, well, let's get those stakeholders' input. I think we actually stated that it isn't, if we're gonna say the we, including our parents
We
and
did say that.
stakeholders, that we also incorporate their
Right.
take into what that mission, if we're gonna, like you said, don't just assume
Mhm.
we're
Well,
talking
then-
for them.
What if we make this a rough draft and bring it up? Well, we have to have a town hall, I think, then, if we're gonna do that.
Or do you have an existing parent group? Representative parents from each of your sites, your DLAC,
Yeah,
all
we have
that?
site councils.
That we can move a little bit more quickly.
Yeah, I mean, you could take it through them.
We do, through site councils.
You know, I think that's not a bad idea, and actually, I was just looking at, one of these, said something about in partnership with, which, you know,
Well,
I
I
think,
think too,
yeah,
Mhm.
in partnership with,
with parents and community, we will model, blah, blah, blah.
Well, and what if we had, now that, you know, we're gonna start doing more in person, what if we had a special board meeting where we invite, parent leaders from each
Yeah.
school, like one or two? We've never done that.
Oh, that would be good.
We've
That'd be
never
great.
done that. And where we have our,
That would be
labor
good.
partners included, one or two, and where we say collectively, this is what we wanted to share with you, do you have input? And
I like that.
I mean, how awesome, and we could say, this hasn't been changed since 2017, and you know,
Actually, I think it was even before that, because even when we were having these discussions with Gary, it's been this way. We haven't changed it.
no, it's.
And that was a board before I was there that had done it, and only because, and that took him, I think that was, as he was saying, oh my God, it took us, I don't know how many days just to
Well, what do
come
you
up with
think,
this,
Erica?
I really like the fact that if we means everyone, that it's not just us giving them this message that parents and, you know, staff
Staff.
and our labor partners have the opportunity to say, I do believe this, or no, I don't believe in it, like, don't include me.
Right.
You know, I doubt they'll say that, but they should have a voice.
So you're good about doing a special board meeting
I
and
think that would be great.
everybody else on the board agrees?
I love Carla's idea.
And then if we could have.
Do we have to vote on this? Do we have to do a motion or anything? Or can we-
No, it's a draft, right now,
It's a
you're
draft.
bringing it, you know, this is just kind of a.
But do I have to have a vote for a
For
special
future
board meeting?
agenda items.
Well, when you could put it down as a future agenda item, yeah. So,
Okay,
do you have on the bottom of your agenda today, future agenda?
I don't know.
So like next
Somebody can
steps,
just, bring it up.
that could be
So
our
you're
next
good?
step.
Okay.
So then let's just leave it as a draft.
Mhm. Well, should
What about
I?
your visions?
Well, we have to look at that next.
Yeah, okay, so envision, the first thing that Carla did was write words that we came up with to help us write the draft. And Carla, you want to take over?
Oh, sure. And we came up with to create, HSD, to create an environment that inspires and empowers students to their highest, to achieve their highest potential. HSD aspires to be, aspires to create an extraordinary learning community where they become critical thinkers and lifelong learners in a safe and respectful, diverse climate that values individual success and unique skills and abilities.
Nice,
Very good.
very nice.
So are you all comfortable with taking, well, obviously we'll clean them up, but, you know, taking both of these as, you know, I call them drafty drafts,
To the public and
larger-
our
larger
staff.
community.
Yes.
I think that I see overlap between the two.
I do.
And so
Yes.
like if we could distill.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, just
What
clean it up.
belongs in the mission and what belongs in the vision so
Yeah.
that
Aren't they kind of,
they're not saying the same thing,
I
basically.
agree. I was thinking the same, I'm like, can we differentiate?
Yeah, yeah. But do we do that here, or we do that in a special
Honestly, I
board
think you'd
meeting?
be better off doing it with your larger group.
I do
mean,
too.
they need to feel their footprint on that, this.
All right.
this is just like a guideline?
It's just a drafty draft, really, it's just the first blush at, look.
Have them get something to start with.
So, a straw dog, yeah, something to start. Good, well, you guys did good work, really good. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna send just, cause it's
Clean
all,
up?
yeah, I'm gonna clean it up and send it to you.
Okay. What I think is very positive is both vision and mission with both groups working separately
Yeah.
across the room. It's all focused on the uniqueness of, and the unique needs of every student and the success of every student.
Right.
And I think that's powerful.
Mhm.
Very positive. I think that the overlap means that we're, as we talk about all the time, a lot of times on the same page, that we have the same intrinsic values.
Yes.
So that's why this board works so well, because we only have one purpose, and that's the children.
It's, right.
So,
And it's another A word, it's alignment.
Right.
You're really well aligned.
yeah, coming from all these different backgrounds, and we're different generations,
Yes,
but we,
Oh, yeah, I missed that part.
And
Sorry,
different.
guys.
You can tell your story when we come back after break.
That's fine.
And different job, like, professional.
yeah.
We're all, you know,
Yes.
it's such a good combo.
It is, it's a really, really good mix. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to tackle superintendent goals next.
Okay.
But I do want to find out, I can explain it to you, and then, before you actually do the work, you can take a bio break and then come back to get busy, because it's, again, it's some more chart work I'm going to have you do. But let's at least get through the explanation first, okay? So, our next activity, and it has to do with alignment. And the first thing that I just want to talk to you about, forgive me for standing, but I'm just tired of sitting.
Take care of yourself.
Okay, so I really am a true believer in this. If you don't know where the target is, you probably won't hit it.
Mhm.
I think it's really important for you as board members to know what is it that your superintendent is expected to be focused on.
Yes.
And as you can see with just all of these charts around the room, there are many things that she has to keep her, focused on. But we need to kind of distill them into what are the most important things for this year for her to accomplish. Not that she's not going to be focused on all of these, but what is it you really want her to do, get done? And so the first thing I want to talk about is alignment. And I like this graphic of all of these boats, each going in our own direction, because I have worked in districts where this was actually the analogy that came out of one of the principals at a leadership team meeting. Why, we asked the question, why is it we're not able to, get the things, accomplish what we want to accomplish? And the principal hit the nail right on the head. She said, well, it's like we're all in our own canoes and we're all paddling in different directions. So it's always become apparent that the importance for us to align what we're doing in all different areas of the school district. So what's going to be important for you folks as board members, and certainly for Erica leading the district, is aligning the work of the LCAP, because you have 4 LCAP goals. And I kind of distilled them, and they're on the first, the LCAP charts here. The first one has to do with improving academic achievement for all students, okay? The second one has to do with providing a safe, engaging, and inclusive classrooms and schools as a whole that meet the social and emotional needs of all students. And you all know how important that is post-COVID. The next one has to do with equity for all students in both academic programs and also social engagement. And then the last one has to do with high levels of stakeholder engagement. So she has to focus her work on those 4 goals. But there are all these other goals too that all the research shows us have to be managed, if you will, overseen by the superintendent. The fiscal health and resource management. Now again, that falls into a number of these buckets, right? Because it takes money to hire staff, it takes money to have intervention programs, right? I mean, so it isn't that they're separate, but I just want to keep these in your mind's eye. Okay, human resource management, employee relations, right? Again, that could fall under fiscal just as easily as it has its own bucket. But communication and school and community relations, that's the job of the superintendent, right? Is to ensure that stakeholder engagement, so it's one of your LCAP goals. Facilities management, you're not undergoing a big, construction program this year or anything, but you do still have to maintain your facilities, think to the future, what are the things that we need to do, for a facilities master plan. Capacity building, if you're in a situation where you're hiring a lot of new staff, do you have to really, think about what resources are going to be needed in order to build their capacity? What about your leadership team? Do you need to really, do something in terms of building leadership capacity? Succession planning. I know you don't even want to hear that word, but
I love that word.
well, maybe not this year you're not loving that word, but
I know.
but there is something about building capacity in order to always have kind of in the back of your mind succession planning. And I think it's especially important in a district like yours where you have a lot of homegrown folks.
Yes.
Well, you've got to be looking way down the pipeline and, although I don't know a whole lot about sports, but I mean, you've got to have a bench, right? You've got to have people.
Second string.
Exactly, who could, step up to the plate if something unexpected happens, right? So what resources do you want to put towards that, which again goes back up to fiscal, but you know what I'm saying, it's all interconnected. But among these are, some separate things. And then another one is actually, the board and superintendent relations, governance effectiveness. I'm sure many of you know, you see on the news or have experience, there are a lot of school districts that are not doing as well as they could because they have, I hate to say it, a dysfunctional board. So, that's an important aspect also of leadership. Okay, so one of the things I want to talk to you about real briefly though is what does it look like? How do you measure success? And this is like getting down and dirty, So what are the success indicators and how do you know if you're being successful? So you can say you want Erica to improve community relations. Well, that's way up here. That's 35,000 feet.
Right.
But what is it specifically that you want her to do? And maybe that would be something like you want her to have 4 town hall meetings. Okay, when? She's going to have 4 town hall meetings in the next year. Okay, it's specific, it's measurable, it's achievable, it's realistic, and you know what the time bounds is, right? Okay, now, you have to be careful though, because you don't want to get down to the ground level from 35,000 feet. So you want to have something that is specific enough, but not in the weeds, and I'll explain that in a second. So this is very simplistic. Basically, you folks as a school board define the what is to be done. It's like 2 halves of a walnut, right? What is it that needs to be done? Now, she's going to define the how it's going to be done, all right?
That's important.
That is important.
I love it.
It's 2 different things. So, and you're going to see this again when we get to protocols, because this is a biggie. So let's take a look, if we wanted to look at some examples of the what, which is your job, what? Okay, so let's say, well, we're not going to say it is, one of your first LCAP goals is about student academic performance. Okay, that's 35,000 foot. What does that look like? Well, you may want her specifically to look at increasing your EL redesignation rate. I think I saw that in your LCAP.
Which we do.
Yeah, I think I saw that in your LCAP. Right. That's the what. And that is where, and I don't mean to say it this way, but that's really where your job ends.
Good to know.
It's her job to talk with her staff and talk about what is it that you and I are going to do at the district level, at the site level, at the classroom level to increase that.
Yeah, how
So
they're
this-
gonna do it.
Yes,
So in creating the what, we should be mindful for, first of all, the most important ones, right? The ones that we place the highest priorities on, because again, if it's supposed to be achievable,
we have to decide what can actually get done in this fiscal year,
Correct. Good point.
right?
Very good point.
And be prepared to cull that list in that order if it's too big.
Exactly
The
right.
rest can be future.
Right, and since this is our first blush at this, right, we are going to be, you know, kind of getting a broad look. But then we're gonna take it down, and then take it down, and then take it down. Some of the things are going to be what we call long-term goals, all right? So let's just say under goal 1. Let's say that you as a board want all students to be at grade level by the end of 5th grade.
Fifth grade.
Well, you know, it's probably not gonna happen by June.
Well, thanks a lot.
So Erica is a miracle worker, but, you know, so you
Better
see
go
what
find
I'm
another
saying?
job.
Yeah, it's got to be,
Yeah.
you know, but there's nothing to say that you don't want to have long-term goals.
Sure.
You know, but I think you just have to be mindful of what.
Sure.
Okay. The same with like goal number 2. Okay, goal number 2 really has to do on a broad scale with climate and culture, right? Safe, engaging, all of that. So maybe you feel strongly that you want to see some programs to meet the social emotional needs of the students. You aren't going to tell her which programs. She is going to work again with staff and determine, well, what does that look like for primary? What does that look like for intermediate? What does it look like for our middle school? You know what I'm saying? So it's not the in the weeds thing. In goal 3, yeah.
Okay, in goal 2, we can't say suspension rates or,
Yes, you can. So you could do something, for example, decrease the number of suspensions.
right, because that's something that can be quantifiable.
Yes.
Because
And you could
it's,
say, you know, at the middle school, or,
Mhm.
you know, wherever you feel that the focus should be.
Because
Right.
that's with the school to prison pipeline.
Yes,
I think that is in there too.
The metric
it
is
is,
in,
yeah.
in the LCAP.
is it in number 2?
I don't remember the exact.
Yeah, I don't
think
either.
I
it
don't
is-
think you have specifically mentioned in your LCAP the attendance concern. I don't know if the school to,
The suspension rate is in there.
yeah,
Suspension.
Right, so, but is it easier if we, as a board, try to find things that are quantifiable in regards to the goal setting? Because that's kind of nebulous. I mean, I,
No, because it's up to her.
That's not our,
Yeah, it's
she
her.
gets the how.
and I'll get to
yeah.
that in a
We just
minute.
say what we want at the big level, and
Right.
she has to go to
Okay.
the how and come back to us with the, this is how we think we can do it. At which point we can have that discussion, right?
Right.
okay,
So I'll give you
gotcha.
a good, and both of those comments are really good. And a good example of that would be, she's gonna come back, we're gonna talk about this in a minute, with success indicators. Here's what she thinks would show success. So she may decide that it's realistic to be able to decrease the suspension rate by 3%. You may want it to be 10%, you know, so you talk about it.
Right, right.
We'll figure that out. So that equitable programs and social engagement, and then stakeholder engagement. So you get the idea on the what. So then, as we go down to the how, then these are some examples of the how, right? So your goal number 1 had to do with redesignation rate. So she's going to decide, I'm not saying she would, but just as an example, she would say all EL students would be provided with an additional 40 minutes of ELD, right? And then she will show you, as a success indicator, a list of all the students who are ELs and their schedule that shows that they all received an extra 40 minutes, okay? For the one about social emotional, let's say that she has determined that one of the things that would help meet that goal would be for her staff to participate in 2 PD sessions pertaining to positive school culture, that capturing kids' hearts. One in the spring of 2022, one in the fall. So this is how she would be doing that.
So let's take that example, going to Jan's point. Let's say that goal number 2, and let's say that I have opinions about that. And I'm trying to stay up here, then at what point do we say, you know, that, what if we do this instead of that? Or is that up for discussion, the how? I'm trying to stay up here, but if one of us is like, well, is that the best way? At what point do we do that?
Piggybacking on Carla, so then is it a group decision? Or is it, like, do we take, I mean, I think we throw a lot of stuff at Erica. And so do we need to decide
She
as
says
a
yes.
group what we, do you understand?
I do understand, and here's the dilemma that you all face. It's real tempting to get down into the weeds. And it's real tempting to want to be the superintendent.
I don't want to be the superintendent, just
But-
for vacation.
But if you get down into the how, you're doing her job.
Okay.
You hired her to
Yes.
do the how.
Okay.
And she hired
Well,
her staff to do the how. Now, you can have an idea, so let me
Let's
finish
just
up
play
with
with that
this.
one,
Yeah. So she'll bring back what it is that she thinks is gonna help with the, social emotional. You could say, Erica, have you heard of this program?
Right.
And she can say, I did, and I found out that it wasn't effective in 6 other school districts.
Okay.
Okay, end of discussion.
Okay.
If you say, I heard of this program, and she can say, I'll look into it, I'm gonna talk to my teachers, I will send a team out to see at a school district that's using it.
Check
you
it
know.
out, done.
Yeah,
Our job is done.
yeah, and your job probably was done before then, but,
Hey, honesty, I love it.
well, it's tempting.
Yeah,
It's really,
yeah.
really tempting, and I have to tell you that, even as superintendent, trust me, I just wanted to get into those schools and tell those principals what they should be doing, right? But you have to have the same respect that they're doing their job. And classroom teacher, do you really want the principal telling you how to teach your kids? No.
Right.
So,
Got it.
yes.
And looking forward in the board packet here, we're gonna get there, roles and responsibilities of the board.
You
So,
sure are.
Yeah, we're kind of backing it, I mean, I almost wish we would have done the roles and responsibilities part of it first, and then got to this part, because we would, I think, maybe understand more about that what now.
But we've heard it
But it's
before.
really
Yeah.
simple. If you just look at
It's
those
just
two
all back
halves of that walnut, that's
Right,
the
yeah,
crux of
that
it.
is.
But,
Several
but I
times.
do have one question. What if the superintendent picks something that we feel does not represent goal 2?
Then, that's
That's
the
the give and
discussion.
take.
That's the give and take.
Okay.
And that will come out. So if she picks something and you say, we don't think that's gonna have any bearing on that, pick something else.
Well, because in the past, we have had, it's just like and I think that was the complaint from some teachers even, was that we can't even stick to something long enough to see if it even works. And we're
Right.
like, okay, now let's try this, and let's try
Yeah,
this,
oh
and
yeah, I
let's
had
try
that
this, and
complaint
this.
as a teacher.
And it's like, let's see what sticks. And it's like, we
No.
don't have that
Continuity.
luxury of funding to be able to do that type of just nonsense expense. And that, as a board, comes back to the fiscal responsibility of trying to find something that is meaningful,
Yep.
not overburdening to the folks at the ground level that are doing the daily work.
Yes, you're
And
right.
so, again, yes, I feel that it does come back to us because, again, the fiscal responsibility always lies with us. And the expense of things that aren't being fruitful, and we're just trying to figure out what,
Right.
in that sense, because I've seen it happen here.
Oh, trust me, I'm very familiar with random acts of improvement. And as a teacher, as a teacher, you
Oh, I've
just tune
been
it,
there too many
you
times.
tune it out. And I have to do, I want to also kind of highlight one other thing. Nobody, and I mean nobody, wants a top-down decision.
Sure.
Right? So Erica has to be able to work with her teachers, with her bargaining units, with everybody. They pilot different programs. She introduces the programs. The teachers give her input. The teachers talk about it. Classified is involved at the level that they're involved in it. So when she brings to you a program, that program's been vetted from the bottom up, and the staff is willing to try it. for you then, at your level, to say, no, let's do that one. Then she's gotta go all the way back to the drawing board, invalidate the work that's already been done
We've
with
had boards that have
staff.
done that in the past.
And you know, the resentment
Yes.
after teachers and staff have put in time and energy looking at programs and
We've had
vetting
boards do
them.
that.
Yeah, you gotta be cautious.
Yeah.
'Cause, yeah, it's a delicate balance.
Yep.
Okay, now, you're gonna get to, as soon as I get done explaining this, you get to go on a bio break if you need it. But you're gonna see in front of you, you have two different sets of Post-it notes. Okay, the big yellow Post-it notes. You have 4 of those. And the reason that you have 4 of those is because over here are your 4 LCAP goals, right? So you get to write one specific thing for each of the 4 LCAP goals that you want the superintendent to focus on, or to do, or to accomplish. Okay? Now, if you don't want to spend one yellow Post-it for each one, if you have 2 burning things you want her to focus on under one of them, you can use 2 Post-it notes. Does that make sense? So you could spend 2 on any one if you want, or you could spend 1 on each one, but you can't spend more than 2. Now, what you're to do with that is exactly what Carla was kind of referring to. So, if under safety, climate, social, emotional, right, she wants a superintendent to do something or to focus on something under that, then you write that down, what it would be. What would you want as a goal for her to accomplish under this role? Now, as we said, a lot of these other things can fall into these other buckets, if you will. So these are our 4 major buckets, but I've given you 3 blue Post-it notes. Now, the 3 blue Post-it notes are for you to spend in any one of these other areas that the superintendent is responsible for. Anything that you especially want her to focus on. So for example, let's use our capacity building. Maybe you would like to see a leadership program instituted in the district to be training future assistant principals and principals. So that's what you would write, leadership program for future administrators. Let's blue. That would be blue, yeah. So any of these that are not an LCAP goal, you get to do 3 Post-its. Now, the same thing. You could spend all 3 on capacity building, if that's what that's just the burning issue. Or you could do them on 3 different charts.
I'm still confused on yellow and blue.
Okay, the big yellow ones are your LCAPs. So you have
LCAP.
4 LCAPs.
Got it, thank you.
So those are the ones that that's the district is focused on these 4. But under them, are there specific things that you might want? So, for example, you're talking about equity and social engagement. Well, if you want to, in order to be equitable, you have to have all the kids in school, right? So this could be the one where you want to have decreased suspension rate. So, and it's not a hard science, it doesn't really matter. But we're just trying to sort of get it organized in a way that makes sense. So what you need to focus on is, what are the big ticket things that I really want the superintendent to be doing? And this is just sort of an organizational tool so you can see how it would align with what she needs to do. Okay? So, plenty of time, take your break. We'll take at least, let me see how long we're gonna take. Oh, we have plenty of time. You have at least a half an hour to work on this. Okay?
I don't know that I understand enough yet about what falls under each of these buckets to create the one
Okay,
for the bucket. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, well,
Because I
again,
don't work in education and I've only been on the board not even a year, so I think I'm the only one that hasn't been involved. Have you been involved in the education part of it?
Have not.
So, okay, but you've been on the board for a while. So you understand, I just am not.
I think,
But I'm not as, like, my field is social work, so sometimes, I rely on our partners here to. Yeah, but so if you had to address like LCAP 3,
LCAP
would you
3,
know about what you would put there?
That would be my focus is gonna be 2 and 4.
Okay, so I think you come from your area of.
yeah, and
Okay.
what would be important to you, so for example,
I know,
for 3,
But I don't know
what
what
you
falls
hear.
under that.
So the word equity, and I'll just use this, so equity would be, making sure everybody has, equal opportunities. Well, if you're suspending 90% of your, kids of color,
Yes.
they're probably not having equitable access.
Or even like a big thing that we know is right now that community concern is communication. Right, right. We could go under stakeholder engagement. Right. So stuff like that.
And or here, so
Or there,
one of
right.
the other things is, I think these also encompass actually everything in your LCAP goal. So if the LCAP goal is a little fuzzy, anything
Just go
underneath.
here. Yeah, we only have 3. We only have, is it 3 blue?
Yes.
Yeah.
But if you think of something that's yellow, just shove it on one of them, and then we can always move it. That's why they invent
Okay.
the post-it notes.
Okay, cool. All right.
And then I could resend the LCAP infographic I had sent, maybe the
Oh,
visualization
yeah.
might be a little bit easier.
Good. That would be awesome.
Okay.
Or I could just look for it in my email. That would be.
But it's not a hard science.
No.
I mean, I don't think it matters.
Well, but your examples were pretty much what we would write, like on the yellow
Exactly.
stickies.
Yes.
You
On the
know,
what?
Yes. So that's what she gave us, like a little
No, and
example.
I get that, but that's one for each one. And
Right.
it's the same one for each one. And if I, not understanding what falls in a bucket, I don't even know what to think about, like for improved academic performance.
Remember, we're at the
Attendance,
30,000
right?
level.
Does attendance, so for example, does attendance fall under improved academic performance?
I would
Because the
put
more
it
you're
there.
in school,
Because you've got
The
to
more
be in
you
school to
succeed.
learn, right?
Right.
If you're not in school, you're not learning.
right, but that's where my head's going.
Even increase ADA.
Yeah.
How,
Average daily
us
attendance.
is the what? Increase ADA. They have to figure out how.
I just resent it, so it
Thank
it might
you.
help.
I appreciate that.
And don't overthink the buckets. Again, I think just, what would you like to see the work focused on? And we'll put it in the appropriate bucket. Nobody said being a board member was easy.
I know.
True that. Oh, thank you so much. This is so helpful, the infographic. Thank you.
Oh,
I put it right here.
I'll put it on my
Let me
notes.
see her infographic. Oh, yeah.
It talks about the
Yes.
actual goals and what falls underneath them. Yeah. So that helps me exactly what I need.
Oh, nice.
Thank you.
But remember, she can't focus on 100 goals. So
No,
we're
of
really
course,
looking
But if
at,
I know what's in
all
the
of those.
bucket,
No,
then
you're
it helps
right.
me
Yeah.
think.
Yeah. And what you might want to do too is some people already have theirs up. So if you don't want to
Recreate the
double
wheel.
dip, yeah.
If I don't write something
Well, don't worry about it. I
that's
think-
already exists, you know?
So like, I don't know if this is too in the weeds. It's super specific.
But is it what?
hire a person to answer the phone here.
Yeah,
We don't have anyone.
I feel like, but that is, no, I totally agree. Brown for staff is important. It could be improved customer service at the district office.
Oh, that's more, yeah, okay. Should I
Well,
rewrite?
no, we know what it is. But that would be the difference between the what and the how. You would ask that this be approved,
Right,
and she would decide
how to do it. Then let me change it, 'cause
Yeah,
I want
change
us,
it.
I want
Yeah,
us
yeah.
to be,
Yeah.
can I borrow a
Yeah,
blue
there's,
from you?
yeah,
Thank you. So improve communication at the DO level,
yeah, customer service.
customer service.
Because, you know, people walk in and there's a bell.
Right. Customer service. Okay, yeah. All right. I think that's, we'll find out. That's where my daughter's at. Staying with a friend. She's
Where?
15.
Where?
She's with a friend at Seascape.
Seascape? Oh, Seascape, and
I've never been there. I
Oh,
don't
it's
even know.
beautiful.
Look at
Is that a little?
Are she staying
Yeah.
at Seascape or
Yeah,
she's got an
her,
apartment or
her
whatever?
friend, she turned 15, so her mom organized just a little group of friends
Got a
to
room.
stay there.
They have the little houses, right?
She's not
They
a
have
villa.
like a,
Yeah.
yeah, they have.
I'm
villas.
like, do you know, like, how lucky you are?
Look at this, they're
Oh,
complete.
that's gorgeous.
We used to have our directors and VPs, at one of my companies, our directors and VPs would have offsites
Oh
once
my
a year. And I had to coordinate it. So we stayed at Seascape and because you're the coordinator, big flowers and stuff in the room that you stay in and they give you fruit baskets and stuff like that. It's ridiculous. And the amount of money they spent, I mean, that's the thing. I have issues with corporations and, because like we got work done, no doubt.
Right.
But did it have to come at that expense? You know what I'm saying? So.
Oh my God, can you imagine?
Why are we not at Seascape?
Right? Oh, sí, cierto, oh, thank you. When we're working, are we supposed to be on camera? I don't get it.
Yes,
Thank you, Erica.
this is an open meeting.
Okay. Or you were, was it when we were working? I think it was off. Yeah.
No.
It was.
We're hearing little thumps every now and then, and it's because there's little birds getting the acorns down, so they hit the side of the building.
I was like,
Oh, is that what
somebody
we're
getting
hearing?
It is, yeah.
Oh, I wonder if that one's similar to mine. I put the phone. Did I put in the wrong one?
No, we'll figure it out.
It'll,
Jackie will help.
okay.
Yeah, I wasn't sure on some of mine either.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
We have over 600 employees.
Probably like 6:30.
Wow.
It's a really nice graphic.
Thank you.
Yes,
Very
very
easy.
nice.
Very nice, easy on the eye,
Right.
read it, digest it.
I'm in the process of translating, so
Oh.
I get that post and send that to her. I'm
Right.
excited about that.
You know what? Can you have the tech guy put that up on the
Sure,
screen,
I
please?
can have Brandon.
I should have thought of that earlier, that would be nice.
I'll send it.
Brandon, our tech expert.
Tech guru?
Well, he's the director of the department.
Our tech director.
Okay, so
Great.
Has everybody had a chance to put their Post-its up?
Yes.
I'm
Okay,
thinking
no
of
hurry,
one,
no hurry,
I just
yeah.
can't think of the last.
We're still waiting, Lisa's gonna come back. Eric is gonna get that up.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
What is sunshine? Is that a term?
No, so sunshine is just the term that is used to, because whenever a union opens up publicly, because we are a public entity and these are public funds, you have to always tell the community, the public, what you're going to be wanting to talk about in negotiations, whether it is your salary, your benefits, a specific article in your contract that could be related to funding, you know, to monies or not necessarily. It could be a valuatory process. It's always been a term that's always been used.
Has it always happened?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, it's required under the EERA, which is the, 1975 was,
Employee relations.
yeah, Public Act, or, I can't, anyway, it's Educational Employees Relations Act, EERA. And it was like, I think 1975 that it was passed, and it allowed educational groups to unionize. And these are part of the parameters, and sunshining is a term that's used that both the district and the union groups have to do, and it has to be sunshined in public, has to be sunshined in the board packet. So both the.
Before negotiations can even start.
Yes, so both the district has to sunshine as well as the labor unit.
Interesting.
I so like this. I just, oh, goodness.
It's beautiful.
I did the picture, for me, the picture, colors, and the like, nice.
It's beautiful.
Is Monday a good day for you to do that, or?
Monday for the legal?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we've been in that system, I'm okay with keeping, yeah, thank you for asking.
Did you do the graphics?
Yes.
They're lovely.
You got your own tech skills.
When I get stuck, I know who to call.
Very impressed, you did a great job.
Yeah.
I have to tell you that one of the harder things to get used to in retiring is not having the tech person, my administrative assistant, all of those people that, you know, I could call on when I needed any type of assistance. I call on my husband, but you know, what can I say? Just not the same.
How long ago did you retire?
6 years.
Oh,
And I was there for 9 years.
oh,
So,
wow.
you know.
In the same,
Yes,
wow,
yes.
that's like a long,
It is,
right?
it's a good run. It's a
Wow,
good
that's
run.
good.
Good for you.
Well, but I have to say this, and I say this so Eric can hear. Honestly, if you had to ask me what is the one most important thing about, you know, school district success, I really think it's the longevity of the board and the superintendent. If you have a board that stays pretty much
That
intact,
makes sense.
and the superintendent is there for the long haul, you can make some serious improvements.
Right,
If you have this revolving
The
door.
door, that's right.
and you can't, right?
You can't,
Of course, because
yeah.
a person comes in, you
Well,
do
and even
this.
one board member changes
It
the
makes a
dynamic.
difference.
We
Yeah,
know
We
yeah.
talked about
Yeah.
this in the past.
Really does.
That's
Yes,
true.
very true.
We know.
Yeah, I know you know.
Yeah.
So,
Well, we know we've got a superintendent who's in for the long haul.
and that's
Yeah.
really one of the most important things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even with, you know, kind of the traditional board turnover that you're going to have, as long as you've got that continuity at the district office. And also, truthfully, continuity in your staff. you know,
Mhm.
district staff.
Which for the most part, right, like, we have very dedicated staff, who are as equally as passionate as I am, and I think that's what helps.
Yes.
You know, in the sense of, the group is so cohesive, and everybody is student-driven. I can't ask for more than that.
I gotta tell you, when this pandemic hit, it was amazing what this group did for the children. Just in no time at all. I mean, it was incredible what everybody did. Our teachers, our principals, it was phenomenal what everybody did for our kids. Absolutely phenomenal.
Well, and also unusual, because I'm sure, you know, you saw on the news, there were a lot of unhappy union issues that came up and
It
all
just
of
did
that.
not, our teachers, our classified staff, they went beyond
Wow.
what was required.
Making home visits, dropping off
Yeah.
Chromebooks and hotspots. and-
Amazing.
Desks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes, for those kids that didn't even have a place to stay at home to stay.
Well, even as you said, food service.
Yeah, food service was,
Nonstop.
the Monday, we closed on a Friday, and that Monday, kids had food.
Wow.
And they had breakfast and lunch.
Breakfast and lunch, and then we also later on were able to include family meal boxes on Mondays.
Wow.
And hot dinner, if they
Oh
were
my
interested.
goodness.
That's right.
I mean, it was just incredible, what this school district did, and and frankly, the Chromebooks, some of them were old, we had to keep replacing
Yeah.
them and that kind of stuff, but we did. And we got hotspots out.
Hotspots.
Nobody had to sit
Yeah.
in a fast food joint. That
Right.
didn't happen. We got hotspots out to them.
And distribution of the curriculum. was
Mhm.
Very
Well,
well.
that's right, all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huge efforts, huge efforts.
But in small communities like this,
Making all the copies,
Not all.
just like nonstop.
Not all small communities.
that's true. But ours went above and
Ours did.
beyond. And it was hard on the kids.
But another thing that I think really adds to a lot of the kinds of successes that you folks have is that huge number of your employees are local.
Mhm.
It's not like you're in San Jose and nobody
Right.
lives
Right.
there.
Yes,
Right.
yeah, we're lucky in that way.
You are very lucky.
That's
Yeah.
part of that retention, right?
It's 100% part of that retention.
Yeah.
And we have a lot of teacher parents,
Yes, yes.
so they're not just here, working.
No, it's their own children that they're sending.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's important.
So, yeah, we, very blessed. Very
Oh,
blessed.
absolutely.
And, I know as a board member, and someone who has a special needs grandson, when we were doing, the, learning, the.
At home.
At home.
It's
It was hard, but we made it through.
Yeah, imagine being a working parent, being like, good luck.
But it makes sense to us.
I hope you
I mean,
get on.
honestly,
Good thinking. No one's gonna help you,
have the vested,
You're
Personal-
invested in this community,
you know,
sure.
you have a
absolutely.
parent, you have a grandparent, that we're living this
Right.
from that side and that perspective, and that was so empowering
Right.
too for this board to hear those challenges, okay, so then we need to know the areas we need to navigate through these unnavigated waters.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Well, that's why your perspectives are so critical to you as board members,
Yeah.
because you are being able to see it in the district where I was superintendent. While a benefit was that the board members had been on the board for many years, I had board members that were on the board 25 years.
Wow.
23 years, 18
Are you
years.
kidding?
No, I'm not kidding. No, I'm not kidding. They were there for the entire 13 years of of the previous superintendent
Oh,
and my
wow.
9 years. Yeah, they were there a long time. Having said that, though, what I found over the time that I was there is that, you know, their children were all grown, well-grown, didn't live in the community, and I could tell they weren't connected.
They were
They
detached.
didn't see, they didn't hear, they didn't know what was going on. And the unfortunate thing was that as, you know, society changed, they didn't. They were back in the 50s and couldn't understand how, you know, some of the things that our teachers were facing in the classroom were happening. That, you know, they're thinking, well, what's the matter with these teachers? They can't handle it. Well, you know what? It's not the 50s anymore.
Wow.
So, yeah, it was interesting to perceive that from my point of view, that there's a point at which longevity is very beneficial, but if you're on the board a long time, unless you still have some connections.
Right.
Yeah, you
That's what I
sometimes
heard
miss
too.
that, yeah.
I think that's, you know, I think it's very key that we are able to bring that personal perspective and be like, oh, well, you say this, but this, I know this is not happening, how,
Right.
why?
Well, the
Right.
decisions we make at this level, how does it
How does
impact
it,
at the ground level,
Mhm.
the day in and day out engagement that parents are having,
Right.
you know, as they're bringing their child to school.
Well, the other thing too, though, is luckily you all have neighbors and you're involved
Yes.
in
Yes.
different community groups and things, so your ear is to the ground as well.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's important. Okay, well, I think everybody's back, so let me tell you kind of the next steps on this. And if you want to stand up so that you're able to see better, that might be helpful.
Actually, would not be a bad idea.
So what we're going to try to do is focus on what is it that you want the superintendent to be focusing specifically on in terms of the what. And we're also going to be taking a look to see, are some of these things the how? And if they're in the how, that's okay, as long as, you know, she's in agreement that this is something that, you know, she can do and that it is doable. If not, she'll come back to you and say, I don't think this year, this is maybe something that we're gonna work on in the future. Okay, so let's take a look at this. And this is gonna be the what, and this is gonna be the how. So this first one, new teacher development, that's a what? Okay, so is that doable?
Yes.
Okay, new teacher development. ADA improvement.
Yes.
Absolutely. And then, again, she'll figure out and bring to you, and here are those indicators to show you what I've done. Same one, increase ADA, so we'll put that right there. So this is obviously something that is important to everyone. And increase student retention in lower grades, and decrease retention in sixth.
Increase retention?
And decrease retention, is that suspension maybe?
No, retention, we're talking about holding kids back.
Oh, it's retention, I'm sorry, I didn't, yes.
Increase retention?
No.
No.
Decrease retention, I'm sorry, I always think of it as primary, and so I was thinking, you know.
Yeah.
Right, okay, so increase student retention, let me see, increase student retention in lower grades. And decrease retention in sixth, seventh, eighth.
So if you're gonna hold them back lower grade, and so that by the time they're in the upper grade, they're moving on.
But is this a what though, or a how?
How?
It is the how for what? Improving student
Or success?
ensuring students meet grade level standards
Right.
Performance, academic
at the
performance.
primary grades?
Yes.
Okay, so we're putting this here, but you'll remember that it's really about getting students to grade level in the primary grades, right?
Right.
Correct. So it's academic performance.
Right.
Could we consider perhaps rewarding to maybe increase interventions in the primary grades instead of the increased retention?
That's a positive
Make it more
idea.
positive. I like that.
Yeah, and we're actually not going to have in your goals the retention thing. I think we're gonna focus on the what, which would be the increased academic performance in primary students.
Okay. Mhm.
And then you'll figure
Whatever
out
that
what is
is.
the how. Okay, how are we gonna do that? Okay, great. Okay, safety, climate, culture. Continue to offer support groups for students or increase space for students to check in.
That was me. I probably did a how.
This is a how,
Yeah.
right? So what is it the how about?
I think it's more, it's more really just continue to provide the mental health needs of students.
Okay, let's do that.
Continue, yeah. And then you all will figure out how you do it.
Okay, yes, and then Erica, you'll come up with the how on that. Create an environment where social emotional needs are met for all children. That's a lot. This is interesting. Do parent teachers want SROs on campus? Would that be increased campus security?
I think it's.
But the question is,
I think
that's
it's
how I
school
would
culture.
interpret it.
I think it's school culture.
uh-huh,
Deciding what's the best school culture, right?
I was thinking more safety. Maybe that's a how, what do they want? We want to know what they want.
Do they feel their children are safe?
Do the teachers feel safe? But the parents feel that their kids are safe.
So assess safety needs.
that's, yeah,
For
parent,
campuses.
community.
But I think we also need to remember that we as a board decided to not have SROs because of the school to prison pipeline task force.
Right.
And that was a recommendation. So if we were to go back and tell the parents, or, then it's, I don't think that's telling the parents. I
How
just
do
want to know. I guess I wasn't included in the board when the parents stated what they wanted, or the teachers. I don't know what they want.
I see.
Because
So
I knew.
Assessment allows
Assessment.
for.
How about a
yeah.
survey? Do you do an end of the year survey?
There you go.
Well, let's do it, and it could tell you the how, but theoretically, it would be all encompassing. It's not just gonna be about this, but you would have a survey for parents that includes things like, what's the climate of the school, is it safe, your children's needs being met.
Yeah, that's what I want to know. But maybe you guys do know, and I don't know.
No, and I think it's a good clarification, because I think that's something else that we've been struggling with. Parents and maybe even some staff don't understand why some decisions were made. So I think that's a good, either way, take a temperature, but I think it's also an informational, like, regardless of, we had decided these commitments because we know statistically the arrests and suspensions and all this led to people of color going down this prison, jail path.
Right.
But let's find out, how do you feel and why and what
But
else we
also
can do.
statistically, having these people on campus did not stop
There you go.
drinking,
Okay,
did
right,
not
right.
stop them doing drugs, did not stop fights. I think we can put a litany of what it did not do.
But you're right, it's a good, if you're not, it's good that you brought it up, because then it's like, we need to do more homework on the why.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and you were just talking about the board reports that you're gonna have scheduled.
I think it's a good
Perfect
survey.
time when you do the board report on that, program to go back to the history. And, here's what we used to have, here's, how we're doing it now, et cetera. Okay, but I do think having a parent survey
Yeah,
at
that
the
is a
end of
good
every
idea.
year is a nice dipstick.
Yes.
Yes.
Agree.
I have to agree.
Yep.
Okay, this is more stimulating environment on campus, recolor, murals, et cetera. So is that a what or a how?
I didn't know how to make it a what, but, stimulating the more stimulating campus is, I think, a what, right? Increasing
engaging campus?
Yes, creating
Environment,
a more
visual.
engaging
And
campus.
I think that was the focus of even the high schools, creating an environment where kids feel like
I want to be
it's,
here.
I want to be here, exactly, you know, because in respect with that, in walking into another, it was special education classroom, where we had a portable, the walls, cabinets were torn out, and this was the environment kids were being put to learn, which I thought, at the time, I didn't think of connecting, why would a child feel? What would a child feel, putting myself in as that child, going into that classroom every day, and feeling this is the environment I'm expected to learn in.
Now, with Lisa's comment there, I have had a chance to go to Oral Hardin twice. They have these two huge bulletin boards. Right when you walk in, one is right there. And the 2 times that I went, it hadn't changed. It was amazing. It was positive. And then there was one just down the hall, kind of close to the library. Also, it was colorful and positive. I was so impressed. I was so impressed, and that is, you know,
Yeah.
a role model.
Contributing to the
Yes.
positive culture
And
at
kids
school.
walk by there all the time. The parents see that one, if they go into the office, it was so positive. I think that's a good
Or I went
point.
by a school recently that had a mural
Mural.
right there that you
Right.
can see as you're driving by. And I was like, yes,
Yes.
I love that
Yes.
mural. More of this.
Yes.
So the one on that would be, create engaging learning environments at every school. That would be very good.
It's
Okay,
more than learning environment, though. I think it's a visual, I don't know if that
Stimulus.
captured, it's the visual.
Social, emotional.
It's what you're saying, the positive messages, the
Yeah.
artwork.
Yeah.
Like
The
there's,
positive.
yeah, well,
Yeah.
and it doesn't have to be learning. It could just be a positive
Well,
and
part of the
engaging.
climate
Yeah.
culture.
yeah, that's what it was intended.
Yeah.
Yeah, positive and engaging.
Right, correct.
Okay, and then this, is increase yard duty and instructional aids at school sites. Is that a what or a how?
Wow.
It's a how. Okay, so we're gonna leave that there, because it's a how under this bucket of how are you gonna meet students' needs and safety. Okay,
Did we have that one at the top? Was that a how to already? That was a how.
this is a how.
Okay.
Yeah.
Support for youth.
Okay, I didn't know if we talked
Yeah.
about it, okay.
Okay, this next one is communicate clearly SEL components to community and parents. That's a what? Ensure that all our students feel engaged and part of the school community. That is a what? Open school up in the evening for cookies and coffee with district in sight and then. That So this is gonna be, how about just increase stakeholder engagement? And then this is gonna be the how. Yes, how. This is kind of similar, plan for community meetings. Okay, so this is another one under the how. Parent ambassadors.
That's also how.
Well, there comes a lot of house here.
And this is the increased stakeholder engagement, access. And this is increased assemblies.
Ow.
Ow.
That's a
Sorry.
Got a lot of house there.
But that's okay, these are good ideas.
Yeah.
So these are things that, Erica can take as, possibilities, but this is not the goal. You're not gonna check every one of these houses off.
Their ideas.
Their ideas,
Mhm.
right, but she'll determine what's doable and what's not, and then bring it to you, and you'll
Right.
give you the feedback. Okay, fiscal health, hire CBO eventually.
How?
Have transparent, clear information, communication about money. So now, that's a what? We're gonna increase fiscal information, transparency, yeah, that's a what? Now, having a CBO could be the way that you're gonna do that, right?
Right.
But, yeah. And this, I think, is the same thing, build a clear understanding of the district's fiscal position. And that's really, I think, just another subset of this,
Yeah.
which is honest, transparent communication. Okay, good. Okay. HR, employee relations, this is customer service phones. This has to do with, how do you increase customer service at the district office? What?
And it's not that they don't have customer service.
No.
And that was mine, and I thought, after I read that, I thought, am I being negative? It's not that, no, I love our human resources. There's just not enough, or,
We just
I
gotta.
put someone's,
Yeah.
I put a similar one as you, Kathy.
And this is, review of staff utilization, enough at each school and the district office. I mean, I think it's almost the same, but your basic what is increasing it.
yeah.
A little bit of the how might be the review, right? You're gonna have to take an audit, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And, how are you staffed relative to, what FICMAT or the other, school services says is the average, okay? Good. Okay, this is school community relations, and this is almost the same thing. This is
Right.
Improve, yeah, that's fine.
And I put it as under community
And that's-
relations.
And that's fine. This will be improved customer service at the district office. Okay? This next one, board communication space on internet at district level, also school sites. So what exactly does this refer to, board communication?
I'll talk about it.
Okay.
This is my idea. On our internet, we have areas where they're on the district office internet page where you can access the board, if you will. I'd like it if we were able to have like a repository where people could like put comments or whatever. An access point, I guess, to create access points for the board at both the district level, but also subsidiarily, maybe even connected, and that's a random question, at each school site. So when most parents just go to their particular school site, they don't go to the district.
We have that, I don't know, does every school, I know at HDLA they have the Facebook page. Does every school have the same?
If they've decided to.
Only if they've decided,
Yeah,
that's
that's
how.
our problem.
Okay,
So it's basically then, I guess, the what would be to increase access to the board for comment.
well, that's specific to the board.
Yeah, specific to the board for comment, because how do we know what our constituents have feelings on? Some send letters, but I'm just trying to increase that access, I guess, so that we can more properly represent our people, right?
But it's a depository, not
Right,
Not a platform,
Not a
they have
report, not a-
that,
yeah.
back and forth engagement.
correct. It's about a place that they can go that's not sending a letter, or if they don't even know
Oh, I
how to
see.
access their board member, but they haven't thought about, oh, I could go to the district page.
So it's not like you'll see all these comments,
No.
it's the board will have access to an email box or place.
Well, or they have a place they can put their thing that maybe goes, I don't know.
And private, so no one
Yes.
else.
Correct,
Exactly.
yes, yes,
Can I ask a question? Do you all have a district email?
yes, yes.
So can people
Yes.
email you?
Yes, and they do.
Yeah.
Yes, but do they have that at the school site level? They have it at the district level. They have it at this, if they come to our page for the district,
Right.
they could do it. But as a parent, I never went to the district page ever, I don't think. I did go to my school, I would go to the school site a lot,
But
right?
I think, they've always said at the school sites,
Chain of command.
you do the steps, you go through the steps.
Chain of command, right?
Chain of command.
Okay, so what does that mean though? I mean, like, I'm talking about the website.
Oh, what's on the website?
Yeah, to have an area on the website where they could access our email.
But isn't it on the website? Isn't your email on the
On the
website?
district.
It's on the district website, it's not on the school site websites, I don't think, I don't know.
It's not,
Yeah, that's all.
that's easy. We could definitely do
I mean, I just think it would, for those parents who don't know to go to the district website, they could have access, should they want it, there's no push.
Oh,
Right.
yeah.
So just have it available and
Or
provide
do you
more,
even just have a little box? Contact us.
little
Yeah, or
link.
even a little tab that says board.
that. I would
on
say
there.
like,
Yeah.
the board, like,
Yeah,
and all your guys' demographic, getting to know the board.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All things that you guys have.
they
Oh,
can,
that's
you
a
can
great
even do
idea.
that if
Yeah.
you want to, but then our little email at the bottom, right, if they want to send
That's a good
something.
idea.
they can do
That's
that.
a good idea.
And
So there's a link.
Yeah, like a little link, yeah, exactly.
That's a good idea.
That's what I was thinking.
Although that is a how. But it is increased access to the board to what?
Right.
Yeah.
Right,
And then how
exactly.
that's gonna happen.
Correct,
Right,
correct.
okay, good, good. Parent community coffees with superintendent, again, that's one of the hows,
We
and.
want Erica to have coffees and cookies.
He's on there.
Join Rotary, Lions, Kiwanis clubs.
Cow.
Okay, that's another cow, right. Okay. Under facilities, okay. This is more info on school site buildings. And
I don't know what I want there, but I feel like I don't have enough information. I don't know, I honestly don't know what I want there.
tell me a little bit about what kind of information, like the age of the building, how many classrooms?
I think for me, it's how many classrooms, how many students.
Okay.
That's me.
You know what is helpful, I think, when we came on, and maybe this would help you, is we asked for like a tour of the facilities, so you can visually see and then,
And that's the reason I'm going on that tour. Yeah, the
we
HBC.
should probably ask for all her to do that.
I've been on that one.
So is it for board members that you want more information?
Well, I don't know if they do, I did. I don't know if the rest of the board wants that.
I think we've been asking for, we're concerned about the census, our increase in students, these new big housing projects that are being built.
Which school has the ability to grow?
Right.
Well,
Like
they
that
all
for me.
do, except for,
Well, they don't, I don't think that they do.
HDLA does not.
no, and neither does,
Calaveras does not.
RSS. Oh, no,
Rancho.
Calaveras has quite a bit.
Oh, well, room.
Rancho
Yeah,
The
but
room to grow, there's a lot of places for portables.
Oh,
It'd be good for Kathy to know.
Right,
Right,
but what we
right.
need though is, we need to get started on this now, because these kids are gonna be there.
Right.
Maybe-
And
Well,
and I feel like we're
facilities master plan.
behind.
yeah.
And a map, if, a facilities map of sorts, like,
Oh, I
this,
like a map of each school, well, we could go on
Well,
West,
like,
no?
I was talking about like this much acreage, this much
Yes.
utilized acreage
Yes,
slash
yes.
open acreage.
where the planning for the proposed portables
Would
Thank
be.
you,
would
that's,
fall,
yes,
and how
yes.
many we have
And the
capacity.
cost,
Help
I mean,
our
we
facilities
need to get
department.
busy.
Yeah,
Yes, yes.
So I think the what is this one, build a 5-year facilities plan.
right.
So you're gonna look at your demographic projections, you're gonna look at the space you have available, you're gonna look and see, do you have existing portables that aren't being used and all of that, so
Yes.
Yeah,
That
I
would
just
be the
feel we're
what?
behind on
Yeah.
that.
that would
Right,
be the
so
what.
we have the demographer who will be looking at the census data. The preliminary report was last month. They will if we're towards the end of November, then
Well, have we
December's
got
short.
have we hired an architect yet?
There is an architect that has walked at least 2 of the campuses. But definitely something to work on.
It should be a number 1 priority, so that we are prepared for these kids come August.
Well,
Well-
you need to know our finances.
The finance?
Yeah, we
can't do anything until we know what your money is.
Well, we do have money in the building though, fund, and there should be money there.
Well, and then the bond measures, the state matching funds, so all of those are specific to building.
Right.
And
So
so
there should be
regardless
money
of
there,
what,
right.
because we can pull from general fund for building, but we can't pull building for general fund. So we understand that, restriction. But again, what it is that we're working through the building finances, separate and apart from the district finances, and what are the goals for, within the structure of those facilities, monies, and how we're gonna utilize them moving forward.
The funding is consistent with what was reported, a couple of months ago. We have not received any new state reimbursements or anything. That'll be something that the consultant will be helping to look at and create that plan with us.
Okay.
So I think that keeping this down as a goal for this year
Mhm.
is perfect, you want it there. And then we'll see down the road what the results are of all of the planning and then take it from there. But
Yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely a start one,
Yeah.
definitely a focus goal. And under capacity building, we've got provide professional development for all staff to increase capacity building for all seats. So that's definitely a
Superintendent goals?
yes.
Yeah, so I mean, we're not there, right?
No, but that was just, if we
This
needed,
is this one.
we
That's
needed
this.
to build and work on that piece. Our
This is us together.
collective
I see,
relationship and effectiveness.
I see.
Right.
It's just funny.
Yeah.
We're like, everybody
We're
else,
good.
but us?
Okay, so we will take this, I will take this and try to synthesize it, but just from what we're looking at, I'm just gonna do a quick count. We basically have a
Maybe it will happen till April or May.
Right.
I would like to be more laser focused.
Right,
right.
Because some of them may not be doable
Right,
I agree.
until next year or the year after.
right.
I
Well,
agree.
it sounded like we're all really,
Well, both the LCAP 1, whatever that star is over there, and there's another star of facilities. That seems to be the
to, like, priorities, correct? Well, and if you look at all the post-its, right, you just go by, like, glance, right?
Well, here's what we can do.
We're gonna do it.
I like this, I like this.
She's all right.
Just send the dots, yes.
Yeah, the
Whoever
dots,
gets
yes,
the
yes.
most dots.
They won, yes, got it.
Prioritization, oh.
So, we know that 10 is probably too many.
Absolutely.
I think 5 would be the max,
Mhm.
right? And so probably you'd want to have 4 to 5 just in case.
But see, if we had the 10 actually written down, you know, and then looked
Priority.
at from there, what did those 10 look like?
Good.
From there, shifting, what, you know,
Highlight.
she can say, okay, for me, I can do 5 for sure, without a doubt.
4.
Then at that point, as a board, prioritizing what 5 what cannot be done, that could be a carryover into next year.
Well, we could do it one of 2 ways. We could actually have Erica take the dots.
That's what I think.
I vote for that.
I vote for that.
She puts the dots, we prioritize the dots.
I like that.
Got it.
No,
That tells us what is important to
She
her.
puts the dots.
How about the
Yeah, she
green,
puts
the
the
green
dots,
dots
we
would be,
prioritize the
this is
After she
doable
puts her dots.
Yes.
as a goal. Now, remember, she's gonna do all of this.
Mhm.
She has to,
She has
that's
to.
her job.
Yeah.
But what are you gonna evaluate
Measure
her
her
on?
Got it. Correct.
What if she needs to be laser focused?
Laser
Got
focus.
it.
Mhm.
And then she'll come up with success indicators.
Yes.
There'll be metrics for those, so she would be held accountable.
Okay,
I like it.
sounds good.
Well, I think we're gonna eat lunch, and while we're eating lunch, we're gonna let Erica have her dots.
No lunch for you.
She could eat and eat
Okay,
out.
right. Like this, your sandwich and your. She's like, I'm used to it.
Multitasking. We get a lunch?
Are we on camera?
Yes.
Okay. So Erica, would you be kind enough to run us through what you felt would be the goals that you would like to focus on?
Okay, so for LCAP Goal 1, I truly believe in building capacity of all staff. So I would like to morph this a little bit. This actual what is program for new teachers or development program for teachers. I'd like a development program for all. That will help build the capacity of all staff. It'll look different for both, one for classified, one for certificated. And it'll help, I think, with the retention, but to build capacity for success. I truly believe in this. I did not put a dot here, and I want to explain why. Although this is absolutely important,
Which one is that?
this one is ADA improvement. Absolutely important. I'm concerned a little bit about sending a mixed message this particular year because of COVID. What I have heard is that there is a concern that we're going to promote ADA so much that perhaps students that have the sniffles and should be at home are feeling like they should be at school.
Yeah.
So we want to talk about that a little bit more. I'm open to that. I understand, but I didn't put a dot next to it.
Now,
LCAP Goal 2, create an environment where social emotional needs are met for all children. I think that part of these two, which is create a positive, engaging environment, and the surveys for parents also can fit into this one. But absolutely this school year, social emotional health for students and staff, but in this case, students is absolutely key. Students first. That's what my mind is all about. This one says ensure that all our students feel engaged and a part of the school community. With that, I think this one can actually feed into this one. So as we're working on the SEL this year for students, we can communicate that with our community and our parents and let them know what it is that we're doing to support their children. Again, I think that if we establish an absolute stabilization of our student population, our students will thrive next year, the year beyond. They'll thrive this year as well, but we need to stabilize the social emotional piece. Jen?
I also think it goes with the school to prison pipeline. So that whole piece kind of goes with it, that what we're doing with the social emotional help for our children is also dismantling that school to prison pipeline. So I think that also comes into play, that goal.
And I think that there's different aspects and different pieces of that will fit into this perfectly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
So then the next one, moving over, fiscal health. I think that it is very important this particular school year, but always, to have a transparent and clear information about our budget. I think that I think these two are clumped together, but to have a clear understanding, what is our fiscal state and what do we need to do to remain fiscally solvent or achieve fiscal solvency if we don't have it? And then over here, because it is absolutely student-focused and oriented, we do need to have classrooms for our students. As the enrollment goes up, as we start to stabilize the district's finances, we start to look at our increased enrollment, we need to know where we stand with our facilities needs, because it is a long-term. I may not have all the solutions this year. We might not be able to plop all of the portables this year or build things, but we need a plan. And I think that if we start on that plan this year, it'll help us achieve those progress check-ins, because it is a long-term goal. So those are 5 that I've been.
So board members, comments. Take a look around the charts. Are there areas that you feel should have been included and/or areas that you feel maybe should not have been included as a focus for Erica?
For me, in the partnership that we have with our stakeholders, and that means parents and guardians, I think is just as vital in the success of our children in the school environment, because we may be the experts at the educational piece, but our partners are the experts at their children. And so I really think it's important for us to revisit that incorporation of these folks being able to access their school, their child's environment. I think it's going to be key to ensuring that we transition our children back to some normalcy and help incorporate the parents back into that normal engagement of their child's educational life.
I wonder if she captured that, because I heard you say, Erica, on LCAP 3, students feel engaged and part of the school community, and then you talked about informing the community of what we were doing, if that's like the piece, a piece. I mean, it's not totally stakeholder engagement. And then I want to say in the what, that was already going to go to the house.
I'm wondering if Trustee Martinez is talking about the visitor policy, like opening up the campuses so that parents can come in, is that?
And just talking about, that incorporating what that looks like, because again, having that personal experience, I think as a parent or as a grandparent, and knowing what some of the challenges are for a child being incorporated, especially a child with special needs, that you're trying to, again, create an environment where the child's going to be successful, but that comes with that interaction with the parent, I think is really important. Because again, building that trust comes with that ability for a parent to know we're doing everything we can to ensure that that child's in our care is going to be well taken care of. And so my concern is that if in the areas where it's not happening, what is the option? Because we're not giving parents an option. It's just a no, and
I think
and
we're working that
feeling-
way though, aren't we? Are we working towards that? With the
Well,
new
that's what
policy?
I want to
Oh.
see that, because I know at the high school we've fully opened, and we have parents coming into campus without any, as long as they're wearing their masks. We're not asking for
Any
proof
parent can
of,
go?
yes, yeah. We're not asking for proof of immunization, because I have parents walking into my office.
Really?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
What is the health department saying about that?
Because
So
I haven't been allowed to go in here.
Our local health department, I think, is leaving it up to the school districts. So we as a district have maintained our campuses closed to all non-essential visitors, which also,
Grandparents.
Yeah, and I think for me, looking at that perspective again, I want the experience for the child and the parent to be a good one. And,
Liz, is that more of a, like, something that, because we have talked about it, is that something that, like, we could do regardless of?
Yeah, that would be a board policy.
well, because we
Right.
didn't, I mean, they showed us that a policy is what they wanted, because I know from a union's perspective, the union said, we're not touching that, because it isn't within our purview to impose any restrictions as far as safety. As long as we're following, people are masking, and at least with a school employee or, state employee, they're either A, vaccinated, or they're being tested every week. So as far as them having access, on a campus, you're talking about probably most safest employees that could access, right, our campus. And working backwards and ensuring that we could allow parents to do the same is, for them, making sure that they're either willing to show us either that they're vaccinated or willing to test and bringing that forward and being masked so that they can come and see their child or talk, whatever is going on with whatever anxieties that they have as a parent, in making sure that their involvement as a parent isn't restricted. Because I don't think that that is our purpose, especially now that things are normalizing. I want us to work towards creating some of that normalcy back into, but providing some guidance into allowing that to happen.
I do have to say, though, that I would imagine is a board decision.
Right.
So it's not really going to be a goal for the superintendent. What you're talking about, I think, if I'm hearing it correctly, is the board has to decide, because the public health department has determined that it's up to the local school boards. So I think that discussion needs to be at the board level. So whether you're going to open schools or not.
Yeah.
As opposed to being a goal.
No, it wasn't intended as a goal, but I just wanted that, incorporating that back into the stakeholder, because it's really a big part of the success of our kids, and we've talked about this because it had been coming up as parents and their engagement and then being limited to now as a grandparent, seeing how that may affect our decision-making and how it impacts a person, actually in real time. Now I have that empathy as to understanding why some of our parents were very hurt by us keeping them away. Because it wasn't intended that way.
Right, well, the idea of the survey that was on one of these, just because it isn't one of the high focus goals, doesn't mean that Erica isn't going to do the survey. You may get some very, very useful information if you do something with the survey that actually asks parents and, stakeholders how they feel about the closed campus. Do they feel that it keeps their children safer because it's limiting access to people? Because remember, all children are not vaccinated.
Right.
So it isn't just about the
And all
employees.
parents.
And
So
all
does
parents.
it, so then does it, instead of being just a safety survey, does it become a climate survey?
Well, I think actually it kind of was in the climate area.
Yeah, but I mean, but like,
Overall,
when we
yes.
first started talking about
You're
it,
right,
it was only in
narrow.
one area.
Yeah.
But now I see that being a broader, let's check in, period.
That's a good idea. I think it's a good time to check in.
Yes. And then, I think it is something for us to talk about and consider COVID numbers and the holidays and what the nurses say, there's a lot, although I hear you, right? But then I think about the other feedback we've received from our staff on campus about COVID and people not following protocols just about COVID. And so, something for us to discuss more, definitely.
But it is a decision that rests up at the board level, And I think Carla did a good job of talking to the fact that there's a lot of different data points that, probably need to be considered, so.
If you were to drop one, Erica, to make it 4, which one would you drop?
But isn't the facilities more long-term?
It probably will be.
And so I don't think that really.
But we have to start it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, right, but I think
Short term,
the
gotta
planning,
start it. Long term.
The planning is getting it started.
Yeah.
Let's go up.
Right. I think the facilities plan itself will probably not happen in a month or 2 or 3 because we will have help from this consultant. So I think by the end of the school year or the spring, we should have somewhat of a plan. But I think having implementation of the plan is, year 2 or year 3, depending on our funding.
Right, and the success indicator could be to hire a consultant to look at the facilities, availability at the various sites and report to the board by June.
Yeah,
Well, the key word is build. It
Well-
doesn't say accomplish, it says
My
build.
point was, I didn't want her to drop anything.
Well, I just don't, I think we're having a philosophical disagreement here. I don't think we have the time. If you drive around and look at the homes that are being built, they're not gonna give us the time that, I don't think we have the time, is what I'm looking at, because the buildings are coming.
Maybe start the facility plan? Is it more
I
realistic?
just, like I said earlier, I feel like we're behind the eight ball.
But I think Erica can say, Erin, let's start.
Well,
Then you
yeah.
have some reports.
Well, I agree that it doesn't have to be one of her 4 goals,
Mhm.
but it can't be left to the side. It's gonna have to be, I don't think we need to put that as one that you're evaluated on, but it is definitely something that has to have a priority.
I agree.
Mhm.
I think,
I think you put 5 dots up there for, I'm reading that you think you can do some stuff, measurable stuff on all 5 of these.
I agree.
Yes, I do think that because I understand the importance of facilities, we need to have classrooms where the students next year will be present. It is for their safety, for their educational well-being.
Yeah.
So I don't think that the entire facilities master plan will be accomplished from A
Right.
through Z, but I think we will get a definite start on it, in regards to one, what does our enrollment look like? Where have we reached our capacity? How much funding do we have, in January? Has it changed at all? Is it different? What will it take to bring in a portable? Because
What's
that's
that
a process.
timeframe look like,
That-
yeah, just to do that?
Timeframe
With
and
everything
money.
being back ordered or backlogged, in building supplies and whatnot. So what a normal timeframe would look like right now is not what it's looking like during COVID.
Right.
Yeah.
but she also has to have a short-term goal of having classroom capacity for the incoming 2022. I mean,
Yes.
that's just a given, right?
Yeah.
So that would be part, I would think, of that goal, is there's going to be a very finite, short-term,
Yes.
accomplishable,
Yes,
every kid
has
is in
to
a
be
classroom. Yeah,
And how we weight these things is up to the board,
exactly,
correct?
Yeah.
yes.
So how much weight we put on any one goal is up to us. And
Right.
so if we understand the big picture,
Mhm.
we can weight that one a little lower for
Yeah.
this year and then weight it differently in the next year.
Right.
Right? Yeah.
Any more comments on any of the other
No,
areas?
I think you did,
know.
no, I think those are perfect.
Yeah, I like what you picked and why you picked it.
They would have been my priorities.
Perfect. Well, and I just want to make sure that you all really truly understand, she is going to be doing all of those other things.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, so,
Well, and do you feel comfortable?
Yes.
Okay, good.
These are then what we're going to evaluate in April.
and remember, you can always have in progress.
Mhm.
You just, as a board, have to take that into consideration.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to, and this is probably, and I apologize, maybe put the horse before the cart here, but can I turn it, please? Ta-da! Okay, so we did a prioritization. I'm very happy. You guys did a great job on that. But we're going to take a look at what are effective school district governance practices and procedures. So according to CSBA, this is how the work of the governance team can be accomplished. It recommends that the group has group norms. They establish protocols, which is the way that you do business. Processes, again, how do you do business? Guidelines, things that you agree upon in terms of operations. Those are things that I think effective boards should have in place. Excuse me. So here's a summary of CSBA research on how do teams be effective. First of all, you establish governance commitments. That's protocols and practices, and that's what we're going to work on today. Then we adopt those effective practices. And when we say adopt, we don't just mean that we put them in a governance handbook and leave them on a shelf. It means that we really and truly incorporate them into our, work that we do together. And then we focus on the core governing decisions. And for you folks, that's setting the direction, and we're working on that with the mission and the vision, aligning the resources, and what is it that it's going to take in order to reach those goals that we set, and establishing accountability. Excuse me, I gotta get some water. And I think your ideas about including the stakeholders in the vision and mission is really important, because you need to engage the community. You are all working together towards this. So, these are some sample norms from CSBA, and you have probably done norms work before. So I think what would be the fastest way to do it is take a look at some of those that are just samples. And I'm going to come over here.
We had ours.
We did, where are ours? I was trying to find them. We'll be there from
We
here.
used to have them on a little laminated, remember when we used to have them on a laminate, and we'd have them at every board meeting for a little while?
Yeah, I mean, that's, I think, the best.
Do you remember that?
Yeah,
As a
we had written
reminder.
our social contract when you guys first came on board.
Yeah.
we did that.
We did that with Seppi, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So we got new board members and.
Yeah, it's good to
new-
revisit, but I'm
Yeah.
saying like we have some, okay.
Yeah, is that good?
Can we see Liz? You can put it this way.
And also, I want to thank Board Member Torres for putting together the logo on a social contract board.
I didn't do that.
Steve.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's good.
You did that? That's so good. So we were thinking that once we establish our norms, we could then take those norms and put that on a social contract board. So the board would have that as well.
Nice.
Let me move my chair.
So, would somebody like to just popcorn out, what would you like to have as one of your norms for the board?
Respect. Respect, it says here each other's opinion, but I think difference of opinion, right?
Respect differences of opinion, how's that?
I like to be willing to compromise. I think that's important, and this board has shown that many times over.
I would like encourage everyone to verbalize.
Liz, do you have one? Or Kathy?
Like new ideas, be open to new ideas.
And I think we do this well, acknowledge each other's point of view.
Yeah.
I think we do too.
Any others?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Lisa's mentioned some, like, let it like naturally, like, and some of the, sometimes you, when we're talking to where it just kind of naturally, organically, just our thoughts form, just from people's opinion, you know, we allow that organic environment to foster that ability to share what we need to share and feel like nobody's gonna criticize me, nobody's gonna think
Right.
bad about me, or because I'm coming from
From a
this
different point of
perspective
view.
or this perspective, because
No, I don't think so.
the people in this room, I trust them enough
Right.
to share those details.
So it's a safe environment.
Safe, right, yeah.
But we
Because
do
it's
do
safe-
that.
Safety, right, and we trust each other, we do.
And
How
we're
about
open to
trust
point
each
of
other?
views, yes.
Trust each other? Would
I
that
think
count
it could
you?
be difficult conversations, but I think the difficult nature of it, that it's not we understand it's not a personal
Right.
attack on me.
Don't
take it personal.
don't take things personally?
I like that.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
That's a
I
good,
like that.
and
That's-
and on top of that, I'm brainstorming
Yeah.
off of what you said, is we also are, I don't think anyone here like has an ego trip.
Yeah.
We try not to, I think, to.
Well, and I think that is the focus on process, not personality.
Yes.
right?
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
Focus on process,
personality.
not
I
personality.
think what you're speaking to, that's, that bullet, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's also the willingness to change your mind. I mean, we don't, nobody,
Cooperate or?
well, nobody has like this,
Hidden agenda or.
well,
But isn't that the being open to new ideas?
Yeah.
And compromise.
And
right,
compromise,
because
right.
we have to deal with somebody who put their feet in the cement and wouldn't move. And that's not this board. We change our minds all the time.
Well, yeah, I think that's the be willing to compromise.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay, so,
yeah, that's be willing to compromise.
yeah, would it be a norm, to say, to understand there won't always be consensus? I mean, just like,
Yeah,
okay
we
with
accept that, that's okay, yeah.
yeah. we're
It's
also
okay
with
to
that.
not have consensus.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yes.
Accept.
Yeah, like the other day, we were like, no, Lisa, stay. Vote no if you don't, we were like, yeah, it's fine.
That's been the outlier twice, I think, since we came on the board.
No, girl,
I mean, which is a
I've
really-
been clearly an outlier.
Yeah, it's really uncomfortable to make that decision,
It is.
But we didn't make you feel bad about it.
No, it wasn't about any, it's just literally an
Yeah,
uncomfortable
sure.
space to sit in.
Within yourself.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
I do know
Yeah,
that.
because you're like, this is how I feel, but I don't know that everyone thinks this, and yeah.
Right.
But remember, there's also the other side of that coin, which is you don't want to be perceived as a rubber stamp.
Agreed.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
People all have different ideas and they need to be able to.
And we
to
definitely engage in conversation about those things.
Yeah, yeah. And we feel open to do so, so. Hey, that's good.
Yeah, that's a
Is
lot.
that too many?
No, I think 8 is good.
Okay.
Wonderful. So what I would again, suggest is that you take these and find a way to put them on that social contract.
Mm-hmm.
And then, again, getting your message out there, have that, highlighted at one of your board meetings.
And we can sign it?
Yes, exactly.
Oh, like the
Yeah.
kids do.
Yeah, but then it should also then be on our board, on our website.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, and you
even
should
a-
mount it.
Yeah, I
have
was
it
just gonna say that.
visible.
Well, I thought that's what you meant, like I envisioned
Yeah.
that we're gonna have that at our board meeting.
Exactly.
It should be up there, yeah.
Yeah,
So they could just be printed, right?
right,
On
have
there.
a really nice, the way kind of that I see it is that you would have, your norms, your social contract.
Your
visible.
vision and your
Yeah,
mission.
exactly.
Yeah, it
Everybody
should be nice
sees
up
that.
there,
Yeah.
yeah.
Erica, what is your take? Because you are part of this team, so.
I really like these, I like the agreement and the work towards positivity.
Are we missing anything?
One suggestion I would make, which is always near and dear to my heart, are the student center focus. We
Yes.
always just remember about the students when we're making decisions. That will, we can't go wrong.
Yeah, right.
It's true.
All right,
Very good.
good. Very, very good. Good point, Erica. Very good point. Okay, moving right along.
So I can see on our walls that we have our norms,
Our mission and vision,
our mission and our vision. Okay, good.
I want to be able to see them. I don't want them behind me,
Right.
because I want to be able to see them for
Well, see,
focus.
the thing is that when you're doing your board meetings, it's towards the background also.
For us,
So that
public
the
can see.
You want the
public
public
can
to see
see.
it too.
Oh, can we
Yeah.
vote?
I like, well, if it's in our packet, we
But I
can
like
see
the
it.
idea. Who said the place?
The placemat.
Yeah.
place
Oh my gosh,
mat.
I
That would
love
be-
that.
We
that
used
would
to
be
have the
amazing.
little.
Something that I can, because I'm super
Then let's get like,
ADD.
Let's get a little
I am.
placemat.
Me too.
Let's get a
I'm
little
with you.
placemat thing, have it behind us, on our agenda.
I like it for the public being there,
Yes.
but I mean, I need that. I'm the what?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
so I don't think you were here, but I was telling them, what I've done for other board workshops is, as a result, when we get this all finalized, some boards really like the idea of a placemat, which is a legal size,
I love it.
placemat, and we laminate it.
Laminate it.
And it just has your norms, your protocols, it's, mission, values, all of that, so.
That appeals to me great.
And the nice thing about it is that it just becomes a part of your regular board meeting, it's always at your seats. And even, through board elections or whatever happens, it's kind of memorialized.
I love that.
Okay, we will get a placemat.
Yes, we will.
Okay, here's just a little bit more research on effective school board governance, and Erica really hit the nail on the head with this first one, and that is the importance of a board focusing on student achievement. And so, in your policies, in your budget, in your facilities, and you supporting the superintendent as the instructional leader. So allowing your superintendent to do those how questions when it comes to instruction. Okay, again, the ability to work collaboratively, and you mentioned this, Liz, about the high degree of trust. That's what effective school boards have, respectful listening and dialogue. Being able to articulate expected results and monitor progress, and this goes to what we talked about a little earlier. Being really clear about what is expected and holding, monitoring to make sure that that's happening. And the reason that it's very important is because in order for Erica to systematize that throughout the organization, it does have to start at the top. So for the others in the organization to know that they're going to be held accountable, they need to know that she's going to be held accountable, and that that's just the way we do business in this organization. So in that sense, our accountability isn't looked at as a negative, it's looked at as a way that we do business to make sure that we're getting the job done. And then boards are supportive of schools through data and information. It kind of goes back to, getting some survey data, finding out, things so that we're able to then make informed decisions. And clarifying the role, purpose, and responsibility of board members, and that's what we're going to be doing today. Forward. It's not working.
There we go.
Oh, there we go. We've talked about this, hang on just one second. I think I may have lost this slide. No, we've got it. Okay, so your real work is to establish the vision and the direction of the district. And that's really that mission and vision work that you're doing. And then you employ the superintendent to lead in achieving that vision. That's the what, and she's the how. Then you have to adopt a budget and funding priorities in order to support the vision. So just as you've said all along, all of these things are interrelated because they cost money, right? Then your job is to provide support to the superintendent and the staff as they carry out the direction of the board. So your questions on a regular basis should be, how can we support you? Finding ways to support her. And her questions to her staff should be, how can I support you in being successful? again.
I have a question.
Yes.
When you say support, are you talking that we, through monetary, budgetary reasons, through suggesting hiring more staff, which is monetary, to, I don't know, all I see is dollars. Is this through,
You
the
know,
support
it's-
is through money, that we allocate more funds?
It
So
could
that they
be,
can hire people or
Or could it be
materials?
support where you're just like, Erica, you're doing a great job?
yeah, take a
Yeah.
day off. I
You
can
know,
see
like,
that
yeah,
you're
you
really
must really-
stressed. No, I mean, truthfully,
Okay,
there's,
well, that's what I was asking.
All
So
different
all
ways,
of the
yes.
above, okay.
So what a supervisor would
right.
provide.
She
Okay.
should probably hire a CBO, down the line. That would be a financial burden.
Mhm.
But when you see that she's doing 3 different jobs at once, and you see she's burning out,
Yes.
tell her, take a day off, take
Right.
care of yourself. What can we do to help you? How can we support you? If you see that, and I don't know how your board members are, how your board meetings are, but if it's midnight and you're still in closed session, and you know that she's gotta get up at 5 in the morning,
Right.
support her by, saying, hey, we should probably close this off, because you've got to get to work tomorrow. So,
Guilty.
all different, but those are all different ways,
Right, I just wanted to
Yeah.
clarify that,
yeah,
good.
yeah, that you can support her, definitely. And I'll just say another way is ensure that she doesn't feel that you're, I'm gonna use the word micromanaging.
Mhm.
You have to trust her to do her job. And one of the biggest issues that superintendents have with some boards is that they spend too much time in the weeds and don't let them do their jobs.
And you have showed us the what and the how.
That is really helpful.
That is
Pretty
so
clear.
helpful.
Right.
That's a plus for us.
And I think it would be fair, Erica, for you to, I think, if we could all chime in, but I think we all are okay with, you also need to let us know, a kind reminder of.
Is that a what or a how?
what or a how, right? Like,
Are you at 35,000 feet?
Yeah, because you did that, right? You were like, wait, is that a what or a how? And then for us to check ourselves, right?
Yeah.
And like, it is a how, but, whatever.
Yeah.
And I saw you wrote, this really helped me, make sure the train runs well. That's us. Train working,
Yeah.
Erica runs the train.
Yes, yes.
I went ahead.
Oh,
That's just what I do, it's my ADHD, I'm sorry.
Okay,
That's
so
what I do.
just keep this image in your mind's eye, and that's just, I
Right.
just think it's just so easy, It's the board and the superintendent, the what, and you guys, I think, did a great job today on that. And then leave it up to the leadership team and the staff on the how, okay?
Got it.
Now, there are complementary roles between board members and superintendent. So, you folks define the mission, but it's her job to move the organization towards that mission. You're working to develop a common vision, which is, the whole vision statement that you're going to be putting together with community members. But then she provides the leadership to get there, You establish those long and short-term goals, but she's the one who actually has to get those things done, right? And figures out how. You employ as your very own hire, the only one you hire is the CEO, Chief Operating Officer. But she hires everybody else. Now, she will bring them to you for approval. However, on a very practical level, I have worked in districts where the superintendent actually has even, hired an external consultant, like a search consultant, to hire a CBO or whatever, does all the vetting and everything like that, brings it to the board for approval, and the board says no. That is not a good way to operate. So you have to trust that if the superintendent is bringing someone to you, she has done, due diligence, she's vetted this person, she believes that this is the person that's best for the job. Now, that person could be someone who divorced your daughter. But even if that's the case, if the superintendent thinks that that's the best person for the job, you have to let your personal ideas go.
say it, Jen.
No. We don't want to be a rubber stamp.
No, this
Because
was,
that's fitness.
yeah, but I want to say something though, is that, does the board get a say at all, maybe before, a list of the possible candidates?
Yeah, it depends.
I have to be very careful here. In fact, I don't think I can even say, but, there was a hire and, proper procedures weren't done.
Well, that's different. That's very,
So,
very different.
But then we found out after the fact. So how does the board protect themselves when proper procedures are not followed?
Yeah, so that's
So how
a
to-
different and possibly a legal situation.
So, but how do we protect ourselves?
Well, it goes back to that word of trust. I think if you hire a superintendent, that superintendent has to have the skills and abilities to do the right thing. And you have to trust that superintendent, that superintendent knows how to do the right thing. That's where it becomes a fine line, because you can't always second guess the superintendent.
Right?
That's micromanaging to an nth degree. So you have to assume that every person who's hired to do the job is doing the job correctly, which means background checks, due diligence, vetting,
Right.
etc. If you think that that's not being done, then you have the wrong person in that job. Because that's the job of that person.
Right.
We'll use an example. Let's say that you leave it up to your HR director to hire principals. And I'm not saying that you would do that, but just say that. And if that HR director does not follow proper procedures according to the law, reference checks, the kind of vetting that needs to be done, and then recommends somebody that really should not have been hired, then the person who should be held accountable is the HR director, right? It shouldn't be the board's job to be vetting candidates.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm just asking, since this has happened to us, how do we protect ourselves as a board? Because I feel that some things happened to us in the last 6-9 months that we were totally blindsided. And I guess what you're saying to us is that there's really not too much we can do to protect ourselves.
But it sounds like our responsibility or our communication lies here.
Right?
So if like Erica is not doing any of these, then we'll have to talk to Erica.
Right.
Like, what happened here, or what's this? I know what you're talking about, but I think that
Right.
what you're saying is like for us, this is our focus. This is how, this is all.
The buck stops there.
Right.
Right.
And also, who hired Erica? We
did.
Right.
We did.
Right, so where's the?
There's a difference.
Yeah.
There's a difference. Here and now, we hired Erica.
And
we
you
did.
trust her to do the
And
job.
we know her working standards, we trust her.
But we trusted the other one.
Did you hire the
We
other
did,
one?
yes, we did.
But you didn't have another agency go out?
We did.
Yeah, we
We
did.
did.
And-
Well,
and-
there's a difference there. There's-
And just with that respect, going back to what Jan is saying, having lived and experienced some different superintendents, even some temporary.
You've had several of them.
You know, you learn to pick up on certain cues and
Yes.
different managing skills, et cetera. But again, it almost feels like some superintendents want to tie our hands behind our back and limit us to what we can even ask. And then when we would ask something, we would never get a response. And so that really, for me, that almost felt like, you know, I don't want you to know what I know. And how is that conducive? How is that beneficial for a district? To set, you know, it isn't that, I don't want her to feel that we want to micromanage, but at the same, and we had this conversation openly with Erica, because after, and she knew exactly, because she lived the experience as well, on a different, you know, side. But again, you know, that ability to really trust someone comes with time and actions. I'm not about lip service, I'm about what you're going to do in actions you take to show me that I can trust you. Because if I can't, or if there's an incident that happens to any one of us, and how it's handled isn't handled the way most of us would commonly think it should have been, then that right away sends flags up for me. Because again, if you're hindering me or figuring that I should not know this information, or, you know, because it's a protected type of thing, it isn't, you know, because again, if we're student focused, we're here about what's best for the child in the situation, and how are we going in our roles and responsibilities going to handle the situation, instead of saying that, Liz, you're a board member, your role in this situation, I understand, you know, what happened to you personally, but let's keep your perspective here. I will loop you in as to what the corrections are going to be moving forward. Got it, get it, let's go. But again, when it's kind of like, and we're all learning, you know, Erica's gonna learn to be a superintendent. She did an amazing job as an HR director, but she's learning how to be a superintendent. So there's still, you know, some navigating that we're gonna do together, right, as a team. And we wanna be there to support her because we chose her. Because we felt she was the right person for what we needed right now.
And we put a lot of thought into it, in looking at
The
everything.
pros and cons.
Yes. And
So a couple things on that. First of all, you know her, so you know her work ethic, you know her work, right?
And we know her honesty and we trust
integrity,
her.
right,
Yes.
okay. Which I think is different from hiring somebody from the outside.
That's
right?
correct.
Because you have a track record with her.
Right.
And then secondly,
We're dealing with a known entity.
exactly,
Yeah.
but secondly, you don't want to heap the sins of someone else,
Of the past, right.
of the
to-
past, just because
Right.
it happened to a different person. And I think you have to be mindful of that. So, trust is the operative word here. If you trust the person that you hired, then you have to trust that things will have been, and she was HR, so she knows the procedures and processes and laws, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think you just have to trust that she knows the job. And if she doesn't, she's gonna reach out to someone who does.
Right.
You know, I mean, so I think you have to like kind of move forward and think of, you know.
Well, we've got some other big positions we still have to hire.
Right.
And that might be somebody from the outside. And granted that, we're not gonna be day to day, but,
She has positions she has to hire.
well, and that, you know, we're gonna be in the, I know she's not gonna, she's going to, as much as she can, keep us at the 35,000, but we're gonna be very cautious about who gets hired.
Well, and I'd like to say that there are different levels of involvement.
Right.
So at the cabinet level, I think definitely, you know, when you're looking at
That's
some
what we're talking
positions-
about.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that you need to be involved in looking at the candidates and helping, you know, with the vetting and the selection. I really would caution about at the principal level. I really
No,
don't think
yeah.
that's appropriate for the board. But definitely, I think at the cabinet level, you know, having interaction, you know, and a lot of districts hire, you know, an external company, as you well know,
Mhm.
for those high-level positions, and they are able to do the vetting and things like that. It just helps you as you're looking at candidates. But I do want to focus on the trust,
Yes, I agree.
because I think that's, you know, probably one of the most important things that we can talk about.
Yeah, but I guess you're getting the idea that our trust was so broken. All of us, our trust was broken, so.
She's reminding us to stay at we gotta trust Eric, in a nutshell. Yes. We gotta trust Erica to do
Right. And
superintendent
if
job.
we've done our job right,
Right.
then
Mhm.
the rest is all
Right.
great.
And if something goes however it goes, then
She's accountable. She
Right.
needs to be accountable.
Yep.
Okay, and then, you know, obviously, you take a look at all the operations, you know, but it's really through the lens of the superintendent. So the superintendent is looking at those, at the micro level. And then, to your point, having to inform you folks of the progress on a regular basis, really making sure that you know. That's her job. So, you know, any successes, for sure, but also any setbacks.
Right.
You know, being able to inform you.
Exactly.
Yeah, Eric is very good about
We
that.
don't expect her to be perfect. Nobody is.
Right.
And that's the thing, is that giving each other that grace to say, you know, we screwed up,
Yes,
but
absolutely.
this is how we're going to fix it. So it isn't just, you know, focusing, acknowledging, okay, first of all, if I it's just like anything. If I offended you, that I ask for forgiveness. It's not, I'm sorry, it's, please forgive me. Because it is to that extent to where we need to do what we need to do.
And own and take responsibility.
Correct.
For things that may.
Correct, because we don't know to what degree we've, you know, hurt someone, or a parent or a student, you know, in our care. And again, it's acknowledging we made a mistake and that, yes, this is, we're gonna be on it, you know, and this is how we're gonna fix it. And that's, I think, all anybody really wants, especially for us, working together.
well, I think even not just mistakes, but I think like, you know, this whole thing with the facilities, right? I mean, you all have been busy with other very important things. There's, you know, and I think, you know, you acknowledge, yes, that is priority, but can we have grace? in,
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, because you're not a computer.
And it's not a perfect world,
No.
Right.
you know. So I think just, you know, kind of remembering what Carla had pointed out, you know, you as board members, just make sure that the train runs well. You know, the train's on the tracks, it's meeting its, you know, deadlines, it's doing what it needs to do, but the superintendent runs the train. So just something to remember. So, these are things that, again, are from CSBA, and I think you all know this. So, you only have collective responsibility. The only authority that you have is as a whole board. So if somebody comes up to you and says, you know, I want you to hire my brother-in-law, you know, to be the head custodian, you can't say, yes, I'll be happy to do that. It's not your decision. So you just, and I think sometimes board members get put into those types of situations where people don't realize that you're just one of five, and you honestly don't have any authority as one board member. So that's kind of a slippery slope that you have to kind of navigate. And It's the full board that gives direction to the superintendent on things that have to be done. So you as a whole. So for example, if one of you wants something done and one of you says in a public board meeting, well, Superintendent Sanchez, I would really like you to do this or that. She is not to take direction from you as an individual board member. That president, Chris, has to be brought back to the board. Is this a direction that the board wants to give to the superintendent? And then you might ask the superintendent, is this something you have time to do now, or is this something you'd like to put off, for a couple of months or however that shakes out? But you cannot give direction as an individual board member. It has to be the whole board agreeing that this is something we all want, not just an individual. Make sense?
Yeah, got it.
So this is actually another one of my very favorite visuals. So one of my dear friends was superintendent in Gilroy, Edwin Diaz. Some of you may have heard his name because he's now on the board of trustees for Gavilan College. So I teach a class for administrators, and I always have guest speakers. And so I had Edwin come in and talk to these administrators in training about his experiences, first as a superintendent and then now being a board member. And so, they asked him, well, what was the hardest thing for you, going from being a superintendent to being a board member? And he just shook his head and he said, I have the hardest time staying in my lane. He says, I just always want to cross over. And I just thought that was so cute, and I always wanted to do that visual, because we're all the same. It isn't easy. So just, again, keep the walnut in your mind, keep the road in your mind. Just, you kind of have to stay in your lane. But here are the problems, and there's ambiguity sometimes about your role. So, think about some of these. Teachers complaining about a principal. If it's one teacher complaining, okay, and then it becomes 2 teachers, and then it becomes, 6 teachers and 5 parents, and they're all coming to you as a board member, right? How do you deal with that? And we're going to talk about the best way to deal with it. Staff concerns about a district decision, and we could take the one that we just talked about, which would be opening or closing the schools. You have a lot of people that are lobbying you. Well, what's your role? Again, you're an individual board member. Parent complaints. Well, whose staff is it? So these are things that we're going to talk about, because we put these things together in protocols, which really help all of you. I put those road signs up as a visual because I think what it really helps us do is, just like road signs, it helps us avoid unintended consequences. If we know we can't turn left except on a green arrow, we're probably not going to smash into another car. So that's what protocols help us do. They really help us, and especially new board members. So, Kathy, for you coming in new, and, I think Lisa, even for you, knowing how we operate together, I think would be very helpful. So there are many more protocols than this, and along the road we can probably work on some of the other ones. But because we don't have an endless amount of time today, we thought we would concentrate on these first. So communication among governance team members, the role and responsibility of the board president and officers, how do we place items on the board agenda, the role of board members in public, visiting schools, the spokesperson for the district board, using board meetings, town halls, podcasts, etc., as strategic leadership tools, explaining no-votes, agenda questions answered before a meeting, addressing complaints from community and staff, and addressing conflict between members. So that's a lot. And believe it or not, there are more. So the goal is going to be to look at some samples, and these are not, there's nothing sacred about any of these samples. These are samples that I've taken from other governance handbooks that I've done with boards. They're all different. So, you're gonna wordsmith them. But the idea is to get all of this put together in a governance handbook that then you will have, and you can update it every year, but at least, again, it's a roadmap. And you'll always have it for the board. When new members come on, there'll be something for them to at least start with.
We did have one years ago.
We actually have one. I know, we started it with Gary McIntyre when he was here, because we have the binder put together, and I don't know after he left, if we did anything with Lisa or not, or.
I think I was given something, but it was like this big, and it was just not explained, it was just, here they are.
Yeah. But
When I came on, I got a little booklet.
But this is good.
Well,
okay.
And then going back to what we started with the board calendar, it is always a good idea to revisit the governance handbook at the beginning of the school year. And then you just take a look and see, do we need any more protocols? Do things come up during the year that we should add? And just a nice little review. And also, one of the other things that I recommend is you do a self-evaluation at the end of the year.
That was on my notes.
Yeah. How are we doing? Did we?
And just even this, when we have new board members, I think it was so, like Lisa was saying, my gosh, and even when I started, there was like no inclination as to what the heck I was gonna be doing. And what I had power to do, what I didn't, there was no communication whatsoever. And I think that's what we're trying to, help folks that are coming onto a board, or this board in particular, there are new members that come. This is so important, because even those that are veterans, the how and the what and the how, I think
Oh, you see how screwed up we
our
are.
minds to understand, but this really gives us that roadmap
It's a
as
roadmap.
to exactly
Yeah.
what we're supposed to be doing.
And I have to tell you, as a new superintendent, remember I told you, I walked into a situation where, board members were there since dinosaurs roamed the earth. They did not have any handbooks because
They didn't need them. They didn't need a handbook.
So I think
They were the handbook. They were the handbook.
as a new superintendent, and I'm thinking, why are they doing it this way? And, so it took, a few years before we, systematized things, but yeah. Okay, it's all good. So, moving right along.
Yes.
Now, remember, these are not cast in stone. These are just samples that I grabbed, So, one of the areas is to really kind of, memorialize communication among board members. And I think you have this captured in your norms. But it's also nice to have in a protocol. And these are just samples, so, do you want to?
Okay, so you're on page 35 now.
Yes.
Okay.
What would you like to have as a protocol for this?
Of communication.
Communication among the board members. This is your communication.
I mean, those are good, and those are actually almost very, you have almost the same words in there.
Which is good, because it's
Yeah.
aligning then.
I don't have a problem with those, and then considering, that anyone else comes in. It's always important to respect the kind.
Well, and I like the respecting others' perspectives, because you guys really hit on that, And
I
it's not,
think number 2 hits us better. I like number 2.
Oh, we only get one?
oh, no, you
Oh,
can
yeah,
have two.
both?
You
Oh,
can have
okay.
both.
Oh, okay. I like them.
You can add one.
Could
if
you
want.
add, like, I've noticed that we haven't put any kind of this language, I've been waiting for when it's appropriate, but, and if it's not, then it's okay. Values, beliefs, cultural, background. like
Culture, do you want to put culture? We can do others' perspectives, values, beliefs,
culture.
culture, experience.
The background.
Yeah, because the expertise and your, what we draw from you as far as your job-related knowledge, Lisa's job-related knowledge, Jan as a teacher, Kathy, as a long-term employee for, the district. I think those are all the expertise and the value that we hold in those things and those perspectives. I think for me, it's invaluable because it really gives us the openness of really taking in all of those different perspectives to always be student-centered, but mindful of where other people's, cultural and, whatever it is
It's a
that we.
culture and racial background.
Right. That has never been taken into account in this district before.
Well, but see, that's why I think it's really important, is that you and Carla have similar backgrounds growing up here in Hollister, translating for your parents and that whole thing,
Sounds like
so,
migrant, right?
yeah, so I think that needs to be brought in.
So how about if we add, so after, perspectives, values, beliefs, culture, ethnic background, instead of racial?
I would say because it's two different things,
Uh-huh.
I think we include it all, either we say ethnic and racial
okay.
background.
And celebrating those diversities, I think, is something I look forward to continuing to do.
Right.
Whether it's in resolutions or whatnot, but acknowledging that and trying to incorporate that with our little ones, right? Of what that means, even for them to experience those different points of view.
Right, yeah.
As
Well,
an experience,
Yeah, plus, we're getting a lot more diversified in our, in the amount of people that are coming to Hollister from San Jose. So we're getting people of Western Asia.
Different language groups than
Yes,
before.
yes,
It's-
That
yes.
we've never had before.
Right.
No,
So what is incorporated like in San Jose school systems or the Bay Area is something that, as a rural community, we've never done. And I think it's important that we do.
Because even this past year we tried, past 2 years, we tried to acknowledge, last year, the Black Lives Matter in resolutions, we, LGBTQ population. We said something, but we didn't do a resolution for Indigenous Peoples Month, but those are the things that we really want to bring.
well, our Asian population.
Right, so just, acknowledging
Well, this year, Diwali,
the
Yeah.
Wali, yeah.
Mhm.
So those kind of things, even if we are not of that, there may be,
oh, yeah.
and our
yeah.
world, and just acknowledging the world,
my
right?
Well, that's the.
Well,
That
it
is
would,
fine.
it would fit into our mission and vision
Yes.
too, right, of respecting diversity and, yeah.
Right.
So, where do we put it?
So if we added, well, we'll get to, there'll be other things.
Okay,
This is really more about board governance.
okay, all right.
So are we still in communication?
We are,
Yes.
We should consider, protocols around, electronic communication and,
Like Brown Act stuff?
Social media.
yes.
Actually,
I mean, we know what we do, but if we define it,
Oh,
then it
but
becomes
this is
easy
communication
for.
amongst us.
yeah,
not outside.
this is amongst
Well,
you.
still.
No, I
think
think
it's
it,
still.
I think it encompasses both, actually.
Oh.
Okay,
Because if we, so I'm looking at some bylaws, so I was able to borrow. And it's just talking about like electronic communication among board members and between board members, with the district administration and members of the public, okay? And that the majority shall not, that's Brown Act, right? And then what are permissible electronic communications concerning district business? So in this one, it says, include but are not limited to dissemination of board meeting agendas and agenda packets, reports of activities from the superintendent, and reminders regarding meeting times, dates, and places. And that
board members shall make every effort to ensure that their electronic communications conform to the same standards and protocols established for other forms of communication. So it's not that it's anything new, it's that it's defined so that when a Kathy or myself come on board, we don't have to ask those questions or assume. It's there, it's easy to read and it's understandable and it's agreed upon by the entire board. That's our protocol.
So what would that protocol be? Adhere to the Brown Act,
Adhere to the bylaws and
regarding
place.
electronic communication?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, this is a whole page worth of stuff with links, the way a lot of our other ARs have been, you know what I mean? So, with links to Ed Code for public meetings and open meeting law exceptions and application and legal reference to government codes for the Brown Act. Another one, meeting defined and meetings to be open and public in attendance. So, I mean, it just basically that and then there was also like, we can use electronic communications to discuss matters other than district business with each other, regardless of the number of members participating in the discussion.
We can.
We can. And like other writings concerning district business of board members, electronic communication may be subject to disclosure.
Yeah,
So-
Public Records Act.
Yeah, by the Public Records Act. So it just, those are parameters that I didn't know and would like to know. And if we're creating a comprehensive board bylaw, basically.
Actually, it's not, and let me just try to show the difference, you know? This is more kind of on the 35,000.
So we're on the 35,000 foot level?
Yeah, it's just your basic, no, don't. We can reference that, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't
in the
exist right now.
handbook, no, in the handbook, when we put it together, we could have, you know, that section
Mm-hmm.
right after this, you know, this particular one. I think this was meant more to be more operational. So, putting something like adhere to the Brown Act, you know, restrictions. A lot of districts have things like, if board members have their cell phones on during the meeting, they will have them on vibrate. You know, operational.
Yeah.
Right.
But I think it's a good point to maybe say, as new board members come on, because none of us did it. None of us were able to do, so, you know, and then we were in transition. It wasn't Erica's fault either. It was, so then how do we like memorialize that as new members come on, that there is an effort to provide
An orientation.
an orientation.
Actually, it's one of the protocols that we didn't choose to look at, but there is one about new board members, and it talks about there will be a new board member orientation, all the bylaws will be provided to them with links and all of that. So that might capture that.
That's kind of where I'm going.
Who gives that? Whose responsibility is that, according to CSBA?
It usually goes on the board calendar, so you have one of those, you know, dates, whenever your election is.
Okay.
Like if your election is in November, usually, you know, sometime in December,
Maybe we have
your
But
orientation.
December, because of the holidays, it kind of cuts us
Right, so it
off.
could be January.
Sure, yeah, but I think
Yeah.
January would be an excellent time to do
That
that.
might help.
That's kind of where I'm going, I guess.
But I-
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks for clarification.
but I think
So-
this is, the communications piece, I think is super, super important because we gotta know what we can and cannot talk about.
Right.
For, you know,
Right.
open, you know, amongst all of us, if it's not like in this setting. But there are certain, because I know other superintendents do it. If there is an emergency or something, they are now utilizing, you know, to all board members.
Like if
We had an incident at, you know, said school, you know, a child got hurt, blah, blah, blah. And it isn't for us to have a topic of conversation, it's just so
For
that
information.
we are
Emergency
aware.
notification.
Right.
Yeah.
Because we may get calls or,
Right.
you know, inquiries by parents or staff or the community itself. oh my gosh, there was a major incident where, let's just hypothetical, not, there was an intruder or shooting on campus. That is something I think, again, the transparency and the trust level, we have to know at that level of interaction exactly what she knows, so that way we can support her as a board, but we have to know
But we
first.
do.
No, I do,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying, but
Yeah,
it's that
and mine
communication
needed-
as to what levels and degrees of communication and interaction is allowed
The interaction.
Uh-huh.
and isn't.
Yeah, so, for example, some announcement goes out of an event on a school campus or whatever. Are we supposed to just say, thank you, got it? Or are we okay to make a personal, like, oh my gosh, that, is anybody okay, blah, 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 blah. I mean, at what level does that stay even? It can be just, I don't know that. Somebody's gonna err on the side of not saying anything, right?
That's usually me. I'm just like, I got it, but I don't say I got it, I just read it.
I'm like, fair hands. I mean, you see what
All
I'm saying?
communication should go back to and through, think of the superintendent as, she's the funnel. So generally speaking, she'll be the first one that gets a notification. And
Well, she
generally,
may be the one giving us the
exactly,
notification.
and generally
right.
speaking, she would be the one that sends it to you.
Agreed.
So you could then say to her, because she said to you, there was an incident on a campus, but you're going through her. You shouldn't contact the principal
No,
yourself.
no, 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 no. We're not
No, we
talking
don't
about
do
that. We're talking about like, it's basically a group text, right? So like every little reply dings somebody's phone. So should we be at least just acknowledging that we
You
got
shouldn't
it?
respond to all, you should just respond to her. So
I see.
you get
See?
it. Yeah.
See? Not even this is why we're having this
No, because,
Good point.
have you guys done a workshop yet on the Brown Act?
Not
Yeah.
everyone.
Okay, so the Brown Act, the latest workshops on the, I don't have all that stuff today because we're gonna really focus on this, but there's a lot of new information.
Oh, right,
about
on the electronics. Right.
Right, and so you have to interpret the Brown Act about not having serial conversations, where, it's a violation of the Brown Act. Well, relative to electronic devices, it's the same thing. So you shouldn't hit reply all, you should just reply to Eric.
Then maybe we should just get individual texts to make it easy.
Or, because what if you don't
Email.
recognize you're on it, or you've just opened it up and you don't see this as so-and-so plus 5 people, or
Yeah.
whatever on the top, and so you reply back assuming, and then you figure it out soon.
Right,
I
right,
get it.
Yeah.
But we're not gonna expect Erica to do 5 texts.
No. I think the
You know,
original, so that's why we're having to talk about it, and I think this is a great thing to define. The definition by my standard would be, Erica sends out the blanket, and anybody who has anything to say, question, whatever, sends
Send
an
it to her.
individual, separate
Right.
text to Erica for clarification, and then everybody else is off of it, and we're not
But according-
in a
also-
gray area even.
And just according to the Brown Act too, myself, I communicate frequently as the
With
clerk
Jen,
with
right.
Jen and Erica.
Right,
And that, we're still okay.
That's okay.
right, yes,
So-
absolutely.
In case there's anything
That's good.
else. that-
Anybody
No more-
can have,
anybody
I
can,
can
right.
have a discussion with Lisa
Right.
about something,
Right.
or she can
As
call
long
me.
as we're not
As
all.
long as I don't call Jan
Right.
and say, Jan, Lisa and I were talking
Right.
and, this,
That's
this, and
three.
this, so that,
Right, no, I totally get it.
yeah, so that at least the two of us, but then we
Yes.
have an agreement, okay, well, at the next board meeting,
We'll talk.
we will either bring it up for future agenda items or,
Right.
at which point in closed session if it's appropriate, but, we will try to figure out the best approach to what those concerns. But I think working off of each other is really important because that's how you build capacity with every board member. And each one of us has that different take and perspective that I may be calling Carla because the issue that came to me is something that she and I can maybe work through as board members and figure out what the best approach would be without you know, because again, we're public entities. And just like congressmen and governors, and we're getting a lot of communication from the public, and their understanding as a board member is that you're there to serve me. I'm your constituent. My problems should matter to you. And if they don't, you're not the right person for the seat.
And I agree 100%, and will tell you the caution is that you have to be very careful, and you'll see one of our protocols is don't vote before the vote. You really, you know, you can legally talk to Carla, but you don't wanna go into an agendized item before any discussion, before you're hearing your other colleagues, with
an
a
idea of what your
preconceived
outcome is.
vote. Right, so the whole idea of the Brown Act is you're doing all of your business, your discussions in front of everybody. You know, I mean, there's
And we
nothing
do.
illegal about it.
And we do,
Right.
and we're pretty transparent about it, you know,
Yeah.
because Jen will say, I talked to Carla, you know, or I talked to Jan, because again, that trust level is super important for us. Because that perspective and that take, even though we may agree, but the openness that we have in listening people out, whether that makes sense, and Carla may convince me, you know what, Liz, I don't think it's the right decision right
But
now.
that should happen at the board meeting.
And it does.
Okay.
What I'm saying, it does, because we don't come into a board meeting already saying, no, this is my point of view, and this is, I'm gonna hammer it home,
Yeah.
because that's not who we are.
Yeah, no, that
You know,
was my
we're
only
passionate
point.
about certain things, definitely. We are passionate, without a doubt, and we become mama bears many times, but we give each other that space to then talk about it, work through it, and then come to a respectful decision as far as where we stand as a whole as a board.
Yeah, I mean, as long as the discussion and everything is happening in public at
Yes.
the board meeting.
Yes,
That's where it needs to happen,
And that's
not individually.
no.
Okay, so do we want to add on this one to clarify, because I think, you know, Lisa, you have a point. All communication should go individually to and from the superintendent.
Yeah,
Yes.
I
Yes.
love that.
yes.
Okay. And the other thing, and I don't think we have time to deal with it now, but after maybe we do a workshop where you really see all the ins and outs of the whole electronic media stuff. There are districts that have specific protocols about board members not, while they're in the board meeting, not taking any texts, not texting anybody, because there's a possibility that you could be texting other board members or people in the audience could be
So it's a
texting
perception.
you. It's a perception, right. So,
That's true.
you know.
That has been brought up in the
That has
past,
been.
and so the agreement was that, you know, your cell phones, unless you're, you know, taking, you know, and really, honestly, there really shouldn't be any reason why you're looking at your phone.
I do. I look at it as a clerk checking the email for board comments that come in. And then
Well, that's
because,
different.
but because I'm looking at my phone, we've gotten, like, one time I got a text from a community person, we can't see you, or we're
Why
not,
is your
you're
face
not,
down?
why is,
You
you know, little things like that. We'll say, I just
But
got a
we're not-
text
yeah.
that, so they know I have my phone, but I'm okay with, like, if we need to.
But we're not gonna take emails anymore, remember?
Correct.
now,
So there you go. You're right.
Yeah,
So do we want to
There
say
you go.
something about board members should not,
During the board meeting.
use their cell phones except in an absolute
And it-
emergency?
Yes, and that I think we would all respect, because we,
Right.
you know, we all have family members, and we
Sure.
don't know what our personal situations
yeah.
may be, that
Right.
somebody, it could be Eric
So we
getting
could
an
have it on
emergency
the
phone
desk
call,
like this
you
and
know, because we all, we
On
have
vibrate?
children,
Well,
grandchildren,
for me,
et
it's like,
cetera.
yeah, my daughter's at practice, can somebody pick her up? Yeah, like stuff like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, or if my mom was, you know, she's sick right now,
Sure.
so if something
Yeah.
happened, I would not
And
want to
again,
be
we
for 5
do.
hours unavailable.
I think if we disclose that at that point, you know, I'm
Yeah.
expecting, you know, I've
Yeah,
got the
except in
situation.
emergency, yeah.
So before we start the board meeting, I think we'd be fine.
Okay,
Okay, that's fine.
And again, a lot of it is just the optics.
Yes.
Right.
You don't want to give the misperception
No, of course,
of anything.
and we are here to do business, right?
Right, exactly, it's
Right.
your business meeting. Okay, so I have added, after, values, beliefs, culture, ethnic and racial background, and then experience, expertise, and opinions.
Mhm.
And then all communication goes individually to and from board members to the superintendent.
Right.
And then board members shall not use their cell phones except in emergency.
Mhm.
Okay, the next one we're going to talk about is the role of the president. So this basically talks about the role of the president facilitating the board meetings and calling on individuals for their comments, encouraging. So Jan, if you're the president and you see that, maybe Kathy hasn't said anything, you should feel free to say, Kathy, would
Which
you
is the
like,
norm.
would you like to, let's see, encourage.
Is that like, would Kat, I mean, like, that's a good one for us to talk about, like, sometimes maybe we don't want to say something, is that putting somebody on the spot? Or is that, I was curious when I read that, is that, is the intention of making sure, obviously, that everyone has a voice? And do we do that in a row? Because we do it organically.
It could be,
Popcorn.
it could be very easily done at the end when we ask any discussion. Instead of just saying any discussion, okay, we're moving on, but okay, Kathy, and she can shake her head no,
No,
Liz, to just go through.
I've seen boards do
Yeah,
that.
I've seen
Oh, yeah,
boards
they do
do that,
that.
and that's a way of encouraging that, or giving space
Yeah.
to that person for any comment they may want to make. And if they shake their head no, then that's on them, the public sees that,
Yeah.
and then we've covered our bases.
Because that would be easier, I mean, now that we're talking about that we could just do
Yes,
that.
Ms. President, next month.
Because I'm trying to
This is
take
great.
notes.
It's my turn.
It's a reluctant acceptance, but,
You're gonna do phenomenal.
yeah, thank you.
Someone changed our board policy, they don't seem to remember doing this, but the clerk is automatically the president the next year.
We did.
When you guys came on board, I think
Right,
that was the decision, yeah. Because before it was just
And
a
other boards you
consensus
run,
of,
right?
I want, like the high school, there's no set protocol. So it could be that person for the
Year
next
after
5 years.
year.
Oh, I want to elect, Lisa.
Could be
for-
the same person.
But you vote on it, right?
Yeah, but if you have the consensus of the board, that
Right.
it's gonna be this person
Right.
year after year after year, which is
Right.
how it was before.
Right.
So I think that setting these ground rules, I think it incorporates everyone
Yeah.
without that whole,
I got no problem.
controversy of, oh my goodness, it was a controversy because it shouldn't be.
No,
It
I
should
agree.
not,
I agree. Mhm.
play into the whole dynamics.
I agree.
And I think it takes away from that. So I think that the new policy is perfect because it gives everyone the opportunity to really learn.
Because I was the.
And I think this is just perfect timing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Okay, so do you want to take a look at this and see if there's anything you want to change? Generally speaking, every board at their annual organizational meeting, which is in December, right?
No, it's right there.
Yeah.
You elect, yeah. But is yours an election or not?
No.
All right,
The
so
board
we
would,
need
the only election would be the clerk.
Clerk,
The
yeah.
election
Okay,
position
so
would
we
be
need
for
to
the clerk.
change that. At
Oh,
the
I
annual
know, I thought that
a
just
clerk.
rolled
No,
by new
no,
person.
so, well, the clerk becomes the president, there's no vote there, but the new clerk does get voted.
Yeah.
So you didn't want to
Okay.
change that.
That's
I
a
want-
public thing, right?
All right.
I've sat in that seat, so
But
I
you have
want
to
to give folks.
understand, but
You
see,
said this,
this is the vote thing, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
So
So we're
if
gonna vote.
if I say like, no, I don't want to be clerk or whatever, let's say, I'm
Yeah.
just being
You can
hypothetical.
decline it.
And nobody else puts their hat in the ring for clerk because they understand if they're clerk, they're president the next year, right?
Right.
So
Yes.
that could be a problem. I'm just saying.
Unless the current president becomes the clerk, Well, no, that's still not.
The current clerk
Yeah.
becomes the president the next year, and that makes
Yeah.
sense because you worked in
Right,
conjunction
right,
with
yeah,
that
makes
person for the
sense.
whole year
But
and
nothing.
assumed partial responsibility, right?
Yes.
So I thought, and I'm glad we're having this discussion,
Sorry.
I thought it was new person
Yeah,
ends
you get
up like
drafted. No, it's a
in
vote.
the,
It's
so
a
like you
vote.
would be
You've been
behind
drafted.
me.
Yeah, that's what I thought too, actually.
Yeah, so like you would be behind me if I was like,
Yeah.
yeah,
Now it's voted.
And then you
It's a
would
vote.
be
The clerk is
is
the only
voted.
position that we would vote into. Yes.
You've been drafted.
How do you be drunk?
You can't do that
I
before
want
the
my
meeting.
hat
Yes,
in the
we
ring.
can't talk about
We
this.
can't
do that before the meeting.
No,
It
I
has to be
understand.
a
I
nomination and a vote.
Oh,
Yes.
but I have to accept the nomination if
You
it's
haven't
me.
even been nominated.
Hypothetically.
Yeah.
But I'm saying
I can, obviously.
I'm saying hypothetically, right?
Yeah.
If somebody nominates me, I have to accept the
No,
nomination.
well, you may accept it, yes,
Or
you may.
or say,
Yeah.
I do not wish.
Correct.
Yes.
That's
Okay.
correct.
You may or may not.
That's what I just want to understand the
You're right.
process.
You're right.
And so these things need to be defined, because that was not defined.
I know.
I believe you have a choice.
Okay, are we good with this? We're changing the word president to clerk.
Yes.
Because that is an elected position.
Yes.
Okay. All right. One of our all-time favorites, how do you place items on the agenda? So this is kind of common language. Any trustee can request that an item be placed on the agenda. And usually you have an agendized item, right? Future agenda items at the end of every one. Okay. It's the second bullet that I think is really important, and that is trustees will self-monitor to ensure requests will not divert an inordinate amount of time and resources to complete. So if you're at a board meeting and one of you says, you know, I want to see a report on our EL redesignation rate for the last 10 years, right? I think all of you need to think about, is that something that's going to take a lot of staff time? And then president, I think you might want to say, so, you know, superintendent, will this take, you know, a lot of time? And she might say, well, probably more time than we could devote to it right now. And then the president should say, let me ask other board members, is this something you all want? Do you all want a presentation on the 10-year data? If all of you don't agree that this is a burning issue in your minds, it is put off, you know. And then, good to know, usually what'll happen is, you know, the board, of course, the board president and the superintendent determine when and if it's placed on the agenda. So let's say that the rest of the board doesn't want to see it. Board president and the superintendent meet and say, well, you know, Carla wanted this data. Is this something that, you know, you could present in a written report, maybe in the summertime? So then the board president or the superintendent would, you know, let the person who wanted to see that know, we're not going to agendize it because we've got so many other things on the agenda, but we're going to put this report together and send it out to all board members probably this summer. So at least it helps you kind of keep a lid on the number of things people are curious about. And that to me is the operative word. It's need to know or like to know. You know, there's a lot of things you would probably like to know, but when you're looking at the board agenda, and again, you have to be mindful of the time that these things take to put together. And you have, you know, a lean staff, and I think it's that real concept of, you know, if it's not an absolute, we absolutely need to know this, then maybe there's another way to get the information. It could be in a report, it could be in a Friday memo, it could be, you know, done over the summer when people have a little.
And I think that's going back to Lisa and the calendar is the origination of the calendar, because a lot of these things were programmatical in the overview of it, right? Because if we know every year we have to review this piece and we have to, we didn't want it to fall through the cracks, so that if it became something to where you know what, we need to know this every year. Can we add it to the calendar? And what would be a good month to add this to the
Where does
calendar?
it make sense even fiscally to
Right.
have that work done anyway?
Right, but I
Like
think
back a month.
if it needed to be added to the calendar.
Correct, yeah.
Because again, it is an annual type of programmatical review that we may have just missed. And, oh my gosh, you know, that needs to be on the calendar. I think it's important that we can be flexible with those types of things.
And another good piece about that calendar is that when you're sitting in December's board meeting and you get to the end of your agenda where it says future agenda items, you as board members should take a look at that board calendar and see what's on the agenda for January. If you already have a packed
Right,
agenda of every single thing you have to bring,
Right,
you may want to,
there's no room.
right, yeah.
right.
I think this will help absolutely build us up for success. I know that sometimes we do get like 10 future agenda items, 12, 13. So to help build, I think, the cabinet level team as well up for success, I really like this because it provides clarity.
And I will say, things that don't seem like they would take a lot of time do. So you really have to ask yourself, is this a need to know? Is this something that is going to help us reach our goals?
That's key.
Or is this something that I'm just curious about?
Right.
Yeah, because I mean, we are going to be taking staff off their, you know, focus on doing their
Yes.
jobs
Right.
to, and every time we have the board report, right? But they're focusing in on specifically what they're, you know, preparing for us.
Yeah, absolutely.
It takes time.
It takes a lot of time. Okay, this next one is real similar to this. And this is board members' request for information. These again, take a look, see if this works for you. But basically, if you want to know something, and so let's just say you wanted to know something in HR. What's our seniority list? You know, you wouldn't call your HR director. You have to go through the superintendent. And then the superintendent might say to you, you know what, our HR director is up to her ears in, you know, alligators, and that's just not gonna be able to be done until who knows when. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I don't think a lot of people know how hard it is to put a seniority list together.
And
This
the
is,
time it takes.
yeah, this is not a day job.
Yeah, it's a
Exactly.
lot of research.
But I like this piece because I think, as, you know, we all have room to grow. This has happened during the pandemic where there was information being requested, and I can't even give you an example, but I remember coming into a meeting and seeing something on the agenda that I was totally surprised by. That I was like, where did this come from and how did we get here? And so I like that if somebody does request something from our superintendent, it says redirect the request to the appropriate person or ask the entire board, do you all want this? I think that's because then we're all
And that
together.
That process used to happen in the past, so that if an inquiry came in from any board member, the superintendent would email saying, we have this question coming from an individual board member. Can I get an idea? And the superintendent will poll
Yeah.
as to where
That's
do
a
you
good
feel
plan.
it's a
That
good,
is
you know, an important discussion that we should put on the next agenda. And if
Do you
through the
all
polling,
want this?
Yeah, find out whether,
you
that's a good plan.
determine that it is possibly something that wasn't on our radar, but it probably should
Right.
be, then you determine whether or not it's feasible to add.
And it isn't just about placing items on the agenda. This is also just about a board member, and I will remember one district that I was in. I had 2 board members that just were constantly asking for nice-to-know information. They wanted to know this, they wanted to know that, they wanted to know other things. And it was very difficult to say no to them, because they are board members. But on the other hand, it just was diverting so many resources that we actually had to institute something like this, where we finally said, is this something everybody wants us to spend our time doing? because it's gonna take us 5 days to do it. You
Right.
know, if it's reclassification or whatever, okay? So this sounds okay, or do you want to make any changes in this?
I think the only thing is, do we have here where the superintendent can, is that here where the superintendent can survey the rest of the board?
Yeah, or ask if the
Yeah, ask if the
entire board.
entire board wants to.
Yeah, I would like that in there. I think that's important to have. Because remember, we're trying to set up procedures.
Right.
Well, it
So,
says right here, anything that requires an inordinate amount of time will be brought to the board to discuss, decide whether the board supports the request.
Yeah.
Isn't that what you're asking?
well, I'm asking that she be able to just survey us before the board.
Before the board
It's
meeting?
actually ahead of time, though. It's either redirect the request to the appropriate administrator, or ask if the entire board wants this information.
Oh, so the first one, first
Oh,
one.
okay, so we're
Yeah, so
good.
she can do
Okay,
that first.
good.
Before she gives it to somebody to do, she
Right.
asks,
Okay, good.
do you all want this
Got it.
information?
Yeah, so I'm good with it.
So just reversing the, asking the board before getting
Right.
the administrators, you know, all hyped up about something that the board may say as
You know,
a
there's
whole.
nothing here about closed session. Does closed session need to be, or does this include closed session just naturally, Jackie?
Tell me what you mean about requesting.
About items
information.
in closed session, does this naturally include closed session?
Well, it would, yeah, so
Okay,
in closed session, you know, there's only a certain number of things you're allowed to
right,
talk about, and those are agendized, right?
yes.
Mhm.
Okay,
Okay, so this goes to what is your role in public? And, Lisa, this might answer a couple of questions you might have. So, none of you as individuals can speak for the board unless you're given direction explicitly by the board to speak on behalf of the board, okay? You are not to discuss any agenda items except at board meetings. So if you go to, you know, one of your parent meetings or, you know, coffee and tea with, you know, your stakeholders, if it's something that's on the agenda and they ask you a question, you have to say, I'm sorry, that's an agenda item. You know, we're going to be discussing it at the board meeting. And you have to explain, we are not allowed legally to discuss anything that's on the agenda. So, it's not your rule, it's the Brown Act. If you see that something might need attention, so you're at those parent meetings and you're hearing all kinds of rumblings about something, you know, safety of students or, I hate to say this, but, you know, I was just helping a superintendent. She had a second grade teacher who was inebriated in class, you know, and she found out about it, you know, in one of those, you know, I think there's something the matter with this guy, you know, my child said he did this, that, and the other, okay? If you hear something like that, you as an individual board member, you need to say, I, you know, cannot do anything about it, but since this sounds very serious, I'm going to bring it to the attention of the superintendent. So you divorce yourself from any responsibility, but if it's something serious, you need to take some action and bring that to the superintendent. But not to your fellow board members,
no,
just to the superintendent. And then, of course, once you've made a decision, and this goes back to kind of your norms, you may not have a consensus, but after the decision's been made, even if that might not have been your choice, your decision, you need to support it. So you know, you can't badmouth it and say, well, I didn't think that was such a hot idea.
Well, let me ask you, what happens if somebody doesn't? I mean, are there really true
There's
consequences?
consequences.
Because there hasn't been in the past.
There are board
There-
sanctions.
there's cens-
But we
censorships
didn't,
that
you were not
censorship,
able
yeah.
to do that. I mean,
You
that-
could, we could have
It's a board
censored,
decision.
we could have censored that
You
board
could
member.
vote to censure a board member.
Well, what happens when you censure them, except for that it becomes public
It's
that
public.
you don't agree with what they did? I mean, I was threatened and, by somebody in the past, and I thought that we could do that and it did not happen.
But
And
was it
this
brought up?
individual, yeah, brought up, and this individual continued to do, and so I asked because we are gonna have elections next year, and this could come
Yeah.
up, nobody knows, who will be in the seats. And so I just want us to be prepared, especially those of us that may remain. What do we do if the person, if we have a decision made and one or two individuals publicly are out there saying, that was them, not me? What is the, besides censure?
Centric, so, and it depends, I would definitely, I was gonna say, talk to your lawyer, but I have seen, in the past, districts can censure with a penalty. So some districts, for example, will censure in public, which of course is the, public humiliation, but then withhold, their monthly, stipend for board meetings or, things like that.
What monthly stipend?
Yeah. 2 cents you get for every board meeting that you're at, yeah.
So I was gonna get that. Where are my 2 cents?
So I would check with legal
Thank
to
you.
see what else.
I'm in agreement with Carla because I think that needs to be in writing, which we don't have
don't.
protocols for
Okay.
that type of behavior.
I want
because-
that in writing.
Because I think it is important and it gives us that avenue, right? If that were to be the case, because these are public meetings. We don't want a 3-ring circus.
Right.
And it be about somebody self-ego
Yeah,
and,
grandstanding.
grandstanding,
Yeah,
because
right.
that takes away from the work and the trust that we're trying to build with our
And from the
community.
children, why we're here.
Right.
And if it's defined and if it's well communicated and if during an orientation of a new board member, they are made aware of it, then there's not any surprise factor,
Right.
like I didn't know this could happen,
Yeah.
blah, blah. So, yeah.
I
Now, Carla had a little point there about the elections are coming up. So, and the fact that our previous few pages back, the president, what happens if, okay, so somebody was in the spot to be pushed up to president,
A clerk.
right,
And
and
you would
then they
have-
weren't elected.
You have to have
we-
another
So
election.
you have an election for
So
that
do we
position.
vote. So,
Yeah, that's fine.
so maybe we shouldn't scratch out that automatically moves up. We should keep the voting in there.
And that's what we did actually
Well,
when
you have a
Jan.
bylaw. The bylaw
Yeah.
says you
Oh,
have to have a vote.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it's in the bylaws.
A vote for the president.
If that person
No, for
is
the
not
clerk.
reelected.
For the
For
clerk.
the clerk.
But if the person
Okay.
who was
To
the
be-
clerk, was gonna be president in line, but they
That's-
didn't get
See,
reelected,
that's my point.
then we would have to also
You would have a
have
new
an
election
election
for the
for
new-
president.
And that's in the bylaws.
Right,
Yeah,
That's in the bylaws?
yeah,
No.
yes,
I
yeah.
think so, we'll have to look it up.
So then we won't want
Then
to.
we start over at that point. So the president and the
Yeah.
clerk, and then it just cycles,
Well,
and then it would
no,
just
I think-
continue the cycle.
But I think to clarify, no, I don't think that's in the bylaws because your election, your officer is in December when the election has already passed. So you already know who's on your board.
Mhm,
So you wouldn't have that happen.
right,
So like this year, what do we say? No, we can't even say hypothetically, but, so there's no election this year.
right. Next year
Election
there
is
will be.
Next year,
Okay,
in
so let's-
November.
Let's just,
Then you decide who your clerk and president will be after your election.
She's saying if she was clerk, and next year there's elections, and her seat is up,
Oh, if she was clerk.
and then she's then, because of our
Bumped out or
bylaws,
whatever, does that
then
person
going to
become
just
the clerk?
automatically transfer as president, but she's not reelected, then what do we do?
so I'm just saying that we had scratched off.
I see what you're saying.
But it may be the
President
case that we
to
need to
elect.
I see
do
what
two nominations
So I
for
I just
the
thought maybe we should
We should,
president
keep
and
that in there.
That's a good point,
Or-
Kathy.
and
Yeah.
clerk
Put
in
or,
that situation,
or-
yeah.
we should add some verbiage about, at the annual organizational meeting, a clerk shall be elected from its members. And then we
And I-
need to add a bullet
You're
that
right.
if the president, if the,
There.
President
That's a
and
bylaw.
clerk are not reelected.
No, if the clerk is not reelected to assume the
Right.
president
And then
position,
Then,
you know,
Then,
it will be
then-
voted.
yes.
Yeah, there we go.
that's a good point. I didn't think of that scenario. So you're saying like if someone nominates Lisa, Lisa's like, no. And then we nominate Liz, and Liz is like, no. Then it goes to Kathy.
So if the clerk is not able,
No.
To move into the
She
president's room,
sees
yeah.
the writing on the wall.
okay, then there will be an election of both the,
Yes.
Clerk and the
Clerk
president.
And the president,
Right.
yes.
There would need to be
Yes.
Point.
a vote.
good point.
I
Thank
didn't
you.
see that.
You know, you may want to change that bylaw.
Yeah, right?
So it's clear.
Yeah. Because this is just a protocol.
Because
Yeah.
another way to handle the bylaw, if it existed the way it used to, where you elected every year,
Mhm.
and then now, you said sometimes it ended up with the same president for year after year after year, you might have a term limit, like for president.
There was a term limit. I
Yeah.
couldn't do it, I could only do it 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
And then, generally it was
Someone
just
else
like,
would
okay,
have to
then,
take it.
then I would have to, because nobody wanted to do it, then I would be the clerk. And then something happened to the president, and then I'm back as president,
Oh,
because the clerk
man.
assumes the president position. If that person leaves, our district or doesn't get reelected, that was the,
That's interesting.
yeah.
But I think re-examining that bylaw and really, as you guys have been doing now,
Yeah.
really kind of massaging it, thinking it through,
Yeah.
so that when you do actually revise it, it takes into consideration all of those things.
Yeah.
Okay, moving right ahead, I know this is a lot. These are just some samples on trustees visiting schools. I think the big thing that some boards wrestle with is, should board members be allowed to just pop into schools unannounced? Now, I don't know what your past practice is, but,
We let Erica know and or the principal.
so are you okay with
Oh,
the
yes.
visits to the school should not be unannounced?
I'm okay with that, and also the 48 hours
Good.
advance notice.
Yes.
Yep, okay. There are a lot of boards that really take exception to this. They want to
Well,
randomly pop in.
And again,
Michael
because, well, and I don't necessarily think it is, because, we have board members that come onto campus.
All the time.
We don't get told, they're just there,
At the high
and,
school.
yeah. And
Not here.
so, well, the thing is, it shouldn't be, and it's not a negative for us. I've never, as the president of CSEA, have ever had a classified employee come to me and complain, there's a board member on campus. I don't know why. And if anything, they're like, you got a chance to talk to, Steve DeLay today about, campus security, or, quite the opposite. And that's where I think it gives our folks, because it shouldn't feel like I don't want to see a dog and pony show. I just want to see what folks are doing day in and day out. The real, live, because if there shouldn't be any fear of, I'm not there to spy, I'm not there to criticize, I just want to see what we're doing, the great things that we're doing for all of our kids. And so I don't want to see the dog and pony show.
Right,
Quite the
but
opposite.
unfortunately, we have had principals lose their job because of a board member coming.
But that isn't my role, and that
agree.
isn't, that's never happened in my tenure as board president, as a board, to where I'm going there because I'm there to spy, or I want to see the campus.
I know, but we did have a board member do that.
But again, it shouldn't, I want to get us away from that
I
negative
agree.
connotation.
I agree.
as
That board member
members.
wasn't following
Everything,
wasn't staying in their lane.
that's right.
I want to be able to jump on Erica's schedule and say, can I go with you? If we had her schedule of when she's going to campuses, which other superintendents would, here's my schedule, here's where schools I'm going to be at, and if I can fit it into my work schedule, can I go with you to Lad Lane? Or I want to see Sarah Vista. That way I could just already schedule that time in, or I knew she was going to go visit 3 schools, then I know I can have a fruitful day of saying, I need a personal necessity day from work because I want to check out my school.
No, I get that, but in a way that is accomplishing exactly what we're talking about, because Erica has a schedule, right? And so
And a purpose.
yeah, and so you're like, you're not going individually to
No, I
campus
just wanna-
without her.
No, because her purpose is my purpose. You know,
Agreed,
I
but
just
that's what I'm
wanna,
saying, so it's already, because you probably announce ahead of time when you're coming to campus, right?
I let
So
staff know
it's, you are alleviated of that responsibility.
right. But again, that to me is what I want us to feel the liberty as. And I don't want our folks to feel,
Of course.
to everyone, listening in, I don't want the negative connotation
Right.
that feels that you should feel that as board members, we're there to
Spike, like you said.
criticize or spy or anything. We're there because we want to see what the great things that are going on in our schools, in our classrooms, and we don't necessarily would get to see that
Right.
if we didn't, we weren't able to come onto campus. And again, I want to see the real things. I don't want to see, oh, board member Martinez is coming, everybody, be on their best behavior. It's not, I do my job at work regardless,
Right.
whether a board member is there or not. And if I'm not doing my job, then that's on me.
Right.
I would expect there to be consequences for me not being at my workstation or, having a superintendent walk into my office and I'm on the phone yelling at a parent. That's like, so again, integrity
Yep.
is doing what's right when no one is looking.
Right.
I think that if we have, a decision from the board level to change that, I would like to have time to communicate that with the administrators, because it is something that, those that have been here for some time are trained up in the sense of, they will be notified when someone enters or exits their campus. I think to me that's just professional courtesy.
And I respect that, yes.
I like to notify them in advance because I know they have so much going on.
That's really the big piece.
Meetings, and I
Field
want
trips,
to be
whatever.
able to talk to them, so they're gonna be there. If I say, okay, are you available this day? If I come, that's just
Well,
my
the other
purpose.
thing is that, because of safety reasons, the principal needs to know who's on campus. And, if there's
But
an
we check in.
earthquake or something
We're
like that.
checking in.
Yeah, well, obviously, but, it would be a nice heads up if they knew that a board member was there. I think it's really important. Yeah, we're good with this, guys? Is it
So
okay with
what's our agreement? Good with
it?
what?
Are you okay with leaving it? at
With
the
one or two, because the two are to visit the school by boards, board members should not be should not be unannounced, okay?
Alright, we'll schedule the visit with principal at least 48 hours.
I think 48 hours
think
is
48.
too much. I don't, I
You think it's
disagree.
too much?
I think it's, how about 24?
What is your past practice?
But they have been notified, I don't think there was an hour limit.
Yeah.
So we could change that to 24, if you think that would work.
Then it's kind of going to your point, I mean, 24 hours is really no time.
Right.
So it's going back to, that we'll be there tomorrow,
Yeah,
But it shouldn't be a big deal.
it shouldn't be.
And you shouldn't walk around with a clipboard and something to write with. Just walk around with your keys or your phone, but don't walk around with a clipboard and something to write with.
So I guess that's the piece, right? This is our protocol that we're developing. So again, we are here now. We may or may not be here next year. That protocol's still there. I think it needs to be defined that if a trustee shows up, that they know that they're not gonna go with a clipboard and, like, that they understand what they're going to the school for. You're not going to go
Yeah.
and, you know what I mean? Like, you
Well,
gotta
I
be.
think it should be, spelled out with no clipboard.
Well, I think we should make it positive. So
Okay, make it positive,
the
right.
purpose of school board visitations
Yes.
is to highlight the, good things.
To
that are going on.
observe,
Observe,
observe the atmosphere, let staff know that you're just,
Or to enjoy the children learning.
to observe children's learning.
Yeah,
And just be a support, right? We want to be
To
positive.
support, yeah, support.
to enjoy and support the children learning.
And then another layer is that right now, during COVID, will we be, so that the public knows and our staff know, all board members will be going to the schools as of now? Or, I mean, are we saying like this is not going to be implemented yet?
I think we should go now.
I think it's important
Well,
for us.
we're going pretty soon.
No,
Just
Yeah.
a clarification.
Yeah, I
Yes.
think it's important for them
Yes.
to know that
Yeah.
we
That
will
we can
be-
go now.
We
Yeah.
will have that opportunity to be on campus,
Yeah.
you know, we're part of the school
Employees.
we are employees, I mean, we get a paycheck, but we are considered employees, and again,
And we're all
You know,
shut up.
well, the thing is
We are.
that the safety, if we're talking about going back to COVID safety measures, as employees, we either have to comply with what all the other employees have to do,
And we
and
all,
either show our immunization, which if we have that, we should give Erica a copy, so
Oh, we
they have it
should.
on record, okay? Again, that's the process for employees, so we need to provide that. Or we get the testing done. So we comply just the same as other employees within the district would have to.
How about a name?
And that too, we had name tags in the past, yeah.
Do you have badges?
Yeah.
We don't.
not a badge, but we have a little, they haven't gotten one.
I think, but I think a badge is good, just because, you know, for us to, that at least will
We don't have
know
our pictures.
they have-
no.
they're school employees. Because every school employee generally,
Every
and I
school
don't
has
know
a
if
badge.
it's still a policy, because I still have to wear my badge when I'm on campus. So I think it'd be good to have that as well.
Okay, you know, we are running a little behind, gang, so.
Ay, ay,
We're
ay.
gonna move right ahead.
Let's do it.
Okay, so this one is, and you may already have this. So this has to do with questions from you as board members about the agenda. And the operating principle here is no surprises.
Yeah.
So, and Erica, chime in on if you do this. So usually on some day before the regular board meeting, you're gonna receive your link to the board packet, right? And then you have X number of time to give her whatever questions you might have. She, you know, has her staff answer the questions and then puts together, I used to call it a Q&A, right, question and answer, goes out to all the board members, so you all know what each other's questions were.
Yeah, not who asked it,
Not who
but
asked
at
it,
least.
the agenda item.
Yes.
So
we did
item
that.
number one, why are we hiring another school psychologist? Item number two, whatever. And then all the answers come out for you, right? So that even though you are probably going to ask some of those questions at the board meeting, because you want the public to hear the answers, no one feels like, oh my gosh, it's the Inquisition.
Right, right,
Uh,
especially if
That's-
somebody's doing a presentation on something.
Then we
Yeah.
haven't done that.
No.
And that
We
might be,
just started, because I know we're baby steps. We had, I think Jan had
I've
started.
always done it, I've always asked the superintendent ahead of time, but we have
but we
not
don't
had
know
it.
about that. That's the missing link, Jan, that there's stuff that we didn't know ahead of time.
Right,
And I think that has been clear even in meetings where we're like, well, how'd you know that? We
Yeah.
didn't know that that's, and so,
the
yeah.
Q&A part is important,
So that Q&A goes out to all of you.
yeah.
So you don't know who asked the question, and I'm going to be totally transparent. Sometimes, you know, you as board members are really busy and may not, my board may not have gotten me a question that I know that one of them is going to ask, you know. I just know it. And so I would make up a question.
Smart.
I was there 9 years. I knew that going.
Highlight that one.
That is smart.
Erica,
Erica
just
knows.
put Jan's name on it.
Any of us, right? She knows us.
But it's that type of thing, you know, I mean.
Yeah, will
you
these
know-
documents be translated automatically?
You know that there are things that, you know, people may not have understood in the board packet, and if they didn't get around to asking a question, I mean, I think it's acceptable to just,
But there's a lot of things for us newbies too that we didn't even know what we were looking at, so let
Right.
alone what question to ask.
no, that's true, yeah.
That's true. So that would be helpful for everyone in terms of what the information and what questions we should be thinking about, right? Yeah.
Absolutely. I have to tell you that this protocol, for me, was the most important thing as a superintendent. We had it systematized, it was down to a science, there were never any surprises. People did not ask me a question or my staff a question that I wasn't prepared for. And that felt really, really good.
And I bet you it was like,
Oh, and it was like that. So some boards, and we didn't do it today, but some boards actually have a hard stop, you know, in terms of what time.
We do,
they want-
it's 10:30. Oh, but, you know,
But I think we
and
need
we
to
gotta
do-
get better at, if we get to that point.
per agenda
Or
item.
10.
I was
Not
gonna
sure
say
if
that.
it's
And
10 or
then
10.
usually there's time for every
Yes.
agenda.
Yeah,
item.
which we have not done in the
Yeah.
past,
Yeah.
which might be a good idea.
Yeah.
I liked it at the last closed session, the times were on there.
Mhm.
Okay, 30 minutes here, that, you know, I liked that.
Well, you could even do that for your agenda items.
Yeah, for your
And just
public
really
agenda.
try to
Right.
Stick
hold
to
it
it.
to that.
Well, we do it when we plan, it may be better just put it on the agenda when we do it.
It's a great reminder.
Mhm.
Okay, speaking of time, off we go.
And our clerk kind of keeping us probably on task as well. I think that would be a good thing.
Okay, I wanted to put one statement in italics and one not in italics, just because every board is different. So some boards have the first statement, all public statements authorized on behalf of the board should be made by the superintendent. But then other boards have that one where it says, all public statements authorized by the district should be made by the superintendent, and all public statements authorized on behalf of the board should be made by the board president.
But
So,
we have a policy on this.
do you have the spokesperson being the superintendent?
It says,
And, or the board president.
when,
But that's where it gets ambiguous, if it's
Yes.
only or.
it's, I thought it was, and then we've landed always on the superintendent.
We prefer the superintendent.
Okay, then I think I would just take that first statement, because I think that makes more sense.
Mhm.
And
Yeah,
then that way, at least it's defined.
Mhm.
Yep.
If the media comes up to the board
Oh,
president,
yeah, we always,
just say, I'm sorry, you need
Yep.
to check with the superintendent.
we've done that.
Yep.
Erica, it's for you. So we just.
this is her number.
We just cross off number two? Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, we're gonna redo this for you.
No, I know, but I mean, for my notes.
Yes, yes, yes. Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I just scratched it out, okay. And then many boards have this, which I did as well. The superintendent will see that talking points are made available to board members about situations, topics,
Oh,
or
that's good.
issues. So you're all saying the same thing.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
Yep, this will be good about COVID protocol.
Oh, everything.
Visitor
everything.
policy.
Yeah, exactly. And then you, as individual board members, have responsibility. If you say something, you have to identify that as, this is your personal viewpoint. I'm not
Right.
speaking as a board member. Especially as you get into political seasons, you know,
Oh, yeah.
you have to be, as I said earlier, you have to be Switzerland. You're the face of the district. And so people can mistakenly feel that you are representing the board when you make statements, but you have to identify any statements that you make that are personal as that, just personal. Okay, the next one has to do with using any meeting at all, podcasts, town meetings, coffees, anything at all, as strategic leadership tools. So really making sure that you're focusing on those things, the mission, the vision, and the goals. So using those as opportunities to share information about those, and then how you link what you're doing to those goals and strategies. So the focus on social emotional health, for example, you know, your focus on facilities to ensure that every student has, you know, a great learning environment. Using it as a positive venue for getting the message out. The second one has to do, and we talked about time, which is interesting, because you have to all be accountable for using your time on the right things. You know, so in your board deliberations, you are the district to those people that are watching. They want to make sure that the things that you're talking about are those things that most directly impact students. That's what's really important to your community. So making sure that when you're putting together that board agenda, you're focusing the work that's going to be done in public on the most important thing. And I always say, you got to keep the main thing the main thing. So really focusing on that most important thing, which is your students. Do you want to keep any of this or not, or change any of it?
The only thing I could say is on keep the main thing, and I added children learning.
I like that.
You know,
Children learning,
Children learning.
like in parentheses, that is the
Yeah,
main thing.
that is the main thing.
Good. And Lisa, did you have your hand up?
No, I'm just
Oh, you were just
resting my head on
resting
my
your
hand.
head. Okay. So voting, and this goes a little bit to, parking lot conversations and checking in on agenda items and all of that. Okay. Don't vote before the vote. Everybody has to hear the discussion before you make up your mind. So it goes a lot to your norms that you were talking about. Really listening with an open mind, being willing to, change your mind based on what you're hearing. One of the things that boards have, some boards, some do, some don't, is if a board member votes either no or abstain, that they should state the reason. I'll give you a couple examples. So one time, I think we had it in the consent agenda, we were hiring a paraprofessional for special ed. And one of my board members didn't recused herself from voting on the consent agenda. And she didn't say why. Well, I knew why. It was because she was related to that person and felt it was a conflict of interest. But because she didn't say what it was, rumors all over the place, why didn't Cindy vote, was it my item, was it my, If Cindy had said, I'm not comfortable voting on this, I have a conflict of interest with a relative.
Done.
That would have been done. And that's really the reason that people, sometimes want board members to explain if possible. And the second thing is, if you vote no on a recommendation, it does give you an opportunity to explain the rationale, as opposed to just being contrary. I really, have trouble voting for this, I'm afraid we're not gonna have enough money for this, that, whatever the reason is. But that's really up to you, if you want that or not. All boards do not have that. Yeah. Lisa?
Only because it came up last time for me. I was brainstorming, trying to figure out a way we could avoid the issue with the minutes in the future. I was gonna ask the board if we could make sure minutes are separate from the consent agenda. So that it forces us to review and or vote on it individually, and could then become a topic of discussion for things that need to be made and noted, approved with changes. Where if it's on the consent agenda, if it's not pulled from the
Prior
consent
to
agenda, that
approval
thing
of the
can't
agenda, yeah. We
happen.
cannot pull it to discuss it.
Well,
So-
I'm gonna be devil's advocate and say you will never make that mistake again. And so,
Well, I get that, but I was secretary for a previous organization, and almost every month, there was at least one thing that needed to be corrected for whatever reason, right? And so, has that been, I don't know. I don't
I
know.
thought they used to be separate too. and
Yeah,
then it got
it
put on-
can be,
It got put
So
together.
And
it's
how
our
much
choice
more-
as a board.
It's gonna no
It's a
extra
choice,
work.
whether we want it
That's why I
included or
presented
not.
it to the
Yeah.
board,
Yes,
but
no
I'm just
extra
saying,
work.
if it's not there, if it's not in consent, I or anybody else would not be able to accidentally forget to pull it off consent. And the reason I care is that minutes are a public record moving forward.
So if there's something that ought to be corrected, we ought to correct it and have the opportunity to correct it instead of me doing a boner thing and not.
Yeah, well, and we want it
Remembering to
consistent
pull it off.
because we are recording these meetings.
Right.
And I'm assuming we're archiving them as well,
No.
you know, no? We are, okay. So then, you know, what somebody hears and sees is the same as what is being put in minutes as well. And it's the
No,
truth.
some things get synopsized for.
True.
For, and
just
that's what I had an issue
to
with. A
condense.
synopsis, issue on the minutes, and I wanted to add a clarification. And that, so I was unhappy with what's gonna go forward as the public record.
Right,
Not having that
And-
detail included.
right.
So
And
that's
the
the sort of
board,
thing I'm talking
well,
about.
that's a board discussion as well, because I know in the high school, the minutes are very detailed. Very, not, I don't know if they're verbatim, but they're very, very
If I
detailed.
have somebody taking minutes.
Well, she's an expert. She's been doing this a long time.
Yeah, but they also don't record their meetings.
Again, too, it needs to be captured fully. But again, you know, if people are gonna prefer seeing and hearing our board meetings is great versus either reading the minutes. But I get what you're saying, because this is, like Erica, if she's having to research going back
Then this is a
in
great
the
agenda
actual
item.
written minutes, I think it's important, because then if it wasn't captured, she really wouldn't know those little details, whether we discussed it or not.
That's my
To
point,
what
or any
extent.
new superintendent, or whatever, or any public member who's just going back and saying, I remember they just talked about this at this one, and they didn't hear it.
Right.
I mean, and they don't wanna listen to however long it
Yeah.
takes to get there.
Right.
So,
Our board minutes are much longer now and detailed than they were in the past. So there was like, you know, a couple of sentences under every agenda item. Now it's, you know, several.
oh, and I love that, but I just wanna make sure it's properly reflecting.
I would just wonder if they're not under consent, where would we put them?
It's its own item.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know generally, but in my experience, the first item, one of the first items after your flag salute and everything
Yeah,
is, do I
is
have
the
a
minutes.
motion
Yeah.
to approve the minutes? And then if there's a problem with the minutes, somebody would say, I want to amend,
That's how we did it.
And then you go to agenda.
Yeah.
and then you go to the.
Yeah, so it's right before
It's
agenda,
right
after
before.
the flag salute, and, yeah.
And also, I have to say that sometimes that's helpful too, because you may want to then, would you separate out your agenda? So you approve the agenda separately?
Yes.
Yes.
And then with these protocols, we would know beforehand if there's an issue with the minutes.
Right, we would email Erica, oh, I noticed, oh, true.
This is missing.
La,
True
this is
la,
that, but
missing.
like on that particular day, I hadn't
Yeah.
read it until the day of, so like,
Right,
I
right.
mean, like, you know.
Right.
There isn't always an opportunity to read beforehand.
There isn't, and, you know, sometimes that's the other thing is, you know, some of the packets are really big.
I know.
And right now,
I know.
you
I
know,
used to make
our
course.
you too?
After-
So our
I used to
course
put 'em
superintendent is the one, you know, creating the packets, and so I know for us, it's
hard,
getting,
yeah.
and then we're going into the weekend, and then there's family time, but yet there's, you know, so it really, like you're saying, time, it's creating that for ourselves, but getting it in a decent amount of time to where we can dedicate that time for this specific thing,
So
and
that's-
not feel rushed.
That's where Erica is going to have to figure out, when do they get their link to the board packet? And what's enough time for them to read it and get the questions to you and your staff so that you can get them answered before the board meeting?
I know you have the X's there, but.
Yeah, because I don't know what those
Is
days are.
that like, I mean, like, is it Thursday or Friday latest, you know, reasonable? So that we can read it, get questions back and forth,
But,
or
yeah,
a Tuesday?
yeah, I think that's something we can discuss outside this meeting, since we're so time
Yeah.
oriented, but.
And I think Erica could put a draft together because she
Yeah.
knows how long her
Because it's
staff
on
and
here.
everything.
Takes,
That's
yeah.
great.
Yeah. It was just there as a placeholder.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys can, you know, kind of flesh that out. Okay, we have to move, I need to find out though, we may be going 10 minutes over. Do you
Oh,
have
that's
an
fine.
extra
I
10?
can do it.
I don't mind, I'm here all
Sure,
day.
Me too, me too. I already know us, so I told my family 4.
I told my husband 5.
I told Erica, I thought it was till 4.
I told them 4 or 5, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll see you later.
Okay, so this has to do with agreements that you folks will make, but then also that the superintendent will make. So this one has to do with what you as board members might agree to. So you hear all these complaints, right, about a principal, about a teacher, about, problems. What do you agree to do? So generally speaking, and this comes straight from CSBA, you listen openly, but you remain neutral. And that's really important. So if somebody comes up to you and says, this principal has got to go, let me tell you, you can't, even in your body language or anything, you just have to listen and let them know, I hear you. Thank you for sharing. I need to let you know, however, that I don't have any, individual authority. The only, thing that the board has authority over is as a whole board. Also, we don't evaluate the principal. So, you have to let them know your role and responsibility, because they may not. And then referring the person to the appropriate person to deal with it. So let's say a parent has a complaint about a principal. Who would you say would be the appropriate person to deal with that concern?
Erica,
Exactly.
the superintendent.
The superintendent.
But
So,
then it's our understanding as well as the chain of command, I think, is very important, because we have to know redirecting, because if they haven't even had the conversation with the principal
Right.
about an issue,
Chain of
have
command.
you had an opportunity
Right.
to talk to the principal?
right.
And then if that didn't materialize to anything, then it's, of course, to Erica, because then she can assign it to her assistant superintendent, whoever, right? But again, encouraging the right steps and knowing what those right steps, I think, is important, because that many times is the redirecting. Have you done X, Y, and Z?
Right, and I
Because
think,
even as a union person, have you done X, Y, and Z?
right. I think and you're absolutely right, yes, definitely they need to go up the chain of command. I was kind of thinking that, they've already done all that, by the time they get to you folks, they've already.
We have some that don't go here.
Right, so definitely, redirect them to whoever is the lowest, person in the next in command. So have you talked to that person, is the person aware, and all of those steps.
Right.
However, when they come to you, they probably are thinking that you can do something individually.
Of course.
And that's why it's important to always,
Of course.
take it back to that next person. But definitely, if it's, let's say it's a concern about a custodian, and the question would be, well, did you talk to, the custodian supervisor, who what I'm assuming would be the principal of the school?
Yes.
Right, yeah, definitely, up the chain of command, yeah.
Well, okay, I want to follow that up. So, a parent comes to me and complains about a teacher. Do I tell the parent, go to the principal? Or do I call Erica and say, because I do not employ the principal. My only employee is Erica.
Well, I think you have to handle it delicately, but I think what you need to do is remind that person that, I have no authority, over that. But, again, as you've said, have you talked about it with, X, Y, and Z? And then if the person says, yes, I have, then say, well, you should call the superintendent. But then, what I would suggest that you do is, you would call the superintendent and say, I just got, contacted by this person.
And I have referred them.
And have referred them to you. So again, the big thing is no surprises.
Right.
Just really want to make sure.
So is it permissible and/or appropriate to, if you're responding to that person via email, and you say to them, I have no authority, my suggestion would be to first talk to the principal, and if you're unable to get resolution that you're looking for, please reach out to the superintendent and then BCC her so that she knows it's been done and I've said it and I don't have to make a phone call, and she doesn't have to take a phone call.
Absolutely, yes,
Okay,
yeah,
okay,
definitely. Yeah,
okay,
that would be very appropriate.
okay, great, thank you. I don't want to break any rules.
Well, no, and a lot of it is professional courtesy too.
Mhm.
Right.
Because I mean, the parent has taken the time to write something to us.
Mhm.
And it's always, I've always felt like, do I respond, do I not? Because I know I don't have any authority. I don't have, other than if I've seen that she's talked to, or, whatever happened was through that flow of,
Yes, the chain of
then
command.
at that point, it would then fall under Erica's purview to then follow up with,
Right.
with that parent. But it's that in between space that it's like, so what do I say? What is appropriate? To acknowledge, say thank you for, I appreciate your email and I do understand your concern. And I think it's just learning kind of what that response, appropriate response is without overcommitting to, because we are board members, to any specific outcome.
Right. I think you can thank them, for sharing their concerns with you,
Yeah, I always respond,
Yeah.
every single one.
So do I.
But I think you, as you said, you just need to be careful not to overcommit. So you
That's right.
can't even
Oh, I don't ever promise anything.
infer,
Uh-uh.
you can't even infer that you're gonna take this, that you are gonna take it up the chain of command. That's not your job, right?
I usually add Erica to complaints. I said,
And I've
Here's-
included,
I've
Yes.
included our
To
superintendent
make her aware.
so
Yes.
that she can, follow up out.
Yeah.
that's what I do.
And I think they get the impression, oh, you're not the person. No,
There you
I'm
go.
not the person.
Right, yeah, definitely. Any other things on this? So the last bullet, inform the superintendent via email of the referral. When a concern is sent by email, it will be forwarded to the superintendent and the sender will be informed.
Is there anything you want us to do differently?
No, this makes sense.
Because if you get too many people in the pie, we mess up the pie.
Okay. The next one has to do now with what the superintendent is going to agree to do. So you send this along to Erica, and she's going to investigate the concern. So she is going to do some work to see is it valid. And she's going to let you, just one of you, whoever it was that sent the concern, not all of you, the one person who had the original parent complaint, let's say, a response. And it could be, I talked to the, teacher talked to the principal, and I found out that was not the case. Here's what happened, and I'm gonna, follow up with that person today. Whatever it is. But it is important for you to know that you all shouldn't be involved in that personnel item. It's just between whoever it was done. Now, here's another one though. The next bullet is, if it's a large concern, then the entire board will be informed, okay? And I'm just gonna use this as, thank God it wasn't in my district, but this district I was telling you about, I was working with the inebriated second grade teacher. So when that came to the superintendent, that, in my opinion, is a large concern. And so with immediacy, the superintendent let all board members know that this was, an allegation that she was working on, she's investigating it, and then she would, let them know what the upshot would be. So it depends on the enormity of the concern. So if it's a parent complaint, the teacher was not nice to my Susie, that's not a large concern. If it's something that is going to be a major brouhaha, all board members need to know about it. And then this is just my own personal one that I used, and I don't know if other boards have it, but if if there's an anonymous complaint, it's only gonna be shared with the board after an investigation determines it is valid and in need of further action. So, not often, but, you know, in my many years in education, there would be, you know, an envelope with my name on it, and there would be an anonymous letter that was either saying, you know, terrible things about somebody in my organization, and if it wasn't signed, I threw it in the garbage can. But, you know, you may want the superintendent to investigate, see if there's any validity to it.
Yeah, I mean, and I can't, for me, a little deeper is because there are 3 of us that have invested personal investments in this district, right? Because of our children or grandchildren. And so if a concern or complaint is coming from us as, first and foremost, those individuals, not as a board member, but as a, you know, as a parent, as a grandparent, how do we manage that? You know, because I want us to be respectful, but it will happen. You know, because it has happened. How do we work together with our superintendent in differentiating where we're coming from as our parent hat or grandparent hat versus my board member hat? Because I am still, you know, you know, as a parent, you have your parent rights.
But think about that, Liz, if I have a parent issue, then I gotta follow chain of command too.
Correct.
So I go teacher, principal, right?
So I just want to be clear,
And
you know,
sometimes she doesn't even know
right,
that I've
right.
talked to, because that's my parent hat.
Right. But I think I just need some clear guidance there, you know, in those roles as that person, where, you know, if that's still, again, talking with the principal or whatever
Because you
it
even
is.
say that, like I even, in my email, make sure I say, or text, whatever, I am writing to you as a parent of blah, blah, blah. And then they're like, thank you, Carla, for letting me know what your role is. And then we just keep it to our thing. And,
Yeah.
and saying, Erica doesn't even know.
Yeah.
She doesn't need to.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not something.
Right, right. But I want, because I don't want to, I want to be respectful, and I don't want to cross and make people feel uncomfortable, because that wasn't my intent.
Right.
But I think doing what Carla says right at the onset, so if you have a problem with a teacher, let's say, and you need to talk to the teacher.
But it wasn't even a teacher, it was just a situation. It wasn't, you know, it wasn't a principal, it wasn't a teacher, it was just something that happened. And so it's like, okay,
How
how
do
do
you
we
address
make
it?
sure that it doesn't happen again? And because
Oh, not as a parent.
right. And so that's where I want to really understand, for me, moving forward, because I don't want whatever happened to happen again, because
Is it a
I didn't
safety
want
concern?
that. Well, no, I'm trying to be conscious and be respectful of what my interaction caused, and I want to be transparent with everyone, you know, that I don't want for people to assume that because I'm a board member, that I had the right to, you know, do what I did.
Do or say what you did.
Because at the end of the day, it was about the safety of a child that was in my head. But again, I want to be clear that I didn't want there to be any negative, and I don't want there to be any negative moving forward. And I want to, first of all, take responsibility for what I did. Because again, that I think is important that we do that. And I'm doing it publicly because, but again, it's, the responsibility that we hold to ensure that children are safe at all times, and not feeling that made me feel very vulnerable and scared for that child. And I, again, as a board member, I want, because I don't want to be conflicted as to my role here and my role here, because they may be at odds.
But would you have done the exact same thing if you weren't a board member to ensure the safety of the child?
Yes,
Well, I mean, it would be like if you see a child crossing the street and you drag them back to the sidewalk, right? You're not acting as a board member, you're acting as a
As a
human being.
concerned adult, right, a community person.
Yeah. I guess I'm not seeing the line that might be crossed. Did you make a decision that you should have?
I feel like I did, but, you know, I want to own that publicly. But again, you know, for me, every child is important, and this one just happens to be my child. And it just, it hurt. It hurt. And again, my role here and my role here were at odds.
That's tough.
That is.
Yeah. But to the extent possible, I think identifying the capacity in which you're acting. Are you acting as a board member or are you acting as a parent?
Which in your comments, it seemed to me that you were saying, I would have done the same if that person had not been mine. I would have probably behaved and or acted exactly the same.
If I knew what had happened,
That's what I'm saying, yes. Regardless of your attachment to that person, you would have done or said exactly what you did or said.
and that, I think, yes.
Well, maybe not exactly, but
Well,
in the
yeah,
general.
not exactly, but.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. So, I mean, that's where the ambiguity ceases in that respect.
If it's safety, I mean, and you had to
Safety is
say
safety.
something, you had to say something. I think, you know, and that's where, you know, it's that, it was because we're so close to, with our children or grandchildren, that we know stuff that normally maybe other board members wouldn't. It's a, you know,
It's a catch-22.
yeah, but you acted in the best interest of students in mind. That's what we're supposed to do. I brought up publicly samples of things with COVID exposures, personal examples that highlight why policy is working or not. And so I think that you're okay in that you didn't, you know, you're advocating. We're supposed to advocate, right? And if
Right.
Eric is a person you had to talk to regardless of your role, then Eric is a person we gotta talk to. So I think that's, but I appreciate you being so honest, checking
Well,
yourself.
and a lot of it is exactly that. It's just an awareness of the fact that you can be perceived as having more influence than a parent who's not a board member, right? And it's the optics that you just have to always, you know.
And that's the thing, you know, with, like Jan at the beginning was talking about special education, and now it's something that I will live and breathe moving forward, as she does every day. And so I think that's what, if it's happening, and that's what I see in my mind is that if it could happen to a board member's family member, what isn't happening elsewhere? That's where I am reassessing, you know, what can we do better?
Sure.
Well, and that's your job too, to look for areas of improvement. Okay,
So
Are you
back to
okay
the
with it?
anonymous.
I was gonna say, really and truly, it's up to you.
Well, I have a question. So Erica gets this anonymous letter. And I would hope she would open it.
Yes.
And if it was something that was similar to another experience at that same site, then I would investigate. If this is off the wall, you know, where it's coming from, and you don't even know what school site, then I think it's a circular file.
But that's the investigation determines if it's valid and it needs, I mean, couldn't the investigation be at the level of reading the letter?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm
Well,
saying.
but it was preceded by the fact that there was a former incident that was reported. So it was not a unique
Oh,
anonymous complaint. It was,
okay.
it was maybe an anonymous complaint about something that had happened previously.
And that's the
Oh.
thing is that we want folks to feel comfortable and not feel
Then I
like,
would hold on to it until,
well, because we could, it's just like,
because
with-
another complaint could come
Hold on
in.
to
Just
it.
log it.
right.
Yeah.
But I would want to, to avoid even retaliation, to give folks an opportunity to express, because we didn't know what was going on before, and the amount of oppression that was being felt by the folks
Mhm.
here, before.
Right.
And it would have, but how do you know, right? Because they're so afraid of the retaliation piece that I'm not gonna jeopardize my job by saying anything. I'm gonna take it for as long as I can.
So that she could hold it, stay it for a little while.
And
Yeah, I
see
mean,
what else
I think
evolves.
logging it is good. The other side of that is you don't want to open up a Pandora's box where you can have everyone who ever feels that they've been slighted in any way in the district. And you start investigating all of these,
Now, if you don't know where it's from or any of that
Right.
stuff, then, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Then you look for patterns and.
yeah, it's the pattern thing. So
Yeah.
I gotta put unique in here, but we can wordsmith it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, moving right along. So this, I think you guys handled when we talked, but I don't know are the days right, so I put August, September, but maybe, when did you put on the calendar for establishing the goals?
Actually, don't we have our LCAC stuff?
In June, it says governance calendar review and district goals.
June, July?
August, September is actually really good, because you don't want to start them too soon, but not too late. Like Erica was saying, we're already in November. I've got 5 months left. What's the reality of doing
Well,
versus?
When do we have the LCAPs? When do we have those done before July, right?
Right.
So whenever you want to put it, I mean, I think you need to set that timetable. What works for
Moving
you?
forward,
Moving forward,
yeah.
I think if we have the LCAP adopted in June,
Want to do July, August?
July, August, right?
Well, then, the nice thing about that is that if you get her evaluation finished in June, which is your target, anything that needs to roll over to the next year,
It does.
and roll it over to the next year. And then let's change December to January.
I like that
No,
better.
Yes,
December's too much
please.
term,
Yeah.
December too.
Leave
It's just
December
not enough
alone.
time, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, January.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then
That's
May,
good.
June, that
Yeah,
works?
May and June is
Yes.
perfect.
Okay.
That was easy.
Okay, these next couple slides, I just put in to see if you're interested in it. A lot of boards have this, and it's a self-governance, a self-assessment. So, once we get these protocols in place, then, really and truly, towards the end of the year, we would revisit them, and you would rate yourself on how did we do? Which of the protocols we really need to, beef up and do a better job on. And then also, there are a lot of other protocols that we haven't had a chance to talk about today, too. So we can start, building our governance handbook, kind of section by section, so that eventually we would really have a pretty comprehensive one. And
In June, you say? Ish?
end of the year, yeah. July, whatever. Do you have a board meeting in July or not?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Every
month.
month.
Okay, so sometimes July is an easier time,
Yeah.
just, because you don't have the same crunch, that might be good.
That's actually a really great time.
And from CSBA, I have a board self-evaluation exceptional school district, like questions, 11 questions that could be, that we could go from to create
Yeah, that
our
would be
own
great. That would be good.
self-assessment.
Yeah, sure.
So,
Okay, and then this is just something that I ran across and talked about at some board meetings. There's some do's and don'ts for board members. and again, they're not hard and fast rules, but things that help the district move forward and operate efficiently, you know. We talked, don't ask for data at a meeting unless you call ahead and let them know, because you don't want people to feel, you know, embarrassed that they're not prepared. Don't overreact to a small number of local clients. In the many years that I know many of you have watched board meetings, you know, there are groups of people that come and they make loud noises, and you as board members just have to be really careful not to overreact. Think about the numbers of all those other people out there who aren't in your board meeting. So try to, you know, be judicious about reacting to those people. Don't invite contact from staff. Okay, work through the superintendent. And again, you may have budget questions. Don't ask the director, you know, ask the superintendent. And don't check on or evaluate your superintendent through the staff. You know, don't go around asking people, so how do you like working for Erica? You know, that's not appropriate. Now, if they come up to you and tell you how happy they are, that's a whole different story. But it shouldn't be solicited. It puts them on the spot, right? Just, not a good way to evaluate people. And again, don't represent only a specific area or an element in the community. You are board members for the entire district, so the whole district. And then this is for not only you as board members, but also you as a governance team, the superintendent. You know, you need to be informed on all current issues. And, you know, the superintendent can definitely be a key player in helping you be aware of everything that's going on. Demand integrity of each other. And that means that you have to call each other on behaviors that are not appropriate. And one of the boards that I worked with, they actually had written on their placemat a tagline that they entrusted that every one of them, not just the board president, would say, and the tagline was, excuse me, I'm not sure that's going according to our protocols. You know, so they were allowing themselves to call out things that they saw were not going according to what they had agreed to. And sometimes boards have to do that. So your board is pretty well aligned, but as you say, what if you get a board member who is off on his or her own journey? You need to be able to demand integrity of every single member of the board. Recognize the impact of your words, especially in informal situations. That's where it's really important to be mindful that you're the face of the district. And anything that you say informally does somehow get translated into, well, the district thinks. You know, if you're talking to a teacher or classified and they start saying, you know, my gosh, the cost of housing, it's going to be impossible for us to, you know, get staff. And you say, oh, I know, oh my goodness, you know, we've got to get you guys more money. Suddenly the district says they're going to get us more money. So it's wishful thinking, but I don't think you want to be held accountable for that. And again, the big picture, you know, when deliberating tough issues, you know, really try to stay up on that 35,000 foot level. Be a good listener, be willing to learn. I like the vision about lifelong learning for your students. I think all of us, you know, need to continue to learn and see new perspectives. And then be concerned about the education of each and every child. You know, try to see them as individuals, which they are, and always consider each issue from the perspective of what's good for kids.
Can I go back to your don'ts just real quick?
Yes.
On the last don't, can we be cautious about this one? Don't represent only a specific area or element of your community. Again, I'm just thinking, you know, if our board changes, you know, what that could be misinterpreted, especially in terms of equity, because this board has been very strong in advocating for our special ed population, for our migrant, for the schools on the west side, because historically, this district did not pay attention to those areas, and it actually created a deficit. So what we all have been very mindful of no, we have been worried about specific areas and schools to bring them back up and still, so I just, I wonder if we can maybe kind of, make it more,
Yeah, these won't go into your protocols.
okay.
But I will tell you that there's a caution on that. And as much as you really do have to work to, make up for that deficit, you also have to be mindful of the fact that the table is going to turn. And when your broader community sees that you're only focusing on this group or this element or this area, you're going to have the groundswell of the others that, feel that it's a zero-sum game, and if you're putting attention over here now, you're not putting attention over here.
But we're not board members as a,
At large.
at
You're
large.
trustee area.
We're trustee areas, so there is now an understanding from our community, just like the city council and the board of supervisors, that you're focused and you're bringing your concerns from your area, right, to the attention of the rest of the board, so that, those are not neglected.
Right.
And they're always at the forefront, because that has not been the case.
Right.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. There's a historical precedent here that you're dealing with. So, maybe we'll just take that one out.
Does it get resolved though? This is why I guess I didn't have a problem with it, is we do have a focus on our particular area. However, if we pay attention to the don't, and if in fact, as a board, we are an entity, won't that all come out in the wash when we make the decision as a board, as the five fingers in the sense of the board?
Mhm.
So,
Because we only have one pot of money.
correct.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just curious
We have five
as to
pots.
whether or not that doesn't resolve that issue. But we come with our focus being our area, but then in the decision-making, it goes to the whole area.
Yeah, well, of course, because, we can't, it's just like with unions. The union will have tunnel vision for what they feel is important for them, whether it's, this or that. And as a board, we have to look at, like it says, the whole picture.
Right.
So
there's-
how do we incorporate in ensuring we're lifting up the kids that need lifting, or
Right.
areas that need lifting, to meet the other kids or where they're at? And
Agreed.
there's always that level of,
It's equity is not equality, and we've said that
Correct.
throughout
Correct.
all of our conversations.
Yes.
And if we are laser focused over here, because, and this is an example, the ugly color on Arlo Hardin,
Yes.
What color is it?
oh, it's like.
Babies first, you know what?
Oh, okay.
So somebody did that, right? And it doesn't lend to a beautiful visual, you are important environment, right? And so we all have talked about this, and if we all decided that we wanted to advocate that something needs to happen at that school, then the five, but if nobody from the five were to say that, then it wouldn't happen.
correct.
So if the person who has that area doesn't advocate. and then-
Agreed.
So that's kind of how, for me, it's a, ooh. I just
So
worry.
that's interesting, because the most important thing for maybe us is different
That only
than the
part.
most important thing for that principal.
Mhm.
I actually asked that principal,
Oh,
what's most important for you?
I'm sure it's other.
And it's staff. It's
I'm-
staff
I'm sure,
room.
I'm
It's just
sure.
like, that is huge.
I'm sure it is.
And anything else, what else is important to you? She never once mentioned the paint.
I believe that because, I believe that that principal would say that. I think that she has
Yeah, so I
a lot
don't know,
of integrity and a
you know.
lot of priority. But I use it as an example of.
Yeah, no, I know,
And
I know,
and I
but-
think Lisa brought up a good point, maybe the word is only. don't represent only a
I
specific
think that would be-
area.
That's good,
You
that's
said
good.
that.
No, yeah, but I just, that's why I didn't take it as a bad feeling.
Yeah.
It's because we're not here as only.
Only, right.
Correct.
We have an emphasis.
Right.
So we don't
True.
have an only.
So that helps.
But I think area is not a good word because you're area trustees.
Right.
Because- Yeah, so I
Yeah.
think we need to find,
Yeah, maybe element, when we take area out, instead of area and,
yeah, because
or.
it could also be special ed, it could also be,
Yeah.
yeah, whatever.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I like that better.
This area is geographic for us.
Yes.
Yes, that's what I heard.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna ask one more thing of you, and that is that you fill out a quick evaluation, oh, I'm gonna trip.
Oh, careful, don't
Oh,
trip.
my God, I'll sue you.
I cannot comment on that as an individual. I will have to talk to the board. Or actually,
Thank
I refer you to superintendent.
You can refer me to the CEO.
You're such good students.
She learns all content, she gets an A+.
And my award is.
Oh, I hate to give you work at this late time, but,
Okay.
you know, this will be helpful for us moving forward. And I hope you realize that this is not the end, it's just the beginning. We've got to continue our work together because we just got, you know, kind of the start of putting these things together for our governance handbook, so.
So here's a question. Yes. Because again, I'm so sorry I missed this morning and missed that first half an hour, whatever was done. But are we going to, and when can we expect, like your synthesis of what, all the work we did today, so that we have it for that next piece and also to concentrate on moving forward?
Well, Erica and I are gonna get together and decide when that next time is that we're gonna get together. And
Okay.
I know you have a board meeting, what is it, the 14th? 14th of December, so actually looking at your board agenda to see what is, you know, how jam-packed is it, but we might be able to get together the 14th of December. So prior to that,
Okay,
you'll be getting all of this.
excellent,
Because we
thank you.
like doing, you know, separating it and having its own special focus because it gives us that liberty to not have to do so many other tasks and
Well, a
just,
study session might be better to bring this all together too, but, you know, with the holidays, I don't know if you folks have enough time. That's,
right. Or at least if we could do something maybe in January of coming
Oh,
together.
January would be good, to kind of come
Yeah.
back,
Yeah.
reflect and.
Yeah, I'm willing anytime, guys.
I'm amenable.
Could we even combine, we're so ambitious, this and even, because we said in January we want to do our some kind of evaluation, mid-year,
I don't think you're gonna be able to do it mid-year,
too soon, don't you think?
I think it, because it only will leave maybe 2
That's what
students in December.
Right.
yeah, there's
Okay.
not enough time.
I was thinking for us, not for
Oh.
you, not evaluate you, I was thinking, but we could evaluate ourselves in June then.
Well, no, now think about this. One of the other things that I've done with boards is we do what we call baseline data. So you could take in January, your self-assessment, like where are we now? You know, and so that's like, well, before we really finalize all this work.
Yes.
And then in June, then at least you have comparisons.
Okay.
Here's where we were,
Right,
and
and
now
now,
here's where we are.
right, and what do we want to focus on?
Moving forward.
What are
yeah.
our goals and objectives to
Exactly.
for our self-evaluation in
Yes.
June? Yes.
That would be very
That
good.
would be good.
Erica, you and I, do you have time after this?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Whenever you're done with those, just put them right over here, you can put them upside down. I'm just gonna do a quick bio break. Thank you so appreciative of your help.
Just so the board is aware, I did look at my emails and I did get an email from the translation company. I believe that there might have been a gap of time where one had to log off and another log in because it was an original interpreter from the beginning. And so they had to have a rest period beyond the lunch.
I did swap in the new.
Thank you. I saw that right now. Oh, no. Thank you.
So should I email this? And that would be good, that way we can have it, yeah, for our, for the next one. For the next one, we're gonna do baseline, right? And then in June, our evaluation.
I think it's good, I think the word self-evaluation also helps build that trust from the public. Because they see we're not only focusing outward, but we're also focusing inward.
And the whole concept of continuous improvement, showing that it's really part of the DNA of the organization, and that assessment is part of what you do in order to improve.
Right.
And my question is, do you have to end this board meeting?
Yes, officially we do.
This is our, so fine,
Okay,
thank you, pass it over.
I'm gonna give you this too, because I didn't really use it.
Erica.
Oh, it's Erica's, oh, sorry.
I'll collect them from
Here.
Yeah, I think they just gave me,
Yeah.
I'll collect everything.
Here's another, I used two of these.
Thank you.
I like the one, I don't even know what the style is, but I like where you put notes here and you
Looks like
capture,
Cornell.
is it?
Looks
And you
like it's
capture
Cornell.
ideas.
Yeah, the
Oh,
Cornell
that
notes.
Yeah.
Yeah, me, in
I'm
the
gonna keep
end,
this one.
it works better.
I'm keeping mine too.
I'm just gonna do a running tab on this.
That's a gift of public funds.
Is that a gift? Oh, I'll give it back to you.
I use all mine up.
For district
I don't get the
business,
2
yes.
cents, so I think by now I deserve a
It's
notepad.
district business, district business.
This is an ongoing tablet for.
You have to use it for the next 3
Yeah,
years.
that's what I'm gonna-
So here's a question, is HR working this week? Because I saw that it looked like the business office was open.
So part of HR is here.
Okay, because I never did my paperwork, and then Linda gave me the paperwork, and so I want to do that if I can this week.
So, what kinds of people?
The original, like, paperwork.
The benefits?
Huh?
Benefits?
Yeah.
Okay, that's business. So I can.
Oh, it's business.
Business.
Sweet, that's even better. All right, do I need a little help? Thank you.
Okay, we ready to close it? All right, everyone, we've had a very busy session, and I think everybody feels that we got a lot accomplished. Does anyone want to speak out about anything that happened today? All right, well, we're about to close session, and I need a motion to end the meeting.
So moved.
I need a second.
Second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
I
Okay, so this meeting is now adjourned at 3:45. Thank you.